I just unmuted now. Yeah. Okay, okay. Hello, ma'am. It's
want to talk a little bit about the exploitation of Black women's labor, and just over then why I'm focusing on Black women specifically, because Black women and men have been mismanaged, but Black women have had their labor exploited, and little is known about that. Work at high rates and high percentages than women of other races. Yet a quarter of Black women of America live in African low poverty line. Even though Black women are becoming increasingly college educated, probably more college educated Black women than Black men. Nevertheless, they tend to earn the lowest pay, even more Black women.
I don't know.
Can't work, and then also at times they might never do a can't pay, and they might.
இது
test. At the time, literacy tests were purposefully designed to keep Black people from voting, and when Hamer was asked to explain de facto laws, she later recalled that, "I knowed as much about a facto law as a horse knows about Christmas Day." After failing the literacy test, the group was denied the right to register to vote. On the way home, their bus was stopped by police and fined $100 for being too yellow. Then the persecution got worse. The owner of the plantation where Hamer worked and lived demanded that she withdraw her application to vote.
Mr. Marlowe told me that I would have to go down and withdraw my registration or leave because they wasn't ready for that in Mississippi.
Hamer refused and was immediately thrown off the plantation where she had lived and worked for 18 years. She temporarily stayed with a friend before finding a new home, and just narrowly missed being murdered by those who were trying to suppress the Black vote.
They shot in the house 15 times, thinking that I was there.
On January 10, 1963, Hamer was finally able to pass the literacy test. According to The Nation, after her second attempt on December 4th, she told the registrar, quote, "You'll see me every 30 days till I pass." A month later, she passed. But despite now being registered to vote, she discovered that she still wasn't allowed to vote because she didn't have any poll tax receipts. In some parts of the United States, people were required to pay a tax in order to vote. A tax put in place to ensure that the poorest people, who were often people of color, didn't get a voice in the government. And they weren't subtle about this fact either. For instance, in 1939, Alabama's Tuscaloosa News published an editorial that read in part, "This newspaper believes in white supremacy, and it believes that the poll tax is one of the essentials for the preservation of white supremacy." In 1962, the United States passed the 24th Amendment, which outlawed poll taxes for federal elections. Despite this, Hamer was still denied the right to vote a year later because it wasn't really enforced until 1965. And to this day, 8 states, including Mississippi, still haven't ratified the amendment. While Pap worked to pay off their sharecropping debt at the plantation, Hamer continued working toward voter registration and desegregation. On June 9, 1963, Hamer and 9 other activists were returning on a bus from a voter registration and civic education training session in Charleston, South Carolina. The activists had tried to integrate lunch counters at the various bus stations along their way home, and their protest had enraged their bus driver. According to Fannie Lou Hamer, America's Freedom Fighting Woman by Megan Parker Brooks, the driver began using the phone at every stop, reporting their location to Mississippi police. In Winona, Mississippi, police arrested at least 6 of the activists, even those who'd remain on the bus, and took them to jail. Hamer and her fellow activists weren't released from jail until June 12th. And in those 3 days, Hamer sustained such severe and prolonged beatings that she suffered from lifelong damage to her kidneys, eyes, and legs. In addition to beating the activists themselves, police also forced the other Black people who were also imprisoned in the jail at the time to beat the activists as well. While there was later a brief trial, the police were cleared for their actions. After several failed attempts to work with the all-white pro-segregation Mississippi Democratic Party, Hamer co-founded the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and in 1964, she went to the Democratic National Convention in an attempt to get representation. As a result, she received death threats. When she reported them to the police, they told her, quote, "Don't look to us for help." On August 22, 1964, Hamer testified before the Credentials Committee at the Democratic National Convention. She started by stating her full name and home address, defiantly signaling her fearlessness to every white supremacist. According to the Washington Post, President Johnson was terrified that her testimony at the convention would break up the coalition of white Southern delegates he needed to get elected. He tried to convince her not to speak, but when she did anyway, he abruptly called a pointless live press conference so the TV broadcast would have to cut away from Hamer's testimony. It backfired, bringing more media attention to Hamer's testimony than it otherwise might have gotten, with many evening news programs giving full coverage of the speech that Johnson had interrupted.
Because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America.
As a result of pressure from President Johnson and vice presidential candidate Hubert Humphrey, the convention refused to accept Hamer as an official delegate. Instead, officials offered a farcical compromise to the MFDP. They'd be allowed 2 delegates, but they could neither sit in the Mississippi section nor would they be able to cast votes. Oh, and neither one of those seats were allowed to go to Hamer. Why? According to Humphrey, the president has said he will not let that illiterate woman speak on the floor of the Democratic Convention. The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party voted unanimously to reject the administration's compromise. In Hamer's words, quote, "We didn't come all this way for no 2 seats." They returned to Mississippi, shut out once again by a process meant to empower them. In 1964, Hamer also ran unsuccessfully for Congress. According to an interview with Jack Odell, Hamer recalled that it was harder for her to pass the literacy test in order to register to vote than it was for her to qualify to run for Congress. And despite being barred from the official ballot, the MFDP gave out freedom ballots that included candidates of all races. According to Smithsonian Magazine, after her first bid was unsuccessful, Hamer ran for office 2 more times in 1967 and 1971. Unfortunately, her 1967 run was disqualified on a technicality, and she lost to the incumbent in 1971. She did have one moment of triumph, though. In 1968, the Democratic Party began requiring equal representation for state delegations, and she finally was recognized as an official delegate for Mississippi at the National Democratic Party Convention. She used her platform to protest the ongoing war in Vietnam. Seeing that not much progress was being made on the political front, Fannie Lou Hamer turned most of her attention toward economic justice as a way to fight for racial equality. In 1969, Hamer founded the Freedom Farm Cooperative in order to provide Black people with land that they could own and farm collectively. With the help of donors such as the Measure for Measure organization and Harry Belafonte, by 1970, the co-op had amassed 680 acres for cultivation. Membership for the co-op was $1 a month, and even though only 30 families could afford the dues, those who couldn't pay weren't excluded. Roughly an additional 1,500 families were also part of the Freedom Farm Cooperative in name. In 1970, the collective also started a pig bank for impoverished families. With help from the National Council of Negro Women, the collective purchased 5 male pigs and 35 female pigs, and over the next 3 years, thousands of pigs made their way to Black families. Hamer especially loved the pig bank, stating that, quote, "I wouldn't take nothing for our golden pigs." Unfortunately, without institutional backing or resources, the Freedom Farm Collective only lasted a handful of years. But at its height, it was one of the largest employers in Sunflower County, Mississippi. According
Okay.
I just love
Me. Okay, I think my screen sharing is paused. At least that's what it says. So I'll go ahead and stop there, but I wanted you to hear about the Freedom Farm Collective. So I'll go ahead and continue with my presentation. All right, so that gives you an idea. And if you would like to get a copy of this presentation, please email me and let me know. In Mississippi, land was very important because land was equated with wealth. And the more land you own, the greater the probability that you would live and be wealthy. And so for many years in the state's history, African Americans were prohibited from owning land. And there were written laws that kept African Americans from owning land. So Mrs. Hamer started the Freedom Farm Collective in 1969. She purchased 40 acres of land in a small town called Rouville, Mississippi, and she received a donation from a group that was a charitable organization that was helping them And eventually they had a total of 640 acres of land. And so this was really important because so few African Americans owned land in 1969, because for so many years they weren't allowed to own land. And so they were able to use this land to farm and to not only to farm things that they could use to gain some wealth, but also they were able to use it to farm vegetables and other things that they could use to try to help other members of the community. So when she first founded the Freedom Farm Collective in 1969, she said, the time has come now when we are going to have to get what we need ourselves. We may get a little help here and there, but in the main, we're going to have to do it ourselves. And that was what the purpose of the Freedom Farm Collective was. But even more importantly, this was one of the first efforts by a Black woman to engage in a solidarity economic effort that she used to enhance her community. So as the film showed, and I hope you could hear it, the cost of membership was $1, but they didn't exclude people who couldn't afford to pay it. Eventually, 1,500 families belonged to the Freedom Farm, and they were able to take advantage of the crops and also the money that they were able to make. Although it wasn't a whole lot, they were able to have cash crops like soybeans and cotton, and they used that to pay their taxes and also to pay their staff. But mostly they grew a lot of vegetables, and they wanted to make sure that people who lived in poverty had healthy food to eat. So that was something that was very important about the collective. But even more important is that it was committed to having people participate, grassroots participation. So this is a quote from Mrs. Hamer: all the qualifications that you have to become part of the only qualification, I guess, that you have to become part of the co-op is that you have to be poor. This is the first kind of program that has ever been sponsored in the country in letting local people do their thing themselves. So it was designed to empower poor people. Also, the video talked briefly about a pig bank, and they had pigs that they would use because a lot of people who lived in rural poverty in Mississippi didn't have access to meat. So they were able to do that to enhance their diet as well. So for more information on Mrs. Hamer, there are several books that have been written in recent years. And also the link at the top has a summary of different articles that have been written about this extraordinary woman. A book that I'm using in my class was just published a few months ago in 2021 by Professor Keisha Blaine of the University of Pittsburgh. Until I Am Free, Fannie Lou Hamer's Enduring Message to America was published by Beacon Press recently. And these are other titles. I also want to talk about African-American banker ladies for the remaining few minutes that I have. This presentation is about 40 minutes. I think I've been talking for about 30 minutes, so I only have like maybe about 10 minutes left. So what exactly is a banker lady? This is a strategy that a lot of women in Canada and other countries have used to assist their communities. These are women who especially assist women who are immigrants, who are new to a country, who need to get grounded, who are not familiar with a new country, who have no credit history, who find it even harder to get any kind of assistance from banks. Also, these tend to be women of color, and also these tend to be women who tend to be poor. So a banker lady assists these women in getting settled and getting a credit history and getting money. It's sort of like them setting up their own banks and running their own banks. I've already given the definition of ROSCAs, rotating savings and credit associations. These also empower women financially. They're similar to banks in the sense that they allow people to be able to save, allow people to be able to have a sense of credit. They allow women to enhance their economic capital and their social capital as well, which I'll define in a minute. At times in communities where they sometimes lack political rights, many times they're not citizens, but even if they are citizens, they sometimes are disadvantaged politically. So how have Black women in American cities used these ROSCA-like strategies to their benefit? That's a question that I discuss in a chapter in a book that I'll tell you about in a minute, that I mentioned even at the beginning of the presentation, that will be published by Oxford University Press, entitled Beyond Racial Capitalism. And so we look at this question, and I want to talk a little bit about a woman named Marie Claire, who is a Haitian immigrant. She is known as Brooklyn's reigning queen of sousous. It's mostly consisting of women who are African and Caribbean, and is based in Brooklyn, New York. And she is someone who is a trusted member of the community. In 2011, she had two different funds. One had $20,000, the other had $10,000 that people were able to contribute to. And after they contributed a certain amount of money, as it explains here, each person would put in a certain amount of money during a certain time. And then after they amassed a certain amount of money, each participant in this group would get a savings and would get the pooled money together. This is designed to empower women in many ways, especially financially, so that they can get money, but in other ways as well. Many of these women at times are in abusive relationships, exploited by the men in their lives or the people in their lives, and it gives them the money to get out of those types of situations. These are women who are less likely to be able to get approved for credit or approved for a loan from a bank or from another financial institution. And this allows them to avoid being humiliated by being denied, because they can go to a place with someone that they trust and they can get the resources that they need. So that is one example of something that I wrote about in my upcoming book. But another example is a woman named Fonta Gilliam, and she also has a group in Washington, D.C. that's a Solidarity Economic, a savings group, but it's more sophisticated. So typically when we think of these savings efforts, we tend to think of women who are poor, but she founded something in 2015, and she now is the CEO of an organization that has banks in both Washington, D.C. and also in New York City. And this is a way of having a sort of a more modernized SUSU. And so, as she has said, this isn't a module that we invented. This is a model that 80% of the world uses. What we're doing is modernizing it and scaling it. It's one of the few things that's proven to work regardless of country. The idea of using village savings and loan models and using peer accountability encourages people to save. So in other words, it uses, as she says here, peer accountability to get people to pay into the circle. We track the positive credit they're building from the loan to the credit rating agencies to help them build their credit. So they're able to pool their money together. They're able to, I guess, improve their credit score, and they're able to use that credit score. And this company helps them to give that credit score to a credit agency, and that helps them to build their credit. It's been used in both Tanzania and also in the United States. It's designed to help people who have poor credit histories or people who have difficulty in getting loans so that they can borrow the money that they need. And it also allows them to get a credit line with a legitimate bank. It's mostly for women, but men are allowed to participate as well. But women have mostly, African-American women or women of African descent have mostly participated in this effort. And they also have an app that allows them to use banks after they build their credit score. They then find a bank that's in the app that assists them. Some women have been able to start their own businesses by participating in this. And so they've received a number of different benefits. But the question is, how do you avoid corruption and fraud? And this is the last thing that I want to talk about. There are different pyramid schemes in America that, I guess, sort of try to fool people into thinking that they're legitimate, and they solicit donations and they want people to pool their money. But really, it's nothing more than just a scam. People will invest their money in it. And, it's based on just trying to get people to invest money. And after a certain number of people have invested their money, the pyramid collapses. And so the people who begin at the very beginning of the pyramid tend to get some money, but the people who come in later tend to get nothing. So it's a way for you, it's very fraudulent. It's a way for people to pretty much lose their money. So you have to have a sense of trust in a community in order to participate in the efforts that I've been talking about today. You have to have a sense of social capital, is a term that we use here in America, a sense of community, a sense of trust, a sense of solidarity. The people who are running these money pools and these Roscas have to be people that are trusted in the community, and they have to build a sense of solidarity in the community to avoid the fraud. And so usually the women who have, I guess, who are well known, who are trusted in the communities, tend to be in charge of these, and that's how they avoid corruption and fraud. So if you'd like to receive more information about Mississippi and some of the things with Mrs. Hamer, I wrote a book in 2006 entitled The Transformation of Plantation Politics, Concentrated Poverty, Black Politics, and Social Capital in the Mississippi Delta. And these are some other books that talk just in general about collective efforts, about women. In particular, my good friend Caroline Hossein has done a lot of research on this topic. So I just want to thank you and just end with a quote from Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer when she said, guess what? We can't win the political struggle until we have economic independence. And how can we have economic independence? We have to own our own land, control our own food production, and we have to do it through co-ops. So that pretty much explains in a nutshell why cooperatives are so important. If you have any questions or if you'd like to see a copy of this presentation, please contact me. My email address is listed here, polssdw@ufl.edu. And I'm Sharon Austin, Professor of Political Science at the University of Florida, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to speak with you today. So thank you all very much.
A very warm good morning to one and all. At the onset, let me invite all those who have joined to the special session on the second day of the second International Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics, Experiences from Around the World, sponsored by University of Kerala and organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala. The duty assigned to me is to deliver the welcome address. For this session, we are delighted to have Ms. Mahalakshmi Mahalingam and Ms. Isabel Zulay Soifer as our resource persons. Ms. Mahalakshmi Mahalingam, PhD candidate at School of Community Resource Development, White's College of Public Service and Community Solutions, Arizona State University, was the advisory board member at Community Tobacco Advisory Board, Asian Pacific Development Center, case manager at Arapaho Daulas Works, student counselor and coordinator at Asian Students Corporate Education Network and Development, adjunct faculty, master's program in non-profit management school of professional studies, Regis University, volunteer coordinator at the Rape Assistance and Awareness Program. She is also an expert trainer and public speaker in the area of cultural diversity. I wholeheartedly welcome Ms. Mahalakshmi Mahalingam to the session. Ma'am, you can start now.
Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome. I really appreciate that. I am very honored to be here. Today, I'll be speaking on Kudumbashree collective group farming in joint liability groups as a food justice initiative. And thank you, Chandana, for that wonderful introduction. It's a joy to speak today soon after Dr. Austin because she touched my heart. Some of the things that she talked about as someone who's a person of color who lives in the United States made tremendous sense to me. So namaskarams, namaste, and good morning. Can everybody see me? Because I'm not able to see you. And can you see my PowerPoint? Can everyone see my PowerPoint? Can someone, Chandana, can you turn on your mic and say something?
Yes, ma'am.
You can see the PowerPoint, right? Can you?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to call my husband, my better half, for some technical support. Ravi, can you come here for a second? Yeah, because they're not able to see my PowerPoint. And I don't know exactly. I did. I think I need permission from, wait a minute. I think the computer is a little confused between the previous Zoom meeting and the current Zoom meeting. So wait a minute. Here's the Zoom. I don't see a, Chandana, I think you need to give me permission to share. Okay, first, okay, let me see. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Okay. All right, I think we're okay. There we are. Okay, let's go back to the first slide. Sorry about that. Okay, that's wonderful. Ravi, can you stay here for a minute because I need to dock this panel on top. It's hiding my slides. You need to help me with that.
Move it here. You cannot.
Can I
Ma'am,
move? Oh, okay, great.
show the
Okay.
show, ma'am. Yes, please.
Okay. Can everybody see me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Slide show, ma'am, please.
Can you see the slideshow now?
Yeah.
If you
You
want to
can.
play it in slideshow mode, you can click on, there's a little presentation icon at the bottom. Yes, right there. Click on that.
Okay, but you cannot see my slideshow, is it? Or can you see
We
it?
can see it. We can see it, but that way you can put it in slideshow mode. Mhm.
I know, but I'm deliberately not doing that because I have notes in my other monitor. And therefore, I don't want to hide those notes. So, okay, thank you so much. Was that Vikasini?
Yes,
Helping
yes, no
me?
problem.
That's my precious daughter. Okay, can everybody see my slides and also see me now? Vikasini, can you see me?
Yes, yes, all can be seen. Mhm.
Okay, you can see me and you can see the slides. Okay, good. All right, Ravi, can you help me? Because I cannot see anybody else. You need to help me dock this on top.
I don't know how to do it.
Okay, all right. You can go and follow in Zoom. If anytime you cannot see my presentation or me, just let me know, okay, Ravi? Okay, thank you so much. Apologies, technical difficulties. I really appreciate this, okay. Off to a not so great start because we've lost about a few minutes here. So I just hope that I can, continue. I can still speak for 20 minutes because that's what I've planned on. So thank you very much for everyone for your patience while we figured out these details. Here we are. Namaskarams, namaste, good morning. First, many thanks to the Department of Economics at the University of Kerala and Dr. Anita for hosting this conference. My heartfelt thanks also to Dr. PJ Christabel, who's an economist committed to social justice and who is an expert on Kudumbashri and microfinance for all the hard work in organizing this conference. It is an honor and a privilege to present in this forum where intellectual giants like Dr. Kunyaman have presented. In this presentation, I will give you an overview of my research, present the rationale for my considering Kudumbashri a food justice initiative, and briefly compare Kudumbashri JLGs, so joint liability groups, to food justice initiatives in North America. So, welcome one and all. Let's take a look at Kudumbashri collective group farming. In the lush green spaces of God's own country, as the state of Kerala, India proudly calls itself, and I must say, before I proceed, thank you so much for this opportunity to present in my motherland, my Mathrubhumi today. So in the lush green spaces of God's own country, as the state of Kerala, India proudly calls itself, 330,000 women are engaged in farming in small groups of 4 to 10, organized in about 69,000 groups, 68,838 groups to be exact, based on my interview with the assistant program officer in the State Agricultural Mission, spearheaded by Kudumbashri, the state poverty eradication mission. Under that, the women group farmers are part of a quiet revolution. They grow crops for family consumption as well as for profit. In the process, they are creating pathways for the practice of food justice in their families, their neighborhoods, and the entire state. Community-based food justice initiatives, such as Kudumbashri group farming, offer a glimmer of hope in the context of pockets of stark hunger on a global scale. Women enter the program as cultivators with control over decision-making rather than as agricultural laborers who are wage earners, bringing fallow and cultivable agricultural land into productive use. They are given subsidies and access to credit, forming joint liability groups. Each JLG is part of a neighborhood group of 10 to 15 women called Ayal Kootam in Malayalam. 5 voting members from each neighborhood group participate in electing their leaders. Several neighborhood groups or Ayalkutams joined together to elect 7 members who together form an area development society at the level of an administrative ward. The 7 ADS members then elect 1 representative to send to the CDS or Community Development Society at the Panchayat level. The CDS members from all the wards together elect a CDS chair. These community development societies operate at the level of local self-government, LSG, called Panchayat, which has been prevalent in India for thousands of years. Kudumbashree group farmers refer to themselves as JLGs, joint liability groups, in everyday conversations, and therefore at times I refer to them as KJLGs in this presentation. Let me share an excerpt from the interviews in my study, which will give you a feel for the magic which is transpiring in Kerala in Kudumbashree group farms. Meera, this is a fictitious name, who's the chairperson of the CDS, or Community Development Society, which is part of the 3-tier system we talked about, has this to say. In the olden days, men were doing all the farming and other works, and it was a male-dominant society. But with the start of Kudumbashree, women began to come out of the houses courageously and started to do the activities. At the beginning time of Kudumbashree, men teased us and mocked us that we would leave this after 2 or 3 days of working with agricultural implements. But women proved to be much better than men in their efficiency and skill in farming. Teamwork is more productive and effective than individual work. When one does these types of activities alone, they may feel bored or tired. Majority of our JLGs are in the high performance list. They made this achievement by their own hard work without seeking help from men at any time. Now let's take a look at the rationale for my study and the case selection. First, there are only a few empirical studies on the learning dimension in the food movement. Second, there is a notable deficiency of empirical studies on both food justice and the learning dimension from the global south, which is where Kerala is located. Third, there is a paucity of studies on the practice of food justice. So 2 Kudumbashree JLGs, 1 tribal and 1 general were chosen, both with a high level of success with the assistance of the Kudumbashree state and district missions. So what is the purpose of my study? The purpose of this study is to understand how the learning dimension contributes to capacity building in the following food justice initiatives of the State Poverty Eradication Mission. Kudumbashree in Kerala, India. Collective group farming is the first initiative. Then there's Padeyam, food for the destitute, COVID-19 community kitchens, and Janakiya hotels, which are meals for the commoner. Today, we'll just be focusing on the collective group farming because of time constraints, but during the question and answer time, if you have questions about the other initiatives, we can talk about that. So the primary research question of the study is, how does the learning dimension contribute to capacity building in community-based food justice initiatives? The secondary research questions pertain to how the learning dimension contributes to capacity building, Kudumbashree's role in fostering such learning, and women's empowerment. So next, let's take a look at my methods. It's a case study with 2 cases, entirely qualitative data, semi-structured individual interviews with the assistance of an on-site interpreter. So of the following groups, some of the members of each study group, Kudumbashree elected representatives, Kudumbashree officials and staff, and a focus group with the district program officers for agriculture from all the 14 districts. With the focus groups, we had a sponsored lunch sponsored by the research team and tours of the farms. And I was overwhelmed and overjoyed is the word, not overwhelmed, overwhelmed in a positive way. I was overjoyed with the level of affection and openness with which the women of both the study groups embraced me. So the data analysis and interpretation, the interviews were translated from Malayalam and transcribed into English primarily by the on-site interpreter and secondarily by a few other transcribers. Coding was done utilizing an interpretation-focused coding strategy expounded by Adu 2019 in his book titled A Step-by-Step Guide to Qualitative Data Coding. I did line-by-line open coding as in the grounded theory method through building analytical memo tables as suggested in this book. I coded the data using MaxQDA, which is a qualitative data analysis software. Now, my research study focuses on how participatory learning, again, in India, we would say participatory. So you have to forgive these little accent differences. My research study focuses on how participatory learning contributes to capacity building for the practice of food justice. I'm just sharing one illustrative example of how the learning dimension contributes to the building of member capacities. In the theoretical framework put forth by Foster Fishman et al., 4 types of capacities, namely member, relational, organizational, and programmatic are discussed. Of these, I'm only giving you one example from one type of capacity since I'm focusing on the practice of food justice in this presentation, and because of time constraints of not being able to go to the learning pathways into capacity building. So the name and type of capacity is member capacity. Under the umbrella of member capacities, effective communication skills, and illustrations from the data of the learning process which contribute to the building of capacity. This is the illustration. At the time of my first Kudumbashree meeting itself, I was chosen as the president of our unit, neighborhood group or Ayalkootam. Honestly, at the moment, I did not know how to present a presidential speech. Within a period of 6 months, I was trained a lot by Kudumbashree and the Panchayat. I acquired a great deal of knowledge which I could not acquire from my schooling from first standard to a higher secondary level. Kudumbashree played a vital role in my holistic development as a woman. I was being changed over time to be a stronger woman who knows how to deliver a speech, how to communicate with others. I learned everything from Kudumbashree. And if you see her now, you will not believe that this is how she learned. She's one of the most articulate people whom you've ever seen. She's the Community Development Society Chair, Meera, again a fictitious name. And what are the relevant theoretical frameworks here? Transformational Learning by Mezi Rao, 1981. Situated Learning by Lave and Wenger, 1991. Informal Learning and Non-Formal Learning from Sugarinsky, 2000. And how did Kudumbashree non-formal education relate? How did it help with this specific illustration? So the Kudumbashree non-formal training for leaders of neighborhood groups and definitely CDS chairs, that contributed to our illustration, the development of Meera, and the Kudumbashree affiliated non-formal education at the Panchayat level for farmers, because she is also part of a JLG, a farming group. Okay, so now that we have looked at the learning dimension, let's take a look at the food justice aspect. What is food justice? Gottlieb and Joshi define food justice as ensuring that the benefits and risks of where, what, and how food is grown and produced, transported, and distributed, and accessed and eaten are shared fairly. And this is a definition that is well exemplified by Kudumbashree JLGs. What makes a food-related initiative a food justice initiative? Kadyu and Slocum have done extensive research on food justice. They emphasize that in their view and the view of other scholars and advocates for food justice whom they have studied, the following 4 areas, which are also called nodes, are critical characteristics of food justice initiatives. Sensitivity to these nodes. And these nodes are trauma and inequity, exchange, land, and labor. So let's take a look at food justice characteristic node 1, sensitivity to trauma and inequity. The characteristic is acknowledging and confronting historical collective social trauma and persistent race, gender, and class inequalities, according to Kadyu and Slocum. How does Kudumbashree adhere to this node? The creation of group farming initiative was in and of itself a response to the trauma and inequity experienced by women in Kerala in the latter half of the 20th century. Following the large-scale fallowing of farming land, that's a tongue twister there, accompanied by increasing dependence for food products on other Indian states. Women were the worst hit. Men who lost opportunities in farming were able to migrate and find new occupations, while the women, presumably due to their caring for families and young children, stayed behind in their unproductive farming contexts. So what did Kudumbashree do? Changed it into a productive farming context by creating the KJLGs. Then, extreme poverty by itself is viewed by Kudumbashree as a trauma, as it should be. Such an orientation is made abundantly clear by the development and statewide adoption of 9-point indices for identifying poor families who are then a high priority target for recruitment into Kudumbashree. Now let's take a look at other food justice characteristics, nodes 2 and 4, exchange and labor. Designing exchange mechanisms that build communal reliance and control, and pursuing labor relations that guarantee a minimum income and are neither alienating nor dependent on unpaid social reproduction by women. That is the definition or the explanation of the characteristic by Kaju and Slocum. How does Kudumbashree adhere to these nodes? The code with the highest number of frequencies in my study was the code titled Income Generation via Kudumbashree. This was not even a question in my semi-structured interviews, but women volunteered this information and it had the highest frequencies. So Kudumbashree is paying close attention to issues of exchange and fair remuneration. KJLGs get farm loans at 2% interest. NABARD provides 5% interest subsidy on loans taken at 7% interest. And NABARD is the National Association for Banking and Rural Development. So there's just a 2% subsidy for the women to pay, for 2% interest, for the women to pay. And in Kerala, Kudumbashree has become the program implementing agency of Mahila Kisan Shashakti Kiran Pariyojana, another tongue twister for me. MKSP, the Empowered Women Farmers Development Program, which has extended the exchange of services and funds beyond the borders of Kerala. So then let's take a look at, hold on for a second. Okay, the next node, food justice characteristic, node number 3. According to Kadu and Slocum, this is creating innovative ways to control, use, share, own, manage, and conceive of land and ecologies in general that place them outside the speculative market and the rationale of extraction. Kadu and Slocum. So how does Kudumbashree adhere to this node? Can you hold on for 1 second? Ravi, can you come and turn off this timer? I don't know how to stop it. This was set for the original 20, okay, it stopped, thank goodness. It was set for 20 minutes, thinking, it already stopped, Ravi, thank you. It was set for 20 minutes based on when I started, but we had our technical difficulties. So here we are again. So how does Kudumbashree adhere to this node? Let me read that characteristic again, because I got distracted. Food justice characteristic node number 3 about land, creating innovative ways to control, use, share, own, manage, and conceive of land and ecologies in general that place them outside the speculative market and the rationale of extraction. I love that word, rationale of extraction. So how does Kudumbashree adhere to this node? By leasing land, which would otherwise lay fallow and useless, and assigning it to women's group farming, Kudumbashree paves the way for food justice. An important feature of group farming is that women and families now have access to the food they grow as owner cultivators. So they save what they grow for family consumption before it goes to the market, therefore placing the land and food grown by the women farmers outside the speculative market and the rationale of extraction, as Kadu and Slocum call it. And then there's the joy of preparing a meal which is farm to table in Western terms. And then being able to say what they grow for their family consumption encourages culturally appropriate food, which is a dimension emphasized by the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. Women in KJLGs are well aware of the nutritional and health value of consuming fruits and vegetables grown locally in their gardens, organically. And in the field, I often heard women referring to fruits and vegetables which are not grown organically as poisonous food, and the word jaiva valam. They use jaiva valam often, and that is organic manure. Last, the Kudumbashree group farming program's utilization of land contributed to many panchayats coming up with a zero fallow land policy. So this was Kudumbashree's great contribution to justice and food justice around land in all of Kerala. Having looked at how Kudumbashree adheres to food justice nodes put forth by Kadu and Slocum, let's take a quick look at a few food justice initiatives in North America, just two of them. One is from Revision, Westwood, Colorado, USA. Revision is a community development organization which embraces a food justice discourse. 81% of Westwood's residents identify as Latinos, who are people from South America. And Westwood was a food desert. And what is a food desert? According to Wrigley et al., areas of poor access to retail provision of healthy, affordable food, where the population is characterized by deprivation and compound social exclusion. That is a food desert. So Westwood was a food desert at one time, and now has 400 backyard gardens, a cooperative grocery store housed in a pilot market called Mercadito, and the Revision program works with the help of promotoras, who are salaried staff recruited from within Westwood, who provide technical assistance and training during the growing season. Let's take another food justice initiative in North America, the DBC FSN, the Detroit Black Community Food Security Network. After the collapse of the auto industry in the city of Detroit, 77.7% of the residents who are African American or Black were particularly hard hit because the last major grocery store chain in the city of Detroit, Farmer Jack, was closed. Residents were driven to purchase whatever food they could get from fringe retailers, such as liquor stores, gas stations, and petrol gas stations, the North American word for petrol bunks, pharmacies, convenience stores, and so on. So 3 major initiatives were launched by DBC FSN: cooperative buying, food policy development, urban agriculture. And 80% of the cooperative's members are women. And it all started, the urban farming started as a 1/4-acre garden plot and was followed by urban farms in other locations. So this is another example of a striking North American food justice initiative. So what are the similarities between Kudumbashree and North American food justice initiatives in general? Because we have to be careful about lumping all the North American food justice initiatives together. We are generalizing there, but I'm doing it just for the purpose of comparison here. So both groups, that is Kudumbashree and the North American food justice initiatives, grow food in creative ways, challenge the existing food system. Both are focused on marginalized and oppressed groups. Both rely on cooperation, mutual trust, and solidarity. Both encourage family consumption first before selling, and both serve the building of agency and empowerment of the group. What are the differences between Kudumbashree and North American food justice initiatives? Approximately 69,000 KJLGs span 14 districts in Kerala. So that's the scale, whereas the North American food justice initiatives operate on a much smaller scale. Kudumbashree is the state poverty eradication mission governed by the Department of Local Self-Government. So that's the role of the government. And North American food justice, on the other hand, is run by private nonprofit organizations, and the government is involved at times in a supportive capacity. And farming together is a livelihood for Kudumbashree JLG members, but farming together provides food, but is not a livelihood necessarily in North America. And KJLGs are located in rural or semi-rural or peri-urban areas, whereas these food justice initiatives in North America are largely located in urban areas, although we cannot rule out the hold on for a minute. I have to pull up another. We cannot rule out rural. I have to screen share, stop the share and share another slide for my references. Just give me 2 seconds here and we will do that momentarily. Okay, here we are. Today is plagued by technical difficulties, although I tried very hard to avoid them, but that's okay. Here are the references. And I mentioned them today and you heard me talk about them. I'll just leave that on for 2 seconds while I thank everybody from the bottom of my heart, particularly for being an excellent audience. And thank you, Dr. Christabel, for providing me this opportunity to present this conference in my Mathrubhumi, my beloved, cherished motherland. And I would like to thank my advisor, Dr. Richard Knopf, and my committee members, Dr. Daniel Shugurensky, Dr. Laurie Mook, and Professor Dale Larson. My heartfelt appreciations to Dr. Daniel Shugurensky, who was one of the speakers in the first International Kudumbashree Conference in 2015, and who is a cherished committee member who has helped me throughout my dissertation. Special thanks also to Dr. Brian Ashdown and Dr. Bhavani Sitaraman. Last but not least, my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to my mother, Mrs. Kamala Narayanan, whose decades of sacrifice for the family brought me to this point where I can present before you. My husband, Dr. Ravi Mahalingam, my wonderful children, my siblings and friends and family for their steadfast support. So I did okay in terms of time. Despite the technical difficulties, I still finished around 20 minutes. So now I am delighted to take your questions. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And now the session is open for questions. Participants can now unmute and raise their questions, and also they can use chat box.
Do you want me to also check into the chat for questions? Would you like me to do that? Okay, great. Okay. Wonderful. Yes, I'm ready. If anybody has any questions about anything, you can ask me anything. Any questions at all? None?
Good morning.
Yes.
Mahalakshmi, still here.
Yes.
So can we have the questions at the end after Isabel's presentation? Is it
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
So we will collect some questions in between.
Wonderful.
And thank you. Thank
No
you for
problem.
joining.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vandana, can you go ahead with that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights on Kudumbashree Collective Farming Joint Liability Groups as a food justice initiative. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, let me invite Ms. Isabel Suley Soifer, doctoral student, Department of Anthropology, University of California. She gained a lot of experience, including program coordinator, educational leadership and policy studies department at University of Houston College of Education, constituent service fellow at the office of Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, higher education editorial intern at Oxford City Press, strategic initiatives coordinator and analyst at Center for Houston Future, etc. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to Ms. Isabel Suley Soifer. Ma'am, you can start now.
Thank you so much. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and try to figure out the share screen situation real quick. Oh, awesome. Alrighty. So my name is Isabel. I am a PhD student at University of California, Irvine. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's been such a pleasure getting to hear everyone's amazing presentations. And I really want to thank Dr. Christabel for organizing all of this. It takes so much work to organize this sort of event, so thank you. And I also, since I'm in California, I wanted to provide a land acknowledgement. So the campus, the UC Irvine campus, is located on the homelands of the Aksumin and Tongva peoples. So I wanted to make that acknowledgement. I think that's extremely important. So this paper really just contains preliminary findings. Haven't gotten to do my official fieldwork just yet for my dissertation, but this is kind of where I'm at currently, and I appreciate any kind of feedback you might have. So go ahead and get started. So my presentation is called Racialization in University Land Policy in the Smart City. So young Black and Brown people are losing ground in New York City as universities transform urban settings into a smart city. For example, with Columbia University's latest Manhattanville expansion, since 2010, there was a 31% drop in youth population. Universities champion education as one of the benefits of their expansions to the community, even as their growing campuses extensively displace young Black and Brown people. So for my project, I analyze ethnographically how young Black and Brown people navigate being targeted for displacement and being denied access to education as New York City universities act as landholders in the smart city. So based on preliminary research, I was actually a master's student at Columbia University for a little bit, and I had the privilege to interview a grade school teacher in the neighborhood who made this really remarkable statement. Manhattan is transforming into one large campus consisting of two universities, Columbia University and New York University. And you can kind of see here, they're pretty well laid out throughout the city. And then in another interview that I had, actually with a housing activist, what I found interesting is how concerned he was for his daughter and access to education that she might have. As he said, "I've been trying to get my daughter into a private school. She's 3 years old. The 3 best schools are in this neighborhood, in the top 5% statewide, while all other schools in this neighborhood are bottom 5%. How can you have a community bordered 3 sides by academic institutions and have terrible schools?" So my project kind of emerges from these 2 lines of questioning, and I seek to understand how New York City universities are influencing smart city planning in particular, and how smart cities are becoming more like university campuses. The data I collect is the result of participant observation, semi-structured interviews, and archival research. These ethnographic methods offer more nuanced aspects of university urban planning and how stakeholders orient themselves within emerging smart cities. So I draw a great deal of my work from Dr. Keisha Khan Perry. She does excellent work on land grabbing in Brazil. And she defines land grabbing as state-sponsored racism and violence towards Blacks and the forced demolition of urban neighborhoods and the relocation of Blacks to the periphery of the city. I think her definition gives us a really great opportunity to understand how land grabs operate outside of the US, and how that informs the same processes operating in the US cities via gentrification. Because often when we talk about land grabs in the US, we just call them gentrification. I think that land grab actually marks the global processes of land theft being carried out. So not to generalize too much, but I do see some sort of commonalities between different parts of the world. So I start here with a little bit of history. I think New York City in particular is really important to study since it's often been a model of urban restructuring in cities around the world. In the 20th century, it was segregated racially and economically with policies like the Housing Act of 1949. What's interesting about this policy is it claimed to protect the American family from the spread of blight and slum, when in practice it resulted in the displacement of thousands of Black and Brown people from the city. Black and Brown people were displaced from really major famous sites that we know about, like Times Square, Central Park, and other major central areas. The ongoing legacy of such policies constitute at least a century of endemic racialization of space. And now with this latest smart city framework, urban universities are actually becoming hotbeds for smart city technological experimentation, with the purported aim of improving residents' quality of life. However, Black and brown citizens of US cities are in turn absent from urban development discussions as predominantly white men deemed to be experts and referred to as smart citizens speak on their behalf. So for my project, I'm looking at 3 universities with really deep historical ties to New York City: Columbia University, New York University, and Hunter College. They all are active participants in creating the smart city and have also been responsible for grabbing land. They use the rhetoric of the smart city to justify grabbing land, even as housing activists, displaced residents, and businesses actively challenge them. For example, in 2012, NYU announced its NYU 2031 expansion proposal, claiming its plans were community-friendly, sustainable, and would open more space. However, housing activists point out that open spaces have been and will continue to be destroyed by NYU. Hunter College, on the other hand, has a reputation of being a college where anyone who wishes to can get a degree. Yet their current expansion plans include a state-of-the-art facility for social work in predominantly Latinx East Harlem. And then Columbia University's Manhattanville expansion, to be completed by 2030, will displace about 5,000 residents and many locally owned businesses. Even as Columbia claims to practice greater openness to the community, residents note the ongoing displacement and increased university police presence. So my research is guided by these 3 major questions. First of all, how do young Black and brown people navigate displacement issues that emerge from smart city planning? Secondly, how do race and class biases of university administrators shape urban planning? And third, how is the trajectory of education itself being shaped by the university as a corporate land conglomerate? I think that re-examining racialized space as related to universities gives us rich opportunities to understand how education operates as a governance tool for intergenerationally reinscribing whiteness and white subjectivity as a norm in city spaces in the US. So I begin here with eminent domain. I think it has pretty close ties to the Housing Act in terms of its actual ultimate aims. So it permits private entities to work with the government to take private property if it is seen as being in the public interest, and in turn, they must provide just compensation. When it comes to university land grabs, just compensation often includes promises to provide educational resources to young Black and brown people living near on the sites of expansion. Public-private partnerships convey land in Harlem and other Black and brown spaces in the city as being underutilized. I believe that this process resembles colonialism. The seizure of spaces where Black people live is being stolen and developed. Black people are treated as if they are fungible and diminutive residents, and as if they affect the value of the land. Residents affected by this policy are left with little to no recourse, since governmental officials are the judges of whether eminent domain should be permitted, and are often themselves invested in securing and rezoning the land. So every step along the way, residents in New York City have been challenging these policies, particularly eminent domain. Organizing opposition at public hearings, filing lawsuits, and forming coalitions. According to longtime activist and Jamaican immigrant Yuen Chin, with Columbia University's expansion, she noted that now we have high rents and services. Something as simple as shopping for food is a problem. People are in survival mode now. For the working man, if he has to move, where does he go? She pushes for a community-oriented approach to combating displacement and leads workshops for low-income New Yorkers on their housing rights. She affirms that when there is repression, there is always resistance. We have to fend for ourselves. In East Harlem, a subway expansion is being planned, and buildings such as the Second Macedonian Pentecostal Church are being targeted for eminent domain. According to church official Claribel Rivera, this is our place for 40 years here in El Barrio, where we have given people hope and faith. We know we will someday be replaced by a subway. So one important time period to note in New York City was in the early 2000s, where urban planning became very much corporatized. And in cases where housing was affordable, renters often had to weigh the trade-offs between housing quality and affordability because of the risk of displacement. And a lot of displacees tend to move either to upstate New York, New Jersey, Long Island, the South, or the city shelter system. A total of 109,314 people used shelters at some point in 2008, compared to 82,802 in 2002. Displacement heavily affected individual neighborhoods as well. For example, from 2005 to 2008, while a fifth of renters citywide who left Bed-Stuy were displaced, another third of those who moved into Bed-Stuy were displaced from somewhere else. In another study, it was found that while overall populations increased between 2000 and 2015, Williamsburg had a decrease of 15,000 Latinx residents, and between 2000 and 2013, Park Slope had a decrease of 5,000 Black and Latinx households. So despite the fight to remain, community organizations, residents, and organizers often go unheard by policymakers at the city, state, or federal levels. Meanwhile, the neoliberal state and even some community-based developers neglect the housing needs of poor residents by focusing on market-based solutions such as the smart city. But by not considering the voices of thousands of people who have been displaced in cities such as New York City as serious critique of the status quo, little will change. Those determined that their investment, quote unquote, saves the land in New York City from being improperly used perpetuate colonialism in the city, with ramifications for the entire New York region in terms of underinvestment and dispossession. So now I go a little bit into the smart city frameworks, and as of late, they've been even more magnified in approaches to urban land development via such processes as increased surveillance, predictive policing, and other technologies that are inherently racially biased. Intrusive and increasingly violent barriers of access and restrictive notions of urban citizenship are being forcefully reinscribed at the exclusion of Black and Brown residents in New York City. Land grabs by the city and its universities serve the aims of technocratic urban planners who claim to solve urban problems and ensure quality of life for a public that is actually largely denied entry, instead further placed in harm's way via the surveillance state. Here you can see a kind of outline of where different Black businesses are, and they have also been heavily affected both by land grabbing and by the pandemic. For example, the daughter of this really famous restaurant in Harlem called Sylvia's, Trines Was Black, claims that prior to the pandemic, Black people accounted for 2% of business ownership in New York City. But by the end of the pandemic, the number will likely be around 0.2%. She attributes this to less access to capital for Black and Brown businesses and underlying health conditions that COVID aggravated. As a result, land grabbing by wealthier people will rise as they take advantage of these opportunities to purchase real estate that's been abandoned by people who have poured their life savings into their businesses. And to kind of provide a little bit more background on that, only 6% of Black business owners have banks as their primary source of credit versus 23% for all businesses. And Black business owners receive less than half of the loan amounts given to white peers on average. Black business owners are expected thus to expend a much larger amount of their resources, time, and energy than other business owners for the exact same land. In turn, what Black business owners build on urban land is immensely undervalued in comparison to other business owners. So here I'm looking at the trends of land grabbing, and it's not looking very great for particularly the up and coming generations of young Black and Brown people in New York City. Despite young people being considered the face of the smart cities movement, since they have a lot of experience interacting with a hyper-connected, digitally driven world, there is still a vast trend of young Black and Brown people being displaced from the city. For example, according to the 2020 US Census, between 2010 and 2020, the number of Harlem residents under 18 dropped by more than 7,600, even as the neighborhood's overall population swelled by more than 20,000 people. Life chances for young people of color in US cities are declining, even as universities in the city claim that urban development will benefit young people. So I had the chance to interview Flores Forbes during my fieldwork in New York City previously. He's Columbia's Associate VP for Program Implementation and a former Black Panther member. And he promoted this youth initiative that Columbia has been planning as a result of their land grab called Opportunity Youth. And he described to me its target population, who are referred to as disconnected youth. He claimed that there was a study done several years ago that identified young people of color, mostly young men, who are out of school, have not finished school, without GED or diploma, not working, who might be formally incarcerated. When I asked him to define disconnected, he brought up my experience as a counterexample. You are someone who finished high school, went to college, and are now in grad school. Most of the time, you are connected to opportunities and resources. A lot of young people are not connected. So a lot of universities use this sort of reasoning in the places where they're expanding in New York City, particularly in areas where young Black and brown people are considered disconnected, even as those same young people might be displaced due to those expansions. Each core plan for the universities promises to serve them by providing scholarships and to attend universities, after-school literacy programs, and tutoring programs. For example, Hunter College started a project called All in East Harlem, which promises engagement with disconnected young people via arts-infused curriculum and after-school programs. Yet in 2012, disconnected youth made up 22.3% of the young population in East Harlem, compared to Manhattan's rate of 12.3%. And yet by 2021, the total percentage of young people displaced from East Harlem was 12.91%, while in East Harlem North, 10.32% of young people were displaced. I'm really interested to know if, these are different data sets, but if there might have been some overlap in those numbers. So the inception of New York City as a smart city, I think, bears down upon the question of what will happen to the livelihoods of young Black and brown people as universities merge with cities and private corporations to become what historian DeVarian Baldwin refers to as the university. The university is a process whereby higher education is gaining control over not just economic development, but also urban governance. He points out this tie between private companies that conduct research on university campuses and the tax-exempt status of their land. As a result, the prosperity tied to universities is directly extracted from the taxes that would normally go to public services for cities, like secondary schools and public works. Such is then followed by increases in property taxes and rental costs for residents near those campuses. Universities, on the other hand, get to keep 50 to 60% of revenues from research conducted on the campus if it turns out to be a lucrative discovery. And then on top of that, coupled with this trend are debates over school choice, specifically in cities where wealthy white families are moving into low-income neighborhoods without sending their children to the neighborhood schools. Instead, they send them to private schools. According to Carla Shedd, a professor of sociology and African American studies at Columbia University, schooling and housing are being decoupled in ways that hasn't been the case before. And with all of these processes in place, that really affects long-term residents' political power and threatens further gentrification and displacement. So to conclude my presentation, I would say that smart city narratives claim that smart citizens are needed to build the city of the future. As you can see here on the slide, there's this sort of outline of the idealized smart city. Despite smart citizens not representing the city's population demographically or socially, they influence urban planning in ways that further ingrain particular kinds of bias, such as classism and racism. The assumption is that urban problems are the result of failed execution, that the right people and technologies need to replace the current residents and structures in place. When in reality, smart cities are being designed to displace young Black and brown people, reinforcing the existing power structure of the few holding the most wealth and power, while denying resources to public schools and other public services that would have otherwise served Black and brown communities in New York City. This trend is being accelerated by technological changes in cities such as hyper-surveillance. The result is the collusion of university landholders and corporate interests masquerading as government interests to colonize more urban land. The smart city depends on the university to justify mass displacements of people and businesses not deemed not to fit within the prescribed role of a particular kind of white subjectivity, the likes of which is defined by reinscribing the status of smart citizen in contrast to non-citizen. As Professor of Black Studies Cedric Robinson argues, racialism inevitably permeates the social structures emergent from capitalism. The enactment of the smart city, I believe, is a process that delimits and reaffirms exclusive white subjectivity via land grabbing and educational segregation, violently reinscribed into present socio-spatial relations in New York City. Yeah, so that's all I have. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation of these preliminary findings, and I'm really looking forward to hearing any comments or questions you might have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fantastic.
And now the
Fantastic.
session is open for questions.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, Isabel. And Ms. Mahalakshmi, I think some questions are there in the chat box, but I'll start telling something because I put a question there.
Yes.
It's about the discrimination, right? So the discrimination is there everywhere in the world, especially in the urban areas. And we also have conducted some studies in urban poverty, where we could find prosperity amidst poverty exists amidst prosperity. So that is the reason is, the school may be there inside in the sun, go into the or step into the schools which are providing very good quality education. So that kind of studies we have already conducted. And also another issue is there with the technology. When the technology increases or enhances, that also widens the gap. Especially the latest digital divide among the poor and rich. So from your experience, from your study regarding the experience in your country, can you suggest some measures to fill the gap, especially for the global south, which we are still struggling because the urbanization is a big challenge for a lot of us, and the gaps are getting widened over a period of time. Thank you. So I think another question is also there in the chat box. I think that is for Ms. Mahalakshmi. Can you respond to that first? Then I think Isabel can respond.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then I also wanted to, I'll gladly respond to the question from Atul Joseph. And then I also wanted to say that as a person who lives in the US and who is another PhD candidate like Isabel, I'll be glad to be a bridge in any way that I can. In other words, because I belong to both places. India is my homeland and this US is my adopted homeland. So any way in which I can support you, Isabel, I'll be glad to. This is the first time I'm meeting you, but that was a marvelous presentation and I'm here to support you, okay? Great. So let's look at Atul Joseph's question. Will food fortification be an effective solution to ensure food security in context of reports claiming negligible evidence in support of the same due to low absorption? Atul, please clarify your question for me a little more. What exactly do you mean by food fortification? I want to do you mean nutritional fortification of food? Is that what you mean, Atul?
Yes, ma'am. I meant the nutritional fortification of food because recently our milk itself was fortified with vitamins, and but there are reports claiming that the absorption rate of these micronutrients are so minimalistic to the scale that they won't enter blood streams, and thereby the way these nutrients will have effect on us will be very low. And the proponents of other theories are claiming that instead we should provide effective food, a balanced diet to the children. And there is a huge difference between having a diet itself which is rich in nutrients and artificially providing the nutrients in the food that is available to the person. A balanced diet, they say that, is always better than providing nutrients through some other means. So what's your take on that?
Thank you so much for asking. I love this question because what happens when you focus on food justice is I'm not exactly even thinking about this. So this is phenomenal. So let me first rephrase the question. Your question is fortifying whatever food people eat. Would that be an effective solution because people are not absorbing the food? So my question back to you is, what do you mean by fortification? So when people grow their food, and then in Kudumbashri context, they're eating their food, or in any other context. Fortification is nutritional fortification before the food is sold in the market. Is that what you're talking about, Atul?
Yes, ma'am. To state an example here, we have the corporate Milma Society giving away milk. So the government has decided to fortify with vitamin D to solve the vitamin D deficiency among the people. And even in the case of salt, it's fortified with iron to solve the iron deficiency. So I meant fortification in such a manner.
I think that will help phenomenally. Anything, see, particularly in a place like Kerala, what I loved about Kerala, and I think all of you are familiar with what is called in academic literature as the Kerala model, because Kerala has literally stunned the world by breaking so many records and modeling how in a developing nation context with minimal income or very compared to developed countries, if I can use that term, in the context of not having resources in terms of income, how many targets have been met in terms of maternal mortality, in terms of the hunger index and so forth. So particularly in a place like Kerala, where you're talking about Milma. Milma is in Kerala, right, Atul?
Yes,
Correct,
ma'am,
correct.
it's in Kerala.
Yeah. So because I have actually, when I was in the field, I had the joy, because in one of my study groups, the woman who was the leader of Kudumbashri also had dairy cows right in her backyard, in the outside of the farmhouse. There was the milk was being produced there. She had the milking equipment. She had a biogas equipment. And then she said, okay, she went to the Palvalli from there to the cooperative where the milk was delivered to the Milma. So, to where it will eventually go to Milma. So in a place like Kerala, I think all that is possible, and that's phenomenal. And it's great, Atul, that as a young person, you're thinking about these things, because this is a novel and unique approach, the nutritional approach to fortifying the food, and that's a great dimension. I think if things are not being absorbed, that's a great idea. Am I answering your question, Atul?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions on that?
No, ma'am. You clarified my doubts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Atul. Thanks for asking a question and for being committed to food justice. That's the important thing. So I think we'll let Isabel answer her question now, the discrimination question that Dr. Christabel talked about.
Thank you. I feel that's such a big question, and I don't know if I can necessarily claim to have the answers. But I think one of the most important things, because when I first started out, I thought what needed to happen was that the universities, just need to be more open and listen to the community, because the community always has the answers. It can never be a top-down approach ever. I don't think that's ever effective. And I don't think it can be achieved through capitalism either. I think capitalism perpetuates that inequality. So that's why I'm so interested in all of these movements, all these co-op movements, because I think they could be very useful and generative for these exact kinds of situations. To help empower businesses and schools. And I'm sure there are already a lot of initiatives like that I just am not yet aware of that are already going on. But yeah, the technology gap, I think, especially with COVID, it's just become even more aggravated, as more kids are expected to school online. But yeah, I think really just listening to what the community says is one of the most important things. And I can't be really the one to say what they should do, because I don't really know what's best for them. But I do think it's important to be at least in solidarity and try to offer whatever support possible. Hopefully that was okay.
That was very helpful, Isabel. Can I just add a couple of things quickly, if I may? Okay, so I think Isabel is right in saying this is such a broad topic, and how to answer that question, that's so true. In response to what Dr. Christabel raised, what can be done in the global south? There are some innovative, I wish I could remember the names of all these programs, but there are some innovative things being done to deal with the digital divide. I actually saw this in a family, in some group, some video that through a personal contact someone had sent, where this is in a remote village in Kashmir or in the northern parts of India, where actually the team was a lot of people, Westerners, people from the global north, along with the local people. Probably, I'm not sure if it's Nepal, but pardon my ignorance, but they actually carried solar. So this village had no electricity, and they carried solar cells through very difficult terrains. And actually, in one situation, the river had to melt for people to go through. And then they established these solar cells. So solar energy is providing one opportunity to deal with the digital divide specifically. But you're right, Dr. Christabel, the growing inequality in India is and in the rest of the world is just terrifying. So I hope it was okay for me to just sneak in there and say that, Isabel. Yeah. So anyway, I'll leave it to the moderators. There are a few more questions here. So I'll leave it to Dr. Christabel to see who can I answer the next question, which is on public distribution, Dr. Christabel? May I, Chandana, any of the organizers listening? Okay, Isabel, can I go ahead and answer the next question? Is that okay? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There's another question. Who's asking the question? I can't see you.
Yeah, I think that Tinyan would like to ask.
Yeah. Yes, my hand was up. Thanks for the
Yes.
presentation. Well, I enjoyed it. Just a bit of clarification, because
Yes.
when you were using again, I'm speaking to Isabel. When you were using the various terms, you mentioned Black people, brown people, and people of color. When you lump all of them together like that, it sort of creates sort of I see like a far bigger scope than when we look at the various ways that displacement affect different groups. Because I believe even when you were sharing your data, they were specific to Black people. But when you now sort of were speaking, you use the word Black, brown, and then once in a while you brought in people of color. So I would just like for you, maybe as you move on with your research work, and you will find that the lived experience and realities when it comes to displacement and some of these issues are separate for Black people. They are experienced quite differently. So if you want to speak about, Asian, South Asian, or East Asian, or Latinx, it's different. The experiences are quite different, and different from also Black people. So I sort of found that a bit problematic. Black, brown, people of color sort of lumped, and then you give one sort of data set that was specific to Black people. Just my observation. And as you move on with your research, just to separate them and clarify them, because you find the data will come up when you do your research or survey, the experiences will be quite different based on the various racial groups.
Thank you for your comment. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay, can I speak to are you done, Tinyan? That was great. I'm sorry, your hand was up, but
yes, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, didn't want to interrupt anyone. Isabel, are you done? Can I answer the next question, dear?
Yeah.
Unless you want to say something. Did you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
I should, yeah. I think that's a really important point that Tinyan made. I should definitely be a lot more careful moving on into the future in terms of recognizing the different experiences that people have. Yeah, and I apologize. That was very insensitive of me, and I will work on improving that with my research going forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, Tinyan, do you have a response?
Oh, okay. No, I was just going to tell her, fine. No, definitely. I find sometimes these things happen when people are doing research. They even, I'm in Canada and people use the word people of color. And that again is problematic because the lived realities of the various racial groups, visible minority groups, they're even what we call, people use the word immigrants, and we have what we call invisible immigrants, who are, they can blend in with white people and get privileges that Black immigrants or Asian immigrants, South Asian or East Asian immigrants would not get. Again, like I said, it was just a suggestion, but definitely the presentation was fantastic. It's a good thing you're embarking on. It's a good research topic, but again, you just find when you lump it all together, you just find it becomes too much and very problematic as you try to do the work and present it, in the future. But yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, can I answer the question from Jyoti Nair on public distribution now? Isabel and Tinya?
Yes, I'm done. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
can go. Thanks.
Just making sure. Wonderful point that you brought up and great response from Isabel. It's so wonderful that we can talk about these things. So Jyoti, my question to you is, you're talking about the role of public distribution system can never be negated in both initiatives of Kudumbashree. I'm going to ask you again I'm going to reframe the question. I assume that I interpret this to mean that the public distribution system is working very well in both initiatives of Kudumbashree. Is that what you're trying to say, Jyoti?
Yes, ma'am. It was what because you mentioned about the community kitchen as well as the other in the Janaki hotel, which was made by initiatives. All these side in some way or other the support of the public distribution system.
Absolutely.
So when you are, this is about the generation of the food, which happens in the this liability groups. But when it comes to the distribution aspect, it is done very well by the state agencies. So I thought there should be a synergy between the two for this to become a sustainable practice.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. So when you said can never be negated, meaning that the more attention needs to be paid for the public distribution system so that what is grown in the villages, in the Kudumbashree JLGs, reaches the distribution centers and gets distributed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's
Perfect.
just for the sake of most of these are going for self-sustenance. So what happens if we are coming into terms with the large scale market values and when it's brought to the hands of the common man?
Right. Good point. Very good point. Kudumbashree is trying. You live in Kerala, so I think you will know more about these things than I do. I was blessed to be there for a few months and then I came back and I'm back in Denver, Colorado. So I think it's very wise that you're paying attention to these things. Kudumbashree tries. So they have markets, like the Sunday we say in Tamil. Do you say Sunday? What do you say for bazaar or Sunday in Malayalam, Jyoti? What do you say?
It's Nyayaraicha.
Oh,
Nyayaraicha.
Nyayaraicha. So they have various, they are trying very hard. And then Kudumbashree has also now started marketing things. So things are, for example, when I had a focus group for the district program managers of the 14 districts in Kerala. I was fortunate enough that they had a meeting and the agricultural program officer gave me some time with them. So I asked them each to share a story. So amazing things are happening in Kudumbashree, such as they started making turmeric and then they converted into turmeric powder and then they started packaging it and then they started selling it throughout Kerala. And I believe some things are even being sold online. So they're trying hard. But it is totally correct that Kerala has an incredible public distribution system, which was made very clear during the Janakiya kitchens. I mean, the Janakiya kitchens are still going on during the COVID community kitchens. For those of you who may not be familiar with it and who are outside of Kerala, what actually happened, thank you, Jyoti, for giving me an opportunity to actually talk about this. This was incredible. What happened is, as soon as, because this was from the floods, there was some experience in Kerala on community kitchens. So in places like schools and public places, all kinds of volunteers, somebody, anybody. And I saw some of these videos. I was so touched by the intersections, intersectionality, people from all different walks of life, rich, poor, student, retired, all kinds of people were there cooking the food. And then this food was delivered in packets to people who made the calls or sent an SMS and requested them. And you all know this. Those of you who live in Kerala know this, but there are people here outside of Kerala. So I'm making it a point to mention this. So the distribution was exceptional. Even the state sanitation staff were involved in the distribution. And with Janakiya kitchens, these are hotels that that provide food. At first it was 25 rupees, which is, I'm not using the US dollar as a standard, but again, there are people from other parts of the world. So the 25 rupees is about 33 cents. So one meal was provided for that. And it is still, 25 rupees is a lot for a wage earner and a worker and a producer, but that is made available through the Janakiya Hotel. So you're right, the public distribution system and the connections between the producers and the people who need the food can be improved. And it's an excellent point you brought up, Jyoti. And Bushra, then I think there is one more question on food, and I know, wait a minute, real quickly. Okay. Let me see. Is there any other question on food? Because there are now other interesting questions on land grab and social audit. So I'm going to let Isabel answer those. Is there any other question on food justice? Just speak up in case I haven't seen it in the chat. Is there any other question?
I think it is over. Your questions are over.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Isabel.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome, Isabel. This is beautiful.
I think
Isabel, it's
let
Isabel answer
the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. I'll try to find all these real quick. So I think the first question here is how the land grab affects white middle class people. And that's a good question. I can't really say that I have an answer to that just yet. I would say, though, that there is a general trend of increasing income inequality that's often racialized in New York City. And it's kind of complicated, too, this idea of middle class, because it seems like the idea of the middle class is often idealized. It's often not actually in existence, or it's become a lot smaller. Unfortunately, it's so yeah, I think it's good to kind of question the term middle class and how we tend to. What's interesting is everyone tends to want to think that they're middle class, when in reality, most people end up sort of on two different ends of the spectrum, unfortunately. I hope that doesn't quite address the question, but let's see. Shouldn't universities be subjected to social audit in the context of land grabbing? I would need to look more into that as well. I think there are certain structures in place that are intended to manage and control where universities can expand, but I would say it's usually set up in such a way that is advantageous to universities and the city in order to make more of a profit. So I don't know how effective those, like an audit actually would be in trying to manage land grabs. And I think that's basically everything. Oh, yeah, okay, I think that's everything. Thank you so much for your questions. Apologies that I don't have a lot of answers, but I definitely appreciate it. Kind of helps me understand better where to move forward with my project and where it needs improvement for sure. So thank you.
can I just jump in on that question? How does land grab affect the white middle class people, and talk about it a little bit, Isabel? See, what happens with gentrification in the US is it affects everybody, because including white middle class people, because it makes our society, or it makes our geographical communities highly unstable. So therefore, regardless of the class background or the racial background of someone, when we create a system where you buy a house in a certain area and then it can put out roots there, your children go to school there, et cetera, regardless of background or class, then at one fine day, because it has a monetary value, it develops a monetary value because it's attractive to a richer buyer, you can lose everything. I remember reading an article where there's a white middle-class woman who had to keep moving, I believe in Brooklyn, 3 or 4 times. She would be in a certain place, she would put out roots, her children would bond with the neighborhood, and then she has to up and move again. That's how I would say it affects white middle-class people who happen to be caught in the gentrification cycle. It affects that way. And then it also affects because when we have a system that is based on this much inequity, where land, house, everything can go to the highest bidder, we all live in a state of uncertainty. And it is very destabilizing for our sense of community and for the solidarity that we need to build all over the world, including the United States, for our oppressed and marginalized people. And particularly because there are a lot of single parents in the United States. So there's a 50%, I forget the percentage, but a lot of the families are led by women. And the men who fathered the children may or may not give child support. So there are lots of single women who belong to the white middle class, and they could belong to any group, who also get, so single mothers across the spectrum, regardless of race, get affected by gentrification. That's what I think. What do you think, Isabel?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that that's the thing, is the system affects everyone. It's just some people might not be as aware of it, if that makes sense. Whereas others, they're left with no choice. They basically are seen as expendable. And I think women often fall into that category. And yeah, I think it's just complicated because I don't really know how we are defining middle class, I guess. I just feel like that's a very politicized word and needs to be more broken down. But I would say that even as a middle class person, there's still a very high chance of being displaced and deemed expendable.
Yeah, totally. And I also have a response to the question, shouldn't universities be subjected to social audit in the context of land grabbing? May I respond to that also, Isabel?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is not a progressive society. We even have, India may be, in terms of income and so forth, there may be economic disparities. But I will just go ahead and say, and I hope I'm not offending anybody, there are a lot of forces in the United States that literally label thinking for the community. I have literally been in situations as a teaching assistant where a professor is teaching community development, and a student walks up to that professor and says, this was before the 2016 election, you are for Hillary Clinton, that's why you're teaching this. And this guy says, I'm Iranian Canadian, I don't even vote here. I'm teaching this as a community development principle. So we've gotten afraid because of the fear of communism and now fear of critical race theory in the United States, which is horrible. This fear is horrible people are afraid to think and question. So only when people, and there are a lot of people who are questioning, like Isabel, regardless. So we have a contingent of people who are doing critical thinking, but in general, progressive thinking, in spite of this, people believing that this is the most free country in the entire world, people are not able to think freely, express freely, and question freely in many contexts. Right, Isabel?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do not think that the US is very progressive, to say the least. Yeah.
So can we conclude this session? We are running out of time. Thank you, both of you. So Lakshmi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. No. Sri Lakshmi is supposed to deliver
Oh,
vote of
Sri
thanks.
Lakshmi. Sorry, I thought you were talking to Mahalakshmi. Sorry. Yes, thank you everybody for being a fantastic audience. Okay, now I'll mute myself.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you, ma'am. We have come to the end of the session. I would like to welcome Ms. Sri Lakshmi L, first year MA Economics student, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. It's my privilege to give a vote of thanks on this occasion of the second International Conference on Cooperative, Mutual Aids and Solidarity Economics, experience from around the world. On behalf of my department, I'm thanking Ms. Mahalakshmi Mahalingam, PhD candidate, School of Community Resource and Development, Walt School, College of Public Service and Community Solution, for conducting seminar on paper, Kudumbashree, Collective Group Farming, Joint Liability as a Food Justice Initiative. Thank you, ma'am. Now I thank Isabel Solis-Offer, PhD student, Department of Anthropology, University of California, USA, on paper racialization and university land policy in smart city. Both papers have enlightened our minds and have shown us a new path. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Andavi, Head of Department, Dr. Christabel PJ, Organizing Secretary, and all other teachers for their endless guidance and support. Finally, I would like to thank each one of you for your kind cooperation and support for making this event a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christabel. This was an amazing opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So
yes.
We are moving to the next session.
Yes.
Thank you for joining. Good night. Go to
Good
sleep.
Night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can we start this next session?
Sure, Hema. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all. I am extremely delighted to be a part of the 3-day international webinar on the topic Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics Experience from Around the World. Today, the duty assigned to me is to welcome all the dignitaries present in the 5th technical session based on the theme Moral Political Economy, Human Economy, Trust Economy. First of all, I would like to welcome the chairperson of the session, Professor Shaji Varki, who is currently working as the professor in the Department of Political Science, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, to the session. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, good day, everyone. I am very happy to associate myself with this international seminar titled as cooperation, mutual aid, and solidarity economics. Actually, we have lost almost 30 minutes of our time allotted for us. Anyway, I think we could able to manage. I have 5 presentations in session. I hope that I too could grab some of the time which is allotted to the coming session. Anyway, I appreciate the Department of Economics for sort of thinking laterally from the kind of positivist neoclassical thinking in economics, where we know that the market is the messiah, and the 3 decades of the neoliberal capitalist experiment proved that it has become vacuous, it has become bankrupt, and it has actually run out of. And there are, various symptoms of the crisis that one can identify, like the the implosion of national economies. Initially, it started as implosions of national economies at the peripheries. Later, such economic crisis has actually crept right into the center stage in the developed capitalist countries, particularly in USA and Europe. And you have we had actually witnessed the growing inequalities. Actually, the statistics also shows that during the last 200 years, the extent of inequality has been on the increase rather than the trend getting decreased. And we see that instances of rising poverty and hunger, particularly in certain parts of the world where we know that it has been on the increase, and there is no trend of these phenomena going down. And you have social tensions. We have witnessed authoritarianism and fascism across the world, right from America to the east in Philippines, including India and several other countries. So the the 21st century actually that we find certain silver lines also in the form of anti-globalization, alter globalization movements for building a more just and humane society, where we have actually tried to incorporate the values of environment, the values of human rights, of economic justice, of labor protection, of cultural diversity, of peace, and also like a participatory democracy. The basic argument of moral economy is twofold. A moral economy actually holds that the expansion of capitalism turns land, forest, natural resources, and labor into community. It's a crass commodification process. It also entails a cultural and a social change. It exposes peasants to greater suffering. The cultural shifts actually unglue the social relationships that historically functioned as social insurance. When this happens, sudden and widespread subsistence threats may fuel moral outrage. So the peasants expect patrons to help the way it happened in the past. So it is not only the material deprivation, but also the moral shock at the unresponsiveness of their former patrons that ignite peasant protest in different parts of the world. One can find recent manifestations of moral economy. The Mexican president, Manuel Lopez Obrador, is a center left, and he wrote a book in 2020. The title of the book is Towards a Moral Economy. And he narrates the moral transformation of Mexico in it. We know that Mexico was ravaged by these neoliberal experiments during the last 3 decades. Bernie Sanders, the Democratic senator and presidential candidate in the United States, referred to the need for a moral economy in many of his speeches. And his idea was to reduce the inequality between the rich and poor in America. David Graeber, a major US anthropologist, who wrote a book in 2011, which is called Debt, the first 5,000 years. It narrates the history of debt during the last 5,000 years, and in which he says that markets are founded and maintained by systematic state violence. And in the absence of such violence, they can even come to be seen as the very basis of freedom and autonomy. E.P. Thompson, we know the famous Marxist, British Marxist historian and the author of The Making of English Working Class. He wrote a famous work which is called The Moral Economy of the English Crowd in the 18th century, by analyzing the tinners, the colliers, the weavers, the hosiery workers, and the laboring people. And this kind of crisis brought about by the laissez-faire economic system and the enclosure movement during that time. And he noted that the revolts were not simply a spasmodic reaction to hunger. They were actually defending the traditional rights or customs, practices, etc., which is or which could be considered as the irreducible social minimum, and which constitute the moral economy, according to E.P. Thompson. James Scott, who wrote a book in 1976 called The Moral Economy of the Peasant, Rebellion and Subsistence, in Southeast Asia, in which he was actually examining the cases of Vietnam and Burma, in which he underlined the centrality of the subsistence problem. The transformation of the colonial era systematically violated the peasants' moral economy and created a situation of potential rebellion and revolt. And Scott's views peasants as political and moral actors defending their values as well as their individual security. In the 21st century also, the moral economy has, I think, tremendous significance. The new forms of infra-economic practices defying globalization are coming up in the 21st century. Particularly in the area of resource management, various resource management regimes are, have come up in recent times, such as co-management, self-management, and various forms of cooperatives, community enterprises, and the communal system of production and consumption also have come up in recent times to challenge the hegemonic dominant forms of economic structure which exist in the world. And secondly, new forms of rebellions by the peasants also has been witnessing that we witness in the 21st century. By peasants, by indigenous people, women, cultural minorities, etc. Particularly the case of MST, the Brazilian landless workers movement, which is actually more than 1.5 million, have grown in strength, like the Via Campesina movement, which is spread in 80 countries, incorporating more than 180 organizations. In fact, Via Campesina is responsible for the idea of food security, food sovereignty, which is it's an idea, a concept which is far more, qualitatively better a notion than food security. And also, we see the growth of social movements in Europe, in Asia, in Latin America, in North America, all over the world. That also we have been witnessing in the 21st century. And lately, the farmers' movement in India, which it's something unprecedented in terms of its organization, in terms of its solidarity that it has created, in terms of the alternate vision that it has put forth. So in many ways, I think that the moral economy question is of great importance in the contemporary period. And with these few words, I stop and I invite, and we have actually 3, 4, 5 presentations. I don't know the time for each presentation. If somebody, Christopher or somebody, suggest the time allotted for each presentation, then I will stick to that. And you can also suggest the maximum time that that the session can go up to. If there is no time constraint, then I will straight away ask Veena Rajani, Associate Professor, Government Arts College, Trivandrum, for making her presentation demanding equality in inegalitarian society.
Good morning, sir. I think I am audible. Can you hear me,
You are
sir?
audible.
Yes.
Yes.
Maximum how much time? I think it's 15 minutes or what? Because I have...
I'm now. Can you make it in 10 minutes?
Okay, I'll conclude in 10 to 15 minutes. That would be fine.
It's okay.
10 to 15 is 10 to
minutes
11
or
is good.
so.
10 to
Okay,
11
okay.
is good. 10 to 15 is far-fetched.
Okay, okay, sir. So the topic that I like to present before you, first of all, let me thank the organizers of this particular seminar to give me an opportunity to present a paper on this particular conference. And the topic that I am presenting here is demanding equality in an egalitarian society. So I'll just take my okay. So the subject matter of inequality, whether it is in any form, is a more captivating and at the same time an imperative subject of discourse or discussion right from the time where the human race has been formed or being developed. So it is understood from three perspectives. One is from the perspective of a contented rich who has everything in affluence, and at the same time from a struggling poor who is struggling all the time to grab something, and for an aspiring or a worried middle class. So they always look for something to aspire, or they look for to grab something more. Now, these traditionally associated claims of equality, mainly in the focus of income and wealth, is broadly read under what is called egalitarianism. So here, this question of egalitarianism has much role to play in the context of our regional political economy and its governance associated towards restructuring inequality in the terms, either in terms of income equality and hence economic inequality. Now, let me speak a bit about inequality, a history of inequality. So, the history of inequality doesn't expose us to you a bed of roses. It is in fact a chaotic and a politically influenced, it's something influenced not only by social changes, but that too is driven by more or countless economic, social, political, and cultural phenomena. Piketty's latest book, The Capital in the 21st Century. So these disparities, and when you speak about equality, our main focus comes on income and wealth. So the disparities of income and wealth between these different social groups is generated as a result of development that takes place in different spheres. So whatever be the development that takes place in their own different spheres, that gives some space for inequality. Therefore, all the dimensions of inequality, whether it is income, whether it is wealth, or it is political, military, cultural, all these are intertwined, and one gives space for the other. So, and now I would like to examine the concept of inequality by explaining the different approaches. It's understood that there is no gradual or a conflict-free evolution towards greater knowledge, because never and ever in any society that we find there is a conflict-free evolution from an egalitarian society to an inegalitarian society to an egalitarian society. So why? Because the social arrangements in general that give rise to the question, give rise to inequality, it exists in its own form. Therefore, it gives space to assess equality based on the question of equality of what? That's what Amartya Sen has put up in the year 1995. So, in the perspective of any egalitarian society, if it is of income egalitarians, they demand equal income. If it is of welfare egalitarians, they demand equal welfare. So, if it is of classical utilitarians, they insist on equal utility based on giving much utility space for all. On whether it is libertarians, they demand equality with respect to an entire class of rights and liberties. Therefore, these different schools of thoughts take different social exercise to understand equality or how equality is being demanded. Here comes the question of quantification. How will you quantify these social arrangements so as to explain the concept of equality in whatever form it exists. In that sense, which are the variables which we can take to explain the concept of equality? Now, what would be the yardstick of comparison if it is
not known.
What could be the yardstick of comparison? That could be without conflict, because if you try to explain inequality from one dimension, it conflicts with equality of other dimension. So in that sense, what could be this yardstick? So in general, we always try to explain equality.
Ma'am, your slide is not moving.
Slide is not
moving.
Which slide you are seeing now? Can you see decomposing?
The heading.
It's coming up. Yeah. So so if you decompose inequality also, so we will find it is inequality either from income from labor, or inequality with respect to the ownership of assets, is ownership of capital, that is in fact ownership of assets and wealth, which give rise to income, or the interaction of these two variables. So whichever variable you focus to understand the question of inequality, these variable involves a good lot of intertwined variables to explain the concept of equality. So to explain that, while taking a one variable or a two variable is not easy, all these are simultaneously related intertwined variables. A bit on previous literature. So most of the literature on inequality centers on the traditional classification with respect to the economic class, that is mostly defined in terms of the Marxian basic. So that means in the concentration of ownership of means of production and ownership in terms of diversity of income group and wealth categories. So such a classification is obviously more compatible. Why such a classification has got that popularity means it is something obviously more compatible in most of the cases. So inequalities in income and wealth leads to unequal well-being and living conditions that has been empirically supported and proved. So that is most important implication of the first spillover effect that an inequality can generate. So if you are living in a world where you have too much of income and wealth inequalities, that immediately get reflected in your living and well-being conditions, and that too has been empirically supported. So given the different dimensions of inequality, most of the theories or most of the previous literature that focuses upon understanding inequality by taking one or two focus variable and then building up a conceptual framework based on that. So in most of the studies, the focus is on transfer of income, that is either through some transfer payments. So there comes the importance of policy choice, so that these bureaucratic steps can take some measures so as to reduce inequality. And there are the other study, Beckley 2003, that related inequality with poverty. So the second study is inequality relating that with poverty. So the focus is more on income and wealth inequality. The third important study that I have focused is based upon an utility-based study, since in the inequality is being understood in terms of interpersonal differences in interpersonal endowments, and therefore they focuses more on utility base. Now, in a neoclassical economic framework, as we all know, the neoclassical economist J.B. Clark tried to ascribe the contribution of each share of factors of production in the production function. So there comes the other important side, that the fruits of one factor is.
Hello, ma'am. It was slide not move, ma'am. Yeah.
What is happening?
It's slide not move, ma'am. It's a first slide. Yeah. Slide show, ma'am.
First slide.
Yeah.
Can you see now?
Yeah, see, but it's not moving. Your voice is breaking. Huh? Your voice breaks.
That is not moving.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes.
My voice is breaking.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I think maybe some internet-related issues. With the possibility of time, I couldn't stick on, but anyway, I'm moving along. So the conclusion.
Hello, ma'am. Your voice is breaking. Then off your video, then presentation.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
What about slides now? What about slides?
Veena, slides are not
Dr.
there.
Dr. Veena, you better go without slides. You may have a poor connectivity. It could be the reason.
Okay, okay, okay. So,
You proceed without slideshow.
okay. Okay, okay, sir, then. Once again. Okay, so now again when you come to, I think I'm audible, right?
You are audible. You are audible.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, sir. So without slides, I'll move. So into the next, if you understood the Simon Kuznets study, Simon Kuznets have made an observation that there will be an increase in inequality in an economy rises first, and that falls with income. That arises first. So we have an inverted U hypothesis that reaches its maxima and then falls. So this particular paper, based on this particular framework of Kuznets, Glaser 2005 made an analysis by taking some certain sociological observation that inequality and ethnical heterogeneity are highly correlated, either because of differences in education.
Veena, your allotted time is over now. You have to finish in another 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, sir, and then I'll come to conclusion part of that.
Okay.
There is diversity and disparity in the idea of equality because of the basic nature of heterogeneity of human beings and the multiplicity of variables involved in judging inequality. So different roots of inequality have different kinds of inequality have different historical roots. They coexisted and reinforces each other, each cutting another. So these inequalities the disparities are existing either because of inherent diversity of human beings or because of external diversity existing in human beings. So demanding equality in terms of one variable is conflicts with that of another. Therefore, in order to measure inequality, you need to focus upon certain focal variable based on certain criteria involving the scale of measurement, following whichever conceptual approach we would like to move up. Then, since all these policies are because all these inequality issues are associated with political, economic, social, and related issues, there should be these things are to be understood in a political economy framework, whereby the institutions should be strong enough to minimize, because there is no way whereby we can deny the existence of inequality. What we can do is that we can minimize the existence of inequality in that dimension where the society demands. Suppose, so I would like to conclude by saying that the possibility of exclusively nudging the whole question of inequality is an impossibility, but the bare minimum desirable amount of inequality given the wide range wide disparities of resource endowment is the most feasible outcome. Now, inequality being the central notion into social theory, it is related to class, gender, and community. The issues can be mitigated by promoting individual freedom. So I think I'll stop here, sir, because of the paucity of time. Thank you, sir. And I would like to take up some clarifications or questions whatsoever.
Okay, okay, Dr. Veena, you took almost 15 minutes. Next is Ganesh Gopal, the Program Officer, International Cooperative Alliance, Asia and Pacific, New Delhi. His paper is Kerala's Transition to a Knowledge Society. Dr. Ganesh, can you even can you finish in 12 minutes? That would be appreciated.
Yeah, definitely. I'll just time myself. I'd be really appreciating it if you could give me a small notice if I go beyond 10 minutes, and then I can wind up quickly. I understand the possibility.
Sure, I will do.
Right. So just give me a second. I'm trying to share my screen. Not sure if my screen is visible. Could somebody please confirm?
Your screen is visible now.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be speaking here. Firstly, I thank the entire Department of Economics and the University of Kerala for organizing, and the HOD, Dr. Anita, and more particularly Professor Christabel, who I've been in communication with, for organizing such a well-curated conference and ensemble of speakers. I've learned so much more that I would learn probably in a year than in the last in the last 2 days. So just quickly coming into my presentation and the topic today, what I'm speaking on is regarding Kerala's transition into a knowledge society and the relevance of collectives and the solidarity economy as part of the second international conference on cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economies. So we know none of us need an introduction as to what is cooperatives and why Kerala has fertile ground for cooperatives in the past. Kerala has a very robust culture of cooperativism, and we've seen so many different types of cooperative forms that have emerged in the last couple of years. I would just like to introduce the relevance of a new form of cooperatives, namely platform cooperatives, and see how the interjunction of technology and cooperativism and the form of cooperatives have led to a lot of recent developments that will be relevant for the state of Kerala. So looking around, we've seen all kinds of cooperatives ranging from fertilizer companies to, Irula snake catcher tribe in the nearby state of Tamil Nadu being organized into cooperative. Even the large consulting firms, banks, dairy corporations, they've all organized into cooperative forms, mostly in the physical cooperative form. So moving on, ultimately, when you bring together the digital form of a platform and the form of cooperative identity, which is basically summarized in the 7 cooperative principles. As long as the 7 cooperative principles and the digital platform come together, we can say a new form called platform cooperatives are being developed. The relevance of cooperatives for Kerala or for anyone, in fact, is that community first. We have one member, one vote. There is no concentration of wealth. There's a democratic economic participation, and ultimately, because it is community first and not profit first, there's an environmental friendly approach which would prioritize sustainable development, which is very much relevant for an environmentally fragile state and an ecosystem. Specific example of what I was speaking about, platform cooperatives. Any platform cooperative is a form of cooperative that is is a form that is cooperatively owned, democratically governed, and established a digital platform or a computing platform. It can be a website, a mobile app, or a protocol to facilitate the sale of goods and services. A couple of examples: Fairmondo in Germany, Stocksky. We all know about iStock photo. Every time we search for a picture online, and we have to pay nearly $5 to $10 for a simple picture they take from the stock. Lumio is another example. These are all cooperative parallels I just want to introduce here before coming into the relevance of Kerala. Stocksky is a cooperative equivalent of iStock photo. Lumio is a cooperative equivalent of the application we are using right now, Zoom. And Taxi App UK is a cooperative alternative or a badal to Uber or the Lyfts of the world, organized by the London taxi drivers. So another relevance that we have for Kerala in this context of the knowledge economy is that ultimately Kerala has a unique set of problems. We are a land of paradoxes in a way that we have a unique set of problems. We have land availability limitations. Even for large projects, we have very limited industrial friendly in the states, and a lot of secondary sector growth has been limited in the past couple of years because of our land limitations, labor limitations, and so on. So ultimately, what are our strengths? The strengths of Kerala can be channelized into cooperativism in the context of a knowledge economy. So as we all know, we are a state which high HDI indicators, whether it be healthcare, whether it be education. We boast of our high HDI indicators. And on the other side, we are also a land of paradoxes. The highest educated unemployment in the state, which has been a problem, a rising concern for the state since many years. The mushrooming of engineering colleges and professional colleges at every junction in the state has led to more and more educated unemployed youth who are not getting jobs that they want. So ultimately, how can we use this pool of human capital that we have in the state? How can Kerala's economy be further boosted by this capital that we have? We are, we are keeping on debating between demographic dividend and demographic, liability on one side, because as long as the Kerala scenario does not give enough employment and jobs, and these people are unemployed, the more public goods that we create, or the education system that we boast of, seem to be much that the Kerala state gains from. We are going more and more into public debt by spending on education, and yet not coming to the question of employability. There is an often cited report by Ernst & Young in 2014. I think it has been cliched and cited over the years, saying that less than 19% of engineers are employable in the country. So Kerala's case, we are producing way more engineers, possibly better engineers. That, having said that, on the other hand, the majority of mid-tier engineers or developers in the software ecosystem in India are Malayalis. So there is a dichotomy that exists right here. There is the potential where we can leverage the human capital that we have. A couple of issues that Kerala has, I'm just having that on the screen. I already mentioned about the land of paradoxes. There is a reverse migration and Arabization, what is called nitakat in the Arab countries like Saudi and other places. Kerala, with its highly dependent remittance economy, the state GDP with a large proportion of its fueled by the remittance from the Gulf mostly. Now, because of the reverse migration, that is posing to be a challenge. So the first use case or example that I'm trying to cite here is mobilizing these return workers or Malayalis coming back from the Gulf, mobilizing them into cooperatives. So the NR case, or the non-resident Keralites who are coming back, they are mostly skilled workers or blue-collar workers or even knowledge workers. So categorizing them into, let's say, 2 or 3 of these categories and mobilizing them into cooperatives is the first solution. Second, there are inherent strengths of Kerala that can be channelized into a collaborative structure. which happens to be innovation collectives. Even internet and broadband cooperatives are an example that can be explored. Parallel that can be drawn is the NREC, the National Rural Electrification Cooperative Association of the USA. So nearly 60% of rural electrification in the US is done through rural electrification cooperatives. So mobilization of certain niche forms in certain areas that can be channelized into a collaborative structure is something that Kerala can explore in the context of cooperatives in the future. So in the context of the larger social and solidarity economy, there are different forms that can coexist, ranging from the self-help groups of Kudumbashri and other places. Kerala has been a fertile ground, like I mentioned. So coming to the specific context of human capital, the gig economy in Kerala is to be mobilized into a group of specialized workers and domains, which can then start bidding for projects that can be onboarded onto a platform. So skilled and unskilled labor and collectives for employees or unemployed Malayalis returning, or unemployed Indian citizens returning back from the Gulf is one of the solutions. Couple of examples of platform cooperatives or
Ganesh,
even,
you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, I'll quickly wind up. Skill-based worker cooperatives, IT workers, and internet broadband service cooperatives. How this helps, we are looking at solving the deadlock of educated unemployment and high public debt, ameliorating the negative perception of politicized cooperativism in the state, creation of non-competitive, non-capitalistic structures through innovation collectives is another solution that is being proposed. How can this be done? Local bodies through community mapping, incubating skill-based cooperatives, introducing models of platform cooperativism by effectively leveraging technology with the cooperative business model. Bringing in reforms, we have the 1969 Kerala Cooperative Act. We need legal reforms to support the kind of platform cooperativism that we need in the state. Leveraging existing structures and strengths of the cooperative ecosystem is the way to start off. One quick use case I want to mention is the use of innovation through collectives. So innovation collectives, like I mentioned, are to create non-competitive public goods that are going to solve unique problems that Kerala has. This is an example. I work for the International Cooperative Alliance Asia and Pacific office in Delhi. And this is an example that we tried. Coopathon is a cooperative hackathon, and we've had examples, wonderful examples that came out of on 3.0. On the screen, you can see this is a gaming cooperative out of Indonesia, and this is a design workers cooperative that was proposed, third prize winner of the Coopathon from India. Quickly moving on to the next use case, how knowledge economy can be leveraged. The example of the Palliyakal Cooperative Bank and the Kerala Food Platform. The Palliyakal Cooperative Bank had supported integrated farming as early as in the 2000s, the early 2000s. But recently, there's an online platform that is being created for procuring and marketing farm yield. Traceability that is implemented, post-harvest agriculture, and also integrating services in the pre-harvest agriculture stage. Participating guarantee scheme, e-commerce, and green army systems have been integrated into a simple value chain. The KDISC under the Department of Planning has been piloting this program. The model ensured that the bank itself was helping farmers at every stage of cultivation. Quick referencing to the state's knowledge economy and the state's role in what is being envisaged for converting Kerala into a knowledge economy. Here, the state budget in 2001 had proposed a major initiative to take Kerala towards a knowledge economy, to vision to develop Kerala into a knowledge society and achieve certain economic growth and lifestyle improvements by leveraging on what we had earlier mentioned, human capital resource that we have. The target is to develop Kerala as a leading state in promoting decentralized model, 0.1% of the global market, and targeting nearly 20 lakh people to be skilled and employed by the year 2026. It envisages Kerala as a hub for knowledge workers and creating the world's largest skilling capital. For this, a diverse array of partners and partner organizations are envisaged, and onboarding them onto something called as a DWMS, Digital Workforce Management System, is the solution that is proposed by the state. Here, the plugin or the input that cooperatives can give is huge, because mobilizing these knowledge workers into a platform cooperative, just showing you a figure as to how this is envisaged, how the platform cooperative growth is being envisaged. This again, I would like to thank the source of this is taken from the strategy paper for the knowledge economy mission. It's a huge project that is envisaged over a period of 5 years. Nearly 5,000 crore is the budget outlay that has been declared. Moving on to the cooperative platforms, the proposal that the mission or the strategy has in the state is that nearly 10% of the target of the total 20 lakh or the 2 million knowledge workers would be mobilized into platform cooperatives. That means at least 2 lakh people. This is envisaged as the formation of 4,000 knowledge cooperatives or platform cooperatives that will be registered as part of the project. It need not be necessarily under the Cooperative Act. It can be LLPs or collectives under the Companies Act as well. So here, this is defined as part of the strategy paper. How this is being implemented is to be seen in the coming days. And I would like to say that the KDISC, the Kerala Development Innovation Strategy Council, under the Department of Planning and Economic Affairs in Kerala, has been taking a lead in the whole thing. I would just want to conclude before by showing you 2 slides. Here, the relevance that we are having for platform cooperatives comes at this figure, where the primary level of facilitation agencies would be either innovation collectives or individuals. Collectives here refer to the larger plethora of forms of cooperatives, collectives, or groups that are going to be mobilized based on the skills of individuals. Here, the skilling would happen, and skill providers. So we are looking at both the demand and the supply side, the subscriber side and the supply side as well. So by just saying this and looking at the summary points, I would like to say there is a large potential for opportunity creation by using cooperatives as the vehicle. The large-scale projects that are going to come would be demand generators for employment and would be solving the biggest challenge that Kerala faces today: educated unemployment. The creation of infrastructure and IT infrastructure for large knowledge networks within Kerala would be acting as a remote office or a satellite hub. For this, the physical infrastructure that the state is also a phone project, or the right to internet, or the fiber optic network and high-speed broadband to every household would be linked together with this. That is merely.
Please conclude. You are already taken 15 minutes.
Okay, I am on the last slide. So just concluding why the social and the solidarity economy and cooperatives are relevant in the face of the knowledge economy. Social financing within the space, sharing knowledge, scaling up these partnerships. Ultimately, we are trying to solve problems which is on the agenda for the SDG 2030. Solving these problems by creating online platforms. We are looking at tools which can mobilize people who are looking at creating common problems. Knowledge economy happens to be the larger picture and the use cases that we have already discussed. So I apologize for taking so much time and cramming information about the larger mission. So just want to conclude by saying Sahakar Se Samriddhi, the agenda that has been put forward by our national government as well for cooperatives, and there has been positive news in the country for cooperatives all throughout. There's a dedicated department that has been created, a Ministry of Cooperatives that have been created. The state government also has been promoting cooperatives in the light of the knowledge mission as well.
Okay,
so I think
okay,
there is a
okay.
potential. Thank you very much.
Ganesh, thank you. Now I invite Chandas Bhattacharya.
Sir,
Hello.
Shadi sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, there is another presenter. Her name is Anila.
Okay.
Sir.
You may call Anila.
Yes, sir, I'm here. May I have my presentation? I'm not able to. I'm not able to share my screen because there is post disabled screen sharing. Can I have the
no
sharing
issue? You can.
Okay, okay. So can I post my video because there is slight internet issue?
See, you have only 12 minutes. You have only 12 minutes. Within that time, you have to finish everything.
Okay, sir. Fine. So today I'm going to make a presentation on the theme hierarchy of needs prerogative for public policy. So first of all, without much delay, let me tell you that public policy is the most essential thing that will be connecting development to the people. But there is a problem with the public policy. What is the problem with the public policy? Whenever you look at the studies, empirical studies that is happening across the world, there is an associated feature of failure with any public policy choices or for that matter, public policy formulation. It is being documented in the works of Alan McConnell, Mariana Fondati, Peter Schuck, Andrew Matthews, and Bernard Muller. On all these studies, it is stated that the public policy is failing in a higher frequency level, and the impact is very much higher on the marginalized communities whenever and wherever the public policies are failing. And why this public policy failed? Because there is an existence of complexity which was popularized by Muller in his works, and this leads to the question of shouldn't we have a public policy that is contextualized? And what do you mean by contextualization of public policy? From the argument or from the demand side of the society. The public policy failure can be the statement of the problem is that there is a need to contextualize the public policy formulation, anchoring in the needs of the society to reduce policy failure, which means that we need to have some mechanism by which we can elicit the need of the society, and the need can be converted to the demand, and this demand-based public policy is happening to be away from the failures. And this, the objective of the work is to explore the possibility of a contextualized need-based public policy as an alternative development model. And in this model, we use Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs to contextualize the public policy demands. So the methodology is basically exploratory research based on the secondary data set. The research problem is identified using the detailed exploration, and the secondary data sources involved the Kerala Economic Review, State Finance Commission reports, and the budgets. And we have used the method of textual analysis to elicit the need or the demand that is coming from the side of the people. And then we have used a working definition which is provided by Maslow's original model and its core components. Then we have explored the possibility of this model to a guidance tool in almost all the contextualized levels, whether that be local panchayat level or whether that be at the district level, whether that be at the state level. So this is our methodology. And what are the limitations of this methodology? There is a time adequacy issue. There is also an issue of lack of ordered studies based on the needs of the society. Majority of our studies are either focusing on the inputs or on the outputs. The needs are not rather elicited. There is no systematic collection of need-based studies in the context of Kerala. Then we another limitation that we face is the lack of methodological device to compare contextualized model, because the essence of contextualized model is that there is a systematic background or there is a unique background that will be resulting in a unique development experience. So when the experience itself is unique, you have there is a limitation in making comparison. And also there is a limitation in using definitions when it is associated with a need. So these are the limitations of the study. And what is Maslow's hierarchy of needs? It is basically a 5-level structure which tells that every person, it is often considered to be associated with Herzberg's theory of motivation, but Maslow's theory of needs in its entirety focus on physiological level needs, and the next level is the safety and security needs, and the next level is the need for love and belonging, and the next level is the self-esteem, and finally we have the final level of self-actualization. So this is a model where the first lower level of need is considered to be deficiency needs, elicited by each and every individual. And the fifth one and the final level of need, which is the self-actualization, is considered to be the growth need in this model. So the basic need is obviously the physiological needs. So what are the physiological needs demanded by the society? basically it is the need of food to have the basic needs. If we compare the approach with the ILO's basic need approach, the food, water, shelter, clothing. Other than these things, there is also the concept of breathing and sleep needs focused in this model. Physiological needs, including the breathing and sleeping, are the primary needs of any society. So how the state can contribute to this? Obviously, through state funding or the public action policies, the state will take us the role of a provider through its fiscal policies and legislation. Even we have in the constitution, all these needs are being guaranteed as our fundamental rights. So government in this context is a provider. And once the society is achieving is a statement that comes with a caveat, because there are marginalized communities which won't be achieving the basic satisfaction, like the physiological needs, whenever there is a marginalization happening in a society. So once everybody is achieving their physiological needs, then the society had to graduate to the next level of safety and security, fulfilling the safety and security needs. And in this context, government is not only the provider, but rather new social institutions will be coming into the scene, and the government will be becoming a co-partner in this development model, where safety and security needs, mainly, the needs associated with the health security, the employment security, property security, the social stability, all these realms will be having not only the government as a provider, but other social institutions being the decision-making board. And the next level, once you graduate to the next level, we have the level called love and belonging. This concept of love and belonging is essentially more of a psychological aspect. And in this psychological aspect, the government will leave from its role of a provider and as well as from the role of a co-partner to the new role as a facilitator. So the government will be trying to create more and more liberal private spaces and civil society spaces, and it will turn out to be a facilitator between this newly created institutions and the people, because the people's need, once it graduates from this, even from the lower level of the deficiency needs to the higher level of the deficiency needs, there is a tendency. Sir, am I audible? Sir, am I audible? Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so once this, the third level, once we reach, the government will become a facilitator. And from that goal, the next level is the self-esteem. And once the society tends to demand this aspect of self-esteem, which is all about the dignity. Self-esteem is further classified into self-respect and self-assessment. Self-respect means, other people have to respect you and you should have an assessment of a dignified existence. So in this role, government will be much of a proactive player and a progressive facilitator via new legislations, which will be assuring new forms of, institutions. Government will be government will be supporting this aspect of building up self-esteem. And in the final stage, the government will become a passive facilitator where the self-actualization is happening, because it is in this stage the real aspect of growth is happening, because the self-esteem, love and belonging, safety, security and physiological needs, these are all deprivation based aspects, whereas the self-actualization is the level where the growth of the society will be happening. So in this stage, the government will become a passive facilitator. So now the question is that, how can this particular model be used in public policy? Is there any situation or a case study where this model is considered to be happening as a natural progression? As we know that it's the Kerala development experience, which is a non-linear development model, where this particular experience is happening knowingly or unknowingly as a natural progression. Because we had social capital, we had a massive mobilization, we had a role of human capital, the microdynamics were at very high, the institutional effectiveness at both micro and macro level were very high, the public action was clearly resulting in long-term gains. All this had led to the Kerala society to be in a stage of self-actualization. But the problem is that is this self-actualization realized by Kerala society meant for each and every people in Kerala? That is the main lacuna of this particular model associated when we take Kerala development experience as a case study in this perspective. So because of the existence of the anomalies, we are not able to generalize this as a this model in the context of Kerala. So what essentially is the basics of this particular thing? Because once you gratify the needs of your society, the role of the state will be changed, which means that there will be coming up an argument for substitution of the role of the state. The state can be substituted with other institutions, substituted in the context of provision of the public goods. There is a possibility of substitutability. So this put forward for the argument of public-private partnerships in the public-private context. In the private context, the cooperatives and other solidarity-based institutions will be coming into the scene. Also, this argues for the need of focusing on the needs rather than indicators or indices, because indicators and indices will not be able to provide you the essence of development, because they are constrained with the burden of quantitative achievements. And then finally, the efficacy of the model. Efficacy of the model help you to
Anla, you
economize
have
on
2
the
more
resources.
minutes. You have 2
Okay,
more
sir.
minutes.
Okay, sir. The model will be helping to economize on the resources, because Kerala is having a huge fiscal burden, and it is essentially, essentially important for us to have a model which will be economizing on its resources. So with that, so the scope of the work is that this can be used for ex ante and ex post analysis, also used in the decomposition. Decomposition of this model is possible to the lower supranational level, and also it is an aggregative model, and it can be used in contextualized situations. So, sir, that is the main argument of my work. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Anila. Now, who is the next?
Sir, I am next.
Who identify yourself? Is it Chandas?
Sir, Chandosh Bhattacharya.
Okay, okay, please. 12 minutes, Chandas.
Okay, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Just 1 minute. Sir, is the presentation visible?
Not yet. You are still clicking on it.
Sir, is it visible now?
Yes, yes. It's visible.
Okay. Okay. So I'd like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Christabel and also Dr. Varke, who is the chair for this session. And he has already introduced David Graeber in his introductory speech, who was a scholar extraordinaire. And along with that, he was activist who was one of the main organizers of the Occupy Wall Street movement in the early 2000s. And my work today is very much inspired by Graeber's work. So, sir, am I audible?
You are audible. Okay, okay, go on.
Okay, okay. So, the title of my talk is Situating Human Economies Within Violent Past and Their Relationship with Human Preferences, a case study on the tip of Nigeria. So first we need to interpret the title. There are some words which are very context specific. First is, what are human economies? And here David Graeber gives the definition, and he gives this definition in terms of what he calls social currencies. And I quote Graeber, the key distinction here is between currencies that are used primarily to further the exchange of material goods and those primarily used to transform social relationships. The first can be referred to as commercial currencies, even though they may be used for social purposes. Their primary purpose is seen to lie in buying, selling, renting, or otherwise disposing of alienable property. The second should best be referred to as social currencies. They may also be used to buy and sell material goods. Often they are, but not always. But their primary purpose is seen to lie in arranging marriages, resolving conflicts, consoling mourners, making treaties, assembling followers for military expeditions or competitive feasts, making gifts or rewarding services. Unquote. Now, Graeber defines economies where these social currencies predominate as human economies, economies where the primary purpose of money is not to be exchanged for goods and services, but to be used to reconfigure the relation between people to forge and transform our social ties. Now, the second issue is the role of history, to which we will come in a moment. And the third is, why are we concerned about the TIF? The main reason is there has been quite a few anthropological studies on the TIFs, and we have a wealth of anthropological evidence on them. Now, who are the TIF? The TIF are a non-hierarchical society. That means they don't have any central political authority or organization, who mainly hail from the Benue River region of central Nigeria. Here in the slide, we can see the Benue River region, but presently they can be found throughout Nigeria and Cameroon. They maintain what has been described in the anthropological literature as three separate spheres of exchange. This is the TIF human economy. The first sphere is of ordinary consumption goods, and it is dominated by women. It consists of selling of okra, shovels, sandals, etc. And in this sphere, the ordinary commercial currencies are used. The transaction in the second sphere was done using social currencies, and this sphere was exclusive of men. The social currencies were differentiated into two denominations, the lower being a kind of locally made cloth called tugudu, the higher, used for major transactions, bundle of imported brass rods. These currencies could be used to acquire certain flashy and luxurious items, cows, purchased foreign wives, but mainly for the give and take of political affairs, hiring curers, acquiring magic, gaining initiation into cult societies. And finally, the third sphere, as we can see in the slide here, concerned itself exclusively with the right in women, who have been referred to in the anthropological literature as wards. The TIF being patrilineal, they consider sister exchange as the only appropriate form of marriage, whereas any other form left a debt that can only be recompensed by the transfer of control over a woman who would thus become a ward. Now, as Graeber points out, I quote here, in principle, these three spheres of ordinary consumption goods, masculine prestige goods, and rights in women were completely separate. No amount of okra could get you a brass rod, just as in principle, no number of brass rods could give you full rights to dispose of a woman in marriage. In practice, though, there were always ways to convert upwards or downwards, but they were never considered true equivalents. A man with no sister or ward could attain a wife by constantly plying her parents or guardians with gifts of brass rods, but such a wife was never considered truly his. There was an exception though. A slave could be bought and taken in as wife, and she would be considered a true wife. Through the facilitation of violence, an actual equivalence in this case was possible between valuables and human beings. But the flip side of this was that anyone who was able to convert upwards, that is, use wealth and prestige to acquire wives, were seen effectively as practitioners of violence. And here I go to the next slide. It was said that they had a strong heart, in other words, a resourceful and charismatic personality. But the word strong heart had a different connotation too. The TIF believed there exists a certain biological substance called SAV, that SAV, which is this here, that grew on the human heart. It was both a physical substance and also an invisible power that allows certain people to bend others, that allows certain people to bend others to their will. And now it was possible to enhance oneself through artificial means, particularly through the consumption of human flesh. At least at the time of 1950s, when the ethnographic studies were done, most chiefs were obsessed by the suspicion that prominent men in society were in fact secret cannibals. They were also thought to be members of the Barsa or the Society of Witches, which was always looking for new members, and the recruitment process was through tricking people in consuming human flesh and trapping them in a flesh den. We quote from Akiga Sai, who was an early Tiv ethnographer and also a member of the Tiv tribe. Perhaps your friend also or some older man has noticed that you have a large number of children or brothers and sisters, and so tricks you into contracting the date with him. He invites you to eat food in his home along with him, and when you begin the meal, he sets before you 2 dishes of sauce, one of which contains cooked human flesh. Now, if one eats from the wrong dish and has the potential to become a witch, before long, his new creditors, who are members of the Barsa, will appear and will demand the person's life as payment, for he has incurred a flesh debt. The only way out is to pledge a member of his family as substitute. But as Akiga Sai says, the flesh debt goes on and on. The creditor keeps on coming. Unless the debtor has men behind him who are very strong in self, he cannot free himself from the flesh debt until he has given up all his people and his family is finished. Then he goes himself and lies down on the ground to be slaughtered, and so the debt is finally discharged. Now, so from where did this macabre idea of the flesh debt comes? And to find that, we need to refer to the violent history of the Atlantic slave trade in Tivland. The Tivs came in the Benue River Valley region during the heydays of the Atlantic slave trade. In fact, there has been accounts of how the Tivs during their migration used to paint their wives and children with simulated smallpox scars so that the raiders would be afraid to carry them off. It is said that during the 1760s alone, perhaps 100,000 Africans were shipped down the Cross River to Calabar and nearby ports, where they were put in chains, placed on British, French, or other European ships, and shipped across the Atlantic, part of perhaps 1.5 million exported from the Bight of Biafra during the whole periods of trade. This is quoted from L.T.'s Lovejoy and Richardson. Some of these people were captured in war raids or were kidnapped, but the majority were dead defaulters. The origin of the Barsa is thought to be in the Jukun kingdom, which in the 18th century disposed of many Tiv war captives as slave dealers. Also important in this regard was the dissemination of different merchant societies and
you have 2 minutes more. Please note, you have 2 minutes more.
And secret societies whose membership charge could only be paid in social currencies like brass rods, and to become whose members, people incurred exorbitant debts. The merchant societies came in the Cross River region, offering to restore order after the brief but intensely violent first phase of the slave trade, but instead they facilitated in setting up of secret societies like the EPE. Now, these secret societies were open to anyone willing to pay the hefty initiation fees, but were also which were also exacted in the brass rods the merchants themselves supplied. In the town schedule, the fee schedule for each grade looks something like this. As we can see, it is quite hefty. Now, as people on one hand became indebted to the merchants, but on the other hand, being member of the secret societies, they became responsible for enforcing the debt on themselves. The debt would be regularly paid in people who, though technically were debt pawns, but their distinctions with slave were very soon virtually non-existent. Now we come to the central thesis of our paper. We saw the violent history of the Atlantic slave trade and how more people became slaves due to debt. And I relate this, that means the persistence of a system where the debtors were themselves the debt enforcers, with high negative reciprocity in a human economy. Now, what is negative reciprocity? This concept has been delineated in a paper by Falk et al. Published in 2016, where they have compiled a data set, the Global Preference Survey data set, and they have measured human preferences along 6 broad dimensions. These are time preference or patience, risk preference, positive reciprocity, negative reciprocity, altruism, and trust. And now, I'm concerned mainly with negative reciprocity. It is seen that from this slide that Nigerians are very high in negative reciprocity, and negative reciprocity basically captures something which is
Mr.
akin
Chanda,
to.
your allotted time is over. Can you
Yes,
just
I'm
conclude?
just concluding, sir. Yes, sir, I'm
Yes.
just concluding in 1 minute. So negative reciprocity mainly considers itself something which is akin to norm enforcement. And actually, as we can see that Nigeria ranks highest in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of negative reciprocity and 21st in the world among 78 countries. And I conjecturize that this is the reason why such a peculiar debt management system where the debtors were themselves the debt enforcers could survive. For a system where the debtors were themselves the debt enforcers could only survive if people were stickler for norm enforcement on a societal scale. So, and some caveats and comments. The first is his preference guaranteed to be persistence across generations. Yes, as shown by the study by Choudhury, Sutter, and Zimmerman in 2020. And will the pattern that hold at the level of whole of Nigeria continue to hold at the level of deep society? Frankly, this is the answer I don't know, because data at the level of deep society isn't available. And I think that more studies need to be done that combine the anthropological economic evidence and try to extricate some answers. Thank you. Here I conclude.
Okay. Chandas. Now I call on Saurav Chakrabarti.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Let me share my screen. Okay, sir. Good afternoon. The title of my paper is Rethinking Capitalist Development and Cooperation as an Alternative. Some post-colonial experience.
Hello, sir. Show the slide show, sir, please.
Sir, will I proceed?
Yeah, visible.
Yes.
Slide slow.
The title of my paper is Rethinking Capitalist Development and Cooperation as an Alternative. Some post-colonial experiences in the Indian context. The becoming of capitalism in most societies is accompanied by the process of accumulation that results in the dispossession of large number of people from their lands and livelihoods. While with such capitalist accumulation, millions of people had faced dispossession in the post-colonial states like India. The same state introduced universal adult suffrage and gave political recognition to its population. This recognition of the existence of these marginalized people compelled the state to do something for their survival. Therefore, the state adopted some distinct techniques of development, as argued by Kulyan Chanel and others, with which it brings out some portion of the surplus from the circuit of accumulation economy and distributes it among those dispossessed, marginalized people, and thus recognizes the space of their need-based subsistence economy. However, with the gradual passage of time, this model produced a very complex politico-economic reality in our country and has given birth to some major conflicts. This paper is a humble attempt to discuss about these drawbacks of this model of development and about the possibilities of the alternatives. After independence, the Nehruvian state started its journey with broad-based social coalition and support. Mainly inspired by the Soviet model of planning, the leaders adopted planned development and put emphasis on the establishment of big industries like steel plant, oil refineries, and infrastructures like big dams. The logic of the state was that with such infrastructures, the country would be able to downsize import and would become self-sufficient. However, despite some increase in industrial production, this model failed to make any significant solution to the question of unemployment, poverty, and agricultural backwardness. More than that, the growth of the accumulation economy accelerated the speed of dispossession. But the government didn't pay any attention to this question of displacement in the first 2 decades after independence. However, things started to be complex after Nehru's death. Indira Gandhi had to face numerous challenges throughout 1960s and 1970s, like rising food scarcity, appalling poverty, etc. In order to cope up with these challenges, Mrs. Gandhi and her government invented a whole new technique of governmentality with which the popular grievances could be addressed and a direct assault could be made over poverty. With this objective, in 1978, the government launched the IRDP program. The economic logic behind this move was to bring out some portion of the surplus from the circuit of accumulation economy and to distribute it among those population who are affected by the expansion of the accumulation economy or cannot be absorbed into the capitalist mode of production. But due to the inadequacy of financial support, the IRDP produced far less success than expected. However, things started to change after economic liberalization. With the introduction of the liberalization program, the Indian state started to roll back from its erstwhile social responsibilities. But for politics, this rolling back was quite risky because the withdrawal from all the formal liabilities, the state legitimacy would fall into crisis. Therefore, the state at the time adopted programs like MG and REGA. The basic objective of the mission is to secure employment of those people who are otherwise unemployed so that they can survive. These philanthropic activities of the state has 3 major implications. First, with this tiny provision, the state tried to prevent the subaltern groups from becoming a dangerous class. Second, with this, the state tries to secure its legitimacy. And third, with this provision, the state also tries to secure the legitimacy of the capitalist system. However, this popular model of development in the post-colonial world ignites 3 very distinct contradictions. First, theoretically speaking, the model argues that the more there will be the growth of accumulation economy, the more it will be possible to bring out the greater portion of surplus from it for redistribution. But in reality, the accumulation economy can grow only by accelerating the chance of disposition and destruction of the informal need-based economy. Therefore, the popular belief of growth with redistribution often turns into a nightmare, particularly for the marginalized people. Secondly, the developmental state intervenes here to politically manage the situation and to make a balance between the accumulation and the subsistence economy. Therefore, in this regard, the state fails to provide any quote-unquote radical critique to the ever-increasing appetite of the capital. And thirdly, with the constant invasion of capital and the intervention of the state, a serious question arises over the autonomy of these dispossessed marginalized people. According to famous philosopher Immanuel Kant, autonomy is the ability of an individual to set a law for herself. For Kant, an autonomous person should confer the same privilege, that is the ability to set laws for herself, to other human beings and should not take away the rights for her own shape. And here Kant makes his almost historic statement, treat people as an end and never as a means to an end. But in India, the dispossessed population face a series of political interventions in their survival process that surely raise serious questions about their autonomy. First, no proper consultations are done with the people whose lands would be taken from for industrial or mining or other such purposes. Though there are some provisions like the PESA Act 2006, in reality, these acts are barely followed. Therefore, by crushing all the possibilities of autonomy of the indigenous people, accumulation economy marches forward. And those people dispossessed from their lands and livelihoods have to, in most of the cases, move towards the cities. In these cities, as Partha Chatterjee in his notion of political society shows, these people usually live in the slums and are treated by the political parties as mere vote banks. Everything they get neither out of philanthropic gesture of the state nor because of their rights, but through a proper calculation made by the government that how much useful they are in the electoral politics. Therefore, the political reality of the post-colonial urban slums goes against the Kantian dictation of treating every human being as an end and never as a means. Therefore, the rethinking about the journey of capital along with its development projects in the post-colonial societies depicts a grim reality. But what is the alternative to it? Sorry. Wait, yes. In order to discover the possibilities of alternative, Peter Kropotkin comes across to a very interesting finding. According to Kropotkin, apart from all conflicts and competitions, there are innumerable instances of cooperation in the society. This cooperation erupts out of a deep sense of dependency among the humans. And this deep and intrinsic sense of mutual dependence and mutual aid, according to Kropotkin, is the source of all the progress in human history. Kropotkin also argues that cooperation among the people in a society often gives them a sense of autonomy. Interestingly, Gandhi's idea of rural development and Swaraj echoes the same spirit. But according to Kropotkin, the relation of the state with these possibilities of cooperation is highly conflictual, because the state fears that the expansion of cooperation in these communities might make the state obsolete. Therefore, the sovereign becomes true sovereign only by crushing these autonomous institutions. However, things again alter in our post-colonial reality. As we have already seen, with the presence of these so-called autonomous institutions, the state might feel insecure. But at the same time, the powers of the post-colonial states are too less to control and govern the whole society. Therefore, these institutions, the institution based on mutual aids, might help the state for this purpose. This basically creates a dilemma for the post-colonial states. They can neither fully accept it nor can fully ignore it. In this regard, the Indian experience seems to be very interesting. In the Constitution of India, the state promises to take endeavor to promote these institutions, that is, the cooperatives in rural areas. But in reality, what happened is that in most of the cases, these cooperatives...
Saurav, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. These cooperatives have reduced into another wing of different political parties by losing their autonomy. Indeed, there are exceptions too, and we'll basically talk about these exceptions. We have taken 3 secondary case studies in this regard. These are the Uralunga Labor Contract Cooperative Society Limited in Kerala. The second is the demand for the establishment of agro-industrial cooperative by the Avasari Koot themselves in Maharashtra, and the Priyanath Manna Bosti Community Kitchen in West Bengal. Yet all the 3 cases have very interesting stories, but due to the shortage of time, we are simply skipping these aspects and are directly looking for the major lessons that we can get from these experiences. First of all of them tell the story that was narrated by Kropotkin many years ago, that cooperation is very intrinsic to human nature. If this virtue is properly nurtured, it can produce fascinating results, as it has produced in these cases. In all the 3 cases, people mostly came from the marginalized section of the society. Therefore, cooperation has innumerable possibilities for the mobilization of those marginalized population. Thirdly, in all the cases, members made an impartial distance from the state and party politics. Indeed, they might have political inclination to any ideologies or they are members from different political parties, but they, with their strong commitment towards the ideal of autonomy, have been able to bypass the threats of political appropriation. In this regard, internal democratization helped them considerably. Well, in the conclusion, in this paper, we have tried to deconstruct the discourse of capitalist development in India and to point out the major drawbacks of it. Finally, we also attempted a search for the possible alternatives. As we were looking for the possibilities, we mainly talked about the stories of success. But in many parts of our country, vibrant cooperatives movements have been subverted and appropriated by the state and its capitalist allies. There are numerous instances of it, but we largely ignore these stories of failure. But to defend our deeds, we can say that the very objective of our paper is to point out those heterotopias that have never been the dominant, but always remain as problems to the dominant discourse. As Foucault argued, heterotopias not only show the limitations of the discourse, but cherish the very possibilities inherent either in the society or in history. Therefore, to conclude, we can say that this paper also tries to underline those different possibilities through which the dominant system of production can be questioned. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saurav. Now, the last paper is by Albert Raju.
Sorry, sir. Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Albert Raju has already done it yesterday. We can go for discussion. Okay. Sorry for some confusion.
Okay. Yeah. So, how much time do we have?
Can we take 5 minutes? Because the next session is supposed to start by 12:15.
Okay.
We can go for 5 minutes. We can wind it by 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we have 5 papers and 5 minutes. So I don't know how to apportion time. Anyway, if somebody is up with questions, please raise your hands or straight away shoot it. I assume that there are no questions from the audience. In that case, then we'll conclude the session. I think we had all the papers actually were very interesting, very exhaustive in terms of their scope, but within the allotted time, I think they could not do justice to their papers. But nevertheless, the papers were quite interesting. Dr. Veena, particularly focusing on the reinforcement which is happening in the sphere of inequalities, several factors getting reinforced, creating or resulting in any augmentation of inequalities, and how to minimize inequality or a base minimum desirable level of inequality could be possible. That again is a could be challenged. It's a political question as well. What is the minimum? The minimum for us is such a minimum would be acceptable to the West. So can we have a universally acceptable minimum? Again is a questionable thing. Ganesh Gopal again has raised certain very significant issues. The platform cooperativism, in the digital cooperation, and he has raised a number of issues and the initiatives that Kerala has made in terms of creating kind of platform cooperativism in the digital field. And the question of capitalism actually is a villain. How do we accommodate digital capitalism? We know that this is a terrain where Kerala is a novice, and where if the question again is, or the issue before us is how to confront this question of capitalism, and in the face of this global capitalism, global digital capitalism, are we able to stand up? And Anila Rama Devi's public policy paper is also very accelerating. Chandas Bhattacharya's human economics and his special focus on social currency is also really thought-provoking. And Saurabh Chakravarti, whose paper on he has actually made a survey of the developmental trajectory in India, and how the political economy of capitalist development in India, in the post-colonial India, and the alternatives also that he tried to present. Certain case studies like Uralangal particularly will be of interest to us in Kerala. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you, Veena. Thank you, Ganesh Gopal, Chandas Bhattacharya, Saurabh, Albert, Anila for their papers. Thank you, organizers. I think we will conclude session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Marla Elizabeth Philip for delivering vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. I deem to propose a vote of thanks on the 5th technical section of 2nd International Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aids and Solidarity of Economics, University of Kerala. First and foremost, I would like to thank the chairperson, Professor Shaji Varki, Department of Political Science, University of Kerala. We are so humbled to have you, sir. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Veena Ranjini, Associate Professor, Government Arts College, Trivandrum, for the paper demanding equality in egalitarian society. She is a very experienced person who has published 8 research papers in reputed journals. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now, I would like to thank Ganesh Gopal, Program Officer, International Cooperative Alliance, Asia and Pacific, for the paper Kerala's Transition to a Knowledge Society, Relevance of Collectives, Cooperatives and the Solidarity Economy. He is also a member of the Executive Council National Institute of Personal Management, Trivandrum, Assistant Manager of National Center for Financial Education, Mentor and Technical Expert of Young Innovators Program of Government of Kerala. We are so glad to have you, sir. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to thank Anila R., Research Scholar, University of Kerala, for the paper Hierarchy of Needs, Prerogative for Public Policy. She is an avid reader who is interested in public policy and development economics with expertise in econometrics and methodological aids. Thank you, Anila. Next, I would like to thank Chandas Bhattacharya from the University of Calcutta for the paper Situating Human Economics Within Violent Past and Their Relation with Human Preferences, a case study on the tea people of Nigeria. He is a skilled person, good orator, and has many papers and publications credited to his name. Thank you, Chandas. Now, I thank Saurabh Chakrabarti from the University of Calcutta for the paper on rethinking capitalist development and cooperation as an alternative, some post-colonial experiences in the Indian context. He is a former intern at Asian Global Affairs and completed a project titled Idea of Local Self-Government, the Indian Experience, and has many papers and publications on his name. Thank you, Saurabh. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Anida V., Head of the Department, Dr. Christabel P.J., Organizing Secretary, and all other teachers for their endless guidance and support. Finally, I would like to thank each one of you for a kind cooperation and support for making this event a successful one. Thank you all.
Anjali, are you there? Anjali?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all, respected head of the department, today's eminent speakers, faculties, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for the second International Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid, and Solidarity Economics, experiences from around the world. And today, with this welcome address, we are entering into the seventh session of day 2 on the theme social capital and various forms of collectives. First of all, I would like to welcome the chairperson of this session, Dr. Bushra Begum, Director of Women's Studies Center and Assistant Professor of Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. She got PhD in Sociology from the Department of Sociology, University of Kerala in 2008. Before joining into the department, she worked as a research officer of the Kerala State Women's Commission. Then she worked as an assistant professor in the University of Kerala since 2010. She has interest in development issues and focus on how development affects the marginalized and vulnerable in the society. Much of the academic and applied work has investigated the experiences of displaced, seeking to integrate perspectives from sociology, anthropology, and social work. Completed projects include an evaluation of rehabilitation of displaced in Kerala state and gendered analysis of displacement and resettlement. I welcome you to the session, ma'am. Ma'am, the floor is open for you.
Thank you so much for your kind words. So now we are in the technical session 7. Good afternoon, all. This session's theme is social capital and various forms of collectives. So first of all, I would like to appreciate Dr. Christabel PJ for organizing this second international conference on cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economies. And also I thank Dr. Christabel for inviting me to chair the session. So we have, for this session, we have only 1 hour and 15 minutes, and we have 5 paper presenters here. So let me first invite all paper presenters here, and I request all paper presenters to confine your presentation within 12 minutes. You can take 12 minutes. You please strictly adhere to the time limits. So let me invite first paper presenter here, Dr. Parvati P. Are you here? Dr. Parvati?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Parvati P. and Dr. Kavita A.C. Parvati P. is an Associate Professor of Economics, Government Arts and Science College, Nadapuram, and Dr. Kavita A.C., Associate Professor of Economics, Government College, Chittoor. They are going to present a paper on exploring social capital in Kerala's women collectives, evidence from Kudumbashree. So, over to you, Parvati.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chair, Dr. Bushra, ma'am, respected teachers of the Department of Kerala University and all the participants, good afternoon. Before I begin, Christabel, ma'am, can you share the PPT that I have mailed? Christabel, ma'am, can you share the PPT, ma'am?
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay. Thank you, teacher. The title of our paper is Exploring Social Capital in Kerala's Women Collectives, Evidence from Kudumbashree, which has been jointly authored by myself and my friend, Dr. Kavita A.C. Our presentation is structured as follows. That is, first we'll give an introduction. Then after that, we discuss what is social capital. And then we present our objectives, and we spell out our methodology. Then we just present our results, based on which we discuss our major findings, and then we conclude. Okay, we can go to the next slide, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah, we are actually focusing on women collectives, because the women collectives function with the goal of enhancing the well-being of its members, and these women's groups would be usually embedded with social capital. So in this context, we are taking the case of the Kudumbashree Energies of Kerala, because these neighborhood groups are basically the collectives of women where all the members are women. So we are trying to find out what is the extent of social capital formation in this Kudumbashree Energies. Next slide, ma'am. Before we move into that, we first discuss the concept of social capital, and we have reviewed a few literatures. Based on that, we can say that social capital, just like any other form of capital, like financial capital, like human capital, physical capital, it enhances the productivity of the people who possess it. So it's an asset, and social capital is basically an asset that is embedded in relationships, and it facilitates sharing of knowledge and other productive information, and also resources among people. And it also is based on trust, norms, networks, such that it facilitates coordination and cooperation meant for mutual benefit of the members. And it is likely to enhance the quality and quantity of society's social interactions. Social capital has got various dimensions, and these are bonding social capital, bridging social capital, and linking social capital. Now we shall discuss each of these in detail. Next slide. Next slide, ma'am. Now, what is bonding social capital? It's basically close ties or strong ties that we observe among people who are in similar situations or similar backgrounds. As we observe in the case of the people, that is close friends, family members, neighbors, etc., where you have strong ties among these people, and they have basically shared norms, common social identities, common cultures, etc. So there exists very strong ties among these people, and in that case, we say that we have bonding social capital. And next dimension is bridging social capital. Here we have rather distant ties, as you see in the case of loose friendships and the ties, weak ties that you can observe among workmates or co-workers. Here, people may belong to different social categories. They may not have shared identities, but still they may come together and work together, maybe to further their common interests or common goals. So here, the importance of bridging social capital is that it serves as a bridge across communities. It is based on generalized trust, which can be built quickly, rather than or contrary to bonding social capital, where you work on the basis of personalized trust, which takes years to build up. And another important dimension of social capital is linking social capital. And here the members of a group, they try to reach out to people in dissimilar situations or dissimilar backgrounds who are entirely outside their close-knit group or outside their community, which would enable them to have access to a range of resources that are beyond the community. So that kind of social capital dimension is also very important. Next slide. Now, in this context, what we are trying to find out is the extent of social capital formation in Kudumbashree women collectives or Kudumbashree Energies of Kerala. Basically, we are trying to find out what are the dimensions of social capital that is predominant in Kudumbashree Energies of Kerala. Next slide, ma'am. Please move on to the next slide. Yeah, our methodology is basically we have relied on primary data source, where we have taken a sample of 60 members of Kudumbashree Energies who are functioning in Palakkad and Kozhikode districts of Kerala, and we have tried to find out the various dimensions of social capital present in these various energies. Next slide. Now we just present our results. When we that is sketched the profile of the that is respondents, we could find that a very large majority of these respondents belong to similar backgrounds and similar circumstances. That is, when we examine their social category, we could find that 98.3% of them belong to socially underprivileged classes. That is, about 80% of them belong to OBC, and 18.3% belong to SC and ST. And when we examine their educational qualification, what we could find was that only very few of them have completed graduation, post-graduation. About 85% of them had very low educational qualification. All these indicate that most of the respondents in our sample, they had more or less similar backgrounds and they hailed from similar circumstances, indicating that we have more of bonding social capital in the Kudumbashree energies. Next slide, ma'am. Next, we actually examined the extent of ties these respondents have with the other members of their Kudumbashree energies, and for that we tried to find out what is their degree of association, or what is the duration of their association with their respective energies. And we could find that about 41.7% of these respondents have been working in their energies for over 10 to 15 years, and another 26.7% have more than 15 years of association with their respective energies, indicating that they have very strong ties, strong bonding with the other members of their energies. And another thing that we studied was the extent of interactions they maintain with other members of their Kudumbashree energies, and we could find that they met together once in every week, and apart from that they had telephonic contacts. They had regular telephonic contacts, and also they were members of several WhatsApp groups, and through which they were communicating informally. So that indicated that they had high degree of interactions existing among the other members of their Kudumbashree energies. So that also indicates that there is high degree of bonding social capital in these Kudumbashree energies. Next slide. Now, people would be able to gain from being a part of these energies, and they'll be able to gain from the network that they have developed only if they are able to, that is, have access to resources that are embedded in these networks. So we actually tried to find out what were the there is different kinds of assistance they have got from various from being a part of this Kudumbashree energies, and what we could find that Kudumbashree being conceived as a thrift group, where in this Kudumbashree energies we have a system where the members pool together their small savings, and there is an internal lending system in this Kudumbashree energies, and maybe because of that significant percentage of the respondents maintain that they have received financial assistance, they have been able to get loan and such kind of help from being a member of Kudumbashree energies. And apart from that, about 48.3% of the respondents maintain that they have received moral and emotional support from other members of these Kudumbashree energies, and a few of them have also maintained that they have received useful information, like that is how to open a bank account, and what kind of medical treatment to be received, and which doctor to be visited, etc., from being a part of Kudumbashree energies. And all these indicate that they have very strong bonding social capital among themselves. And also we can say that only very few, that is, considering the fact that most of them hail from similar background, most of them have similar that is educational qualifications, only very few of them have been able to benefit out of information relating to better job prospects and new job openings, etc. So that perhaps shows very low levels of bridging social capital that is present in these groups. Next slide, ma'am. Please move on to the next slide. Please move on to the next slide.
Anjali? Dr. Christopher?
Okay.
Okay. We actually try to find out their degree of trust they repose in various members in their networks. Of course, they have there is several members in their network, and we ask them to rank these members on the basis of trust they repose in them. And what we could find was that the most trusted people in their network definitely happen to be their family members, followed by close relatives and those in their neighborhood and their dearest friends, rather than co-workers and their old classmates. Again, indicating the strength of that is bonding social capital, or the presence of strong ties rather than bridging weak ties or bridging social capital. And next slide, please. And again, we ask them about their perception regarding who is likely to support them during the times of crisis. And once again, we find that they believe that among those members in the network, it would be the family members, close relatives, neighbors, and friends who would be helping them or supporting them during crisis, rather than that is workmates or old classmates. Again, which is an indicator of the presence of bonding social capital built on strong ties rather than bridging social capital, which is built on weak ties. Next slide, please. And we also try to find out whether they have been able to interact with people belonging to different backgrounds. What is their kind of interactions they could have with the local self-government agencies, with the political leaders, and with the bureaucrats, officials, etc. And we also try to find out their engagement in local and community development, their involvement in social issues, etc. And in fact, in our research, what we could observe was that 100% of the respondents are actively participating in Gram Sabha meetings, and they have expressed opinions on various issues, indicating that they have been able to actively involve in local and community development activities. And apart from that, we know we are in the midst of a pandemic, and about 30% of our respondents have participated in COVID-related activities, and they are also actively involved in a range of social issues. Like about 40% of them have participated in various awareness programs, like anti-dowry awareness program, prohibition program, and in those areas where they had drinking water issues, they have tried to address those issues. So we find that they are engaging with people beyond their close-knit groups and beyond their communities. And another thing we could observe was that only very few of them actually belong to, only very few of them were actually members of political parties. But despite that, most of them have participated in protest marches, and some of them have actually engaged in political campaigns and propaganda. So they have got, that is, they are interacting with people in political, that is, spheres as well. Next slide, please. Then we tried to find out whether they were actively engaged in government-sponsored programs, and we could find that about a very big number of people, about 76.7% of the people, respondents, were that is have benefited out of MG, that is Mahatma Gandhi Narega, and which indicates that this is actually an indicator of the fact that by closely associating themselves with local self-governments and their activities, the respondents of the Kurbashri energies have been able to make productive use of the resources that are embedded in linking social capital. To an extent, we can find that there is linking social capital, maybe because Kurbashri energies have been conceived from the very outset as an organization to be work in close connection with local self-government in Kerala, and maybe because of that they have been able to actively participate in government-sponsored programs and even gain some economic benefit out of that. And about 26.7% of our respondents have also been participated in Haritha Kerala project. And perhaps all these suggests that they have been able to interact with people outside their close-knit group and outside their community, interact with people in belonging to dissimilar situations like those in political spheres, in in the case of bureaucrats, officials, etc., probably suggesting the presence of linking social capital. Next slide, please. Finally, we conclude. So what we say is that in Kerala's Kudumbashri energies, there exists very strong ties and strong bondings,
and we're more of bonding social capital, and we need to nurture and develop weak ties, and we have to construct what is known as bridging social capital. And regarding linking social capital, despite an absence of conscious efforts on the parts of members of Kudumbashree Energies, maybe because of the local self-government functioning in the state and because of the socio-political environment that we have in our state, we have been able to develop some sort of linking social capital, but we have to reinforce that as well, so as to make full use of the resources that is embedded in the social capital base of Kerala. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Christabel, ma'am, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Parvati and Dr. Kavita IAC, for your paper. I request both the presenters to stay there. After all paper presentations, we will collect the questions. Let me tell you, the audience, that you please ask questions directly to the presenters after all the paper presentations here, or you can put your questions in the chat box. So due to time constraints, we are moving into the next paper presenter, Dr. Vidya Ivy. She's an assistant professor, Department of Economics, Sri Kerala Varma College, Thrissur. She's going to present a paper on social capital formation through Kudumbashree in Kerala. Dr. Vidya, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Over to you. Vidya? Vidya? Hello?
Vidya is mute, it seems.
Vidya, please unmute your mic. We can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
Okay. Yes, now your screen is visible. Are you speaking?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. I am Vidya, Assistant Professor from Department of Economics, Sri Kerala Varma College, Thrissur. My topic is social capital formation through Kudumbashree in Kerala. Man is a social animal. The nature of human being is such that they cannot afford to live alone. He must enter into relation with his fellows. The quality and excellence of collective life of any society can be ensured only on the basis of the readiness on the part of the individuals to adopt and follow certain supreme values such as cooperation, mutual trust, community network, civic virtues, and so on. And this can be simply equated with the term social capital. And here the question is why development take place in some places and not in others. This is the problem. Often the tools of economics and policy makers failed to come with answer. And here the term social capital came into the field.
And our research problem is in Kerala, in the earlier days, social capital was generated only in a small form by religious institutions, especially the caste organizations, and even by political parties. And generation of social capital in an organized form taken place after the decentralization and Kerala Panchayat Raj Act in the year 1994. And after that, the grassroots level organizations like Gram Sabha, self-help groups, NGOs, neighborhood groups, Kudumbasri units, etc. flourished with richness in social capital. And even after the completion of our 27, 28 years of grassroots level planning and the rapid institutionalization followed by its not much studies conducted in Kerala so far with regard to the measurement of social capital or its generation through the grassroots level institutions. And hence the study, social capital formation through the institution Kudumbasri, intends to fill this gap. And our objectives are first one, to identify the factors leading to social capital formation and also to study the association between these variables. And second one, to measure the extent of social capital generated through Kudumbasri in Kerala. And finally, to evaluate the role of social capital on collective action in the study area. And data collection methods. The study depends both on primary and secondary data. And primary data was collected from Kudumbasri members from sample districts by making use of schedule method, participant observation, and focus group discussion. And the study selects sample districts geographically. And the best, average, and the least performing Grama Panchayats or CDS were selected on the basis of the latest CDS ADS neighborhood group gradation. And our sample districts are Alappuzha, which was selected from southern region, and the random series are Kandalur, Tannirmukkam, and Vayala. And the second sample district was Thrissur, and the series were Varavur, Talikulam, and Paralam. And finally, the sample district is Wayanad, and the sample series were Edavaga, Tavingal, and Panamadu. And our total sample size is 445. And secondary data were collected from annual administrative reports of Kudumbasri, attendance register, minutes of the meetings of Kudumbasri units, and the documents maintained by the Kudumbasri district mission. And coming to the methodology, to identify the factors leading to social capital formation and also to study the association between these variables, frequency tables and critical values tests were used. And regarding our second objective to measure the extent of social capital generated through Kudumbasri in Kerala, social capital assessment tool and social capital integrated questionnaire of World Bank were used by reconstructing it on the basis of the operational definition of social capital. And our operational definition is social capital is a conceptual and composite index covering several resources such as associational life, trust and reciprocity, generalized norms, network, trust in institutions, and civic participation for achieving collective benefits of the society. And the table clearly indicates the 6 dimensions and their respective number of items. And the social capital is a composite index consisting of 76 items with 6 dimensions. And the score value for each perception was computed by using the formula developed by Grossman. And later, these scores were combined together to derive a composite value. Ferguson's breakdown decomposition of social capital formation index composition also used to analyze the influence of each factor. And finally, to evaluate the role of social capital on collective action in the study area, we followed Alfred Marsh's definition of collective action, and the collective action analyzed mainly based on 2 dimensions, namely economic and social. And a few words about Kudumbasri. Kudumbasri is one of the largest women's movement in Asia, purposefully selected for the study. Hence, it created a well network of women and provides material as well as emotional support with emphasis on face-to-face social interaction. And coming to our analysis part, a few words about the socioeconomic background of the respondents. Majority of them belong to the age range of 35 to 50 years, and 61% belong to BPL category, and the average monthly income of the respondents' family is rupees 6,936, and majority of the respondents, around 56%, have 11 to 17 years of association with Kudumbashree. And our objective was to identify the factors leading to our first objective was to identify the factors leading to social capital formation and also to study the association between these variables. The Critical Values test is used to explain the significance of the influencing variables, and this table clearly indicates that all the variables are influencing, but the starred variables in the table have a notable influence in leading to social capital formation, and the most prominent influencing factors are educational qualification, main source of family income, occupation, residential status, duration in Kudumbashree, presence in meeting, and so on. And coming to our second objective, we have already mentioned the 6 important variables for measuring our social capital in our context. First of all, associational life, trust and reciprocity, generalized norms, network, trust in institution, and civic participation. And first one is associational life. The associational life among the Kudumbashree respondents were measured by their membership in different associations other than Kudumbashree, namely political group, religious group, caste association, arts, Mahila, NGO, self-help group, youth, farmers, and so on. The table clearly indicates the sample respondents' associational life. And second variable is trust and reciprocity. Respondents were asked about to indicate how much they trust different group of people on a scale from 0 to 4. And for example, the table clearly indicates how much the respondents trust the people they work with, and majority of them answered that they neither small nor great extent trust the people they work with. And our third variable is generalized norms. Generalized norms is one of the very important indicator of social capital. Here also we take generalized norms for measuring social capital. And for example, the table clearly indicates majority of the respondents answered that people are looking out for, people are very helpful in every context. And one of the interesting question, how likely their lost wallet returned with nothing missing, and the majority of the respondents answered quite likely. And another variable, fourth variable is network. A lot of questions asked about the respondents regarding their network, like number of close friends they have, how many people provide money in case they have emergency, and so on. And our fifth variable is trust in institutions. Respondents were asked to rate their confidence in different institutions like state government, the administration, police, politicians, healthcare system, legal system, and the court, religious institution, banks, schools, and so on a scale from 0 to 4. And I am not going to that much details. And our last variable is civic participation. The survey asked the respondents whether in the last 3 years they personally done the things like voted in the election, actively participated in Gram Sabha, attended a political meeting, actively involved in volunteer activities, participated in any demonstration, protest, boycott, or rally, and notified the court or police about the problem, and made a donation of money or in kind, and so on. And finally, about our social capital index, each answer is coded and given a weight, and then we have generated the indices of social capital, and the calculated social capital index is 53.4, and it is 54.6 in Wayanad district, 53.9 in Alappuzha district, and 51.5 in Thrissur district. And the major inference of the study is that the formation and activities of Kudumbashree promoted social capital formation in a moderate level. And this is the Ferguson breakdown decomposition of social capital formation index composition. It is seen that associational life got only a very low score in all the districts. On the other hand, trust and reciprocity, network, and civic participation got relatively high score. And coming to our last objective, social capital and collective action. The respondents were asked to describe the collective actions initiated by Kudumbashree that have taken place in their community or a segment of their community since 2010 and analyzed in two dimensions, economic and social. In the economic dimension, the income generating activities through Kudumbashree are the main collective action in the economy. 60% of the respondents expressed that they have engaged in income generating activity through Kudumbashree, and majority of them are in Wayanad district. It is important to note that Wayanad and Alappuzha are the districts with high social capital also. And the major income generating activities are collective farming, cattle rearing, and tailoring. And among the respondents who are engaged in income generating activity, most of them are engaged in group activity. And the average monthly income of the respondents from income generating activity is rupees 2,167. And in the social dimension, the respondents have shared their experience of important collective action for better infrastructure, for the construction of hospital, Anganwadi, road, drainage, footpath, street lighting, and so on. And collective actions also undertaken against the sale of alcohol, drug and ganja, and against bar, against domestic violence, and atrocity against women, and against robbery, against overspeed of the tipper, and against garbage dumping, against mobile phone tower, and so on. And the number of collective actions initiated by Kudumbashree is higher in Wayanad district, followed by Alappuzha and Thrissur district. It is important to note that Wayanad is the district with the high social capital and higher number of collective actions. And Thrissur is with low social capital and number of collective actions are also low. And let me conclude that, like all other capital, social capital is also productive. The formation and activities of Kudumbashree promoted social capital formation in a moderate level, which turns out to be positively related to collective actions, and the collective actions have economic, social, political, environmental dimensions, and which plays a critical role in the economic development. And thank you all for your patience hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vidya, IVA, for your paper presentation with detailed statistical analysis. So let me move into the next paper presenter. Adira VP, MPhil Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and Anjana MC, MPhil Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. They are going to present a paper on role of self-help group towards socio-economic welfare and sustainable livelihood among rural community, and analysis of Kerala model of development. Adira VP.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay,
please. Adira, can you switch on your video?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, am I visible?
Yes, you are visible.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, is it okay now? Hello, ma'am. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, okay, okay. So I am.
Good afternoon. We can't see you, but your screen is visible.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
I am. Good afternoon. I am Adira. and it's our joint paper. Me and Anjanansi, we are MPhil scholars, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and our topic is role of self-help groups towards socio-economic welfare and sustainable livelihood among rural community, and analysis of Kerala model. We all know that a self-help group is a financial intermediary committee made up of 10 to 25 local women ranging from age from 18 to 50 years old. Self-help groups are most widespread in India, although they can also found in other countries, especially in Southeast Asia. SH is a loosely organized union or organization of people who work on a daily basis. Individuals who are able to donate money are gathered and awarded to members who are in need. Members can also make tiny monthly contributions until the group has enough money to begin lending. The funds can then be reloaned to community members or others for any purpose. In India, many SHGs have joined with the banks to offer micro credit, and the SHGs plays an important role in the creation of socio-economic welfare and sustainable livelihood, especially among rural communities. And it acts as a tool for economic and social welfare in society, and it promotes savings and generate income through productive activities, and the provision of microcredit, collective savings, thrift activities, and various production units may help to reduce economic vulnerability of the household and increase prosperity of the poor community. And we know that women are the targeted group under self-help groups, which enhances access and power to participate in decision making, and it promotes the quality of life and empowers the woman to perform social and economic life. And Kerala is one of the leading states building up self-help groups under different labels such as Kudumbashree, neighborhood groups, Samada, Janashree, etc. Self-help groups in Kerala plays an important role in the poverty alleviation and social and economic security. So in this context, our study is aimed to analyze the working of success to examine the contribution of self-help groups in Kerala model of development. We use the methodology from secondary sources, and the necessary data has collected from secondary sources such as Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, Kudumbashree State Poverty Eradication Mission. The used variables are, yes ma'am.
Your
yes,
slides are not moving.
Ma'am, can I stop my video?
Sure. If there is any connectivity issue, you please switch off your video and continue your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Is it now visible?
Yeah, screen is visible, but slide is not moving.
Okay, ma'am.
Adira?
Yes.
Show the slideshow. The screen.
Is it now visible?
Yes.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So the description method is used in empirical studies, tabular and graphical representation. And when we move to the discussion and analysis part, we first say about the SHGs in India. Bangladesh has a reputation for being a pioneer in the field of microfinance. Dr. Muhammad Yunus, an economist from Bangladesh, Chittagong University, was one of the founder of the Grameen Bank Action Research Project. SHGs have a long history dating back to the Mysore Resettlement and Area Development Agency support in 1985. And SHG movement began in the southern state under the leadership of Mysore Resettlement and Area Development Agency. In this state, there is a general knowledge of thrift and the significance of low-cost credit, particularly among women. And this project is training to these groups on a variety of topics, including how to organize meetings, make agendas, record minutes and accounts, and so on. Several organizations, including the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, the RBI, and leading NGOs and multilateral agencies such as International Fund for Agriculture Development, have aided the rise of SHGs over time. And when we consider the SHGs in Kerala, the execution of SGSY, Swarna Jayanti Gram Saroskar Yojana, resulted in the development of activation of self-help groups in all districts. In June 2010, the Government of India restructured the SGSY plan and formed the National Rural Livelihood Mission as a new poverty eradication strategy. As a result, the SGSY program has been totally phased out due to NRLM's lack of support for financial aid to men organization. The men's SHGs founded, developed, and functioned under SGSY have reduced their role. livelihood creation, existing SDGs need to be strengthened and given more financial support. The Department of Rural Development has developed a sustainable income generation program to BPL self-help groups called Sustainable Income Generation for Self-Help Groups to help them overcome the crisis and provide for their long-term development. For the 2013-14 fiscal years, 978 eligible groups were chosen, benefiting 9,780 families. During the fiscal year 2013-14, 978 students were allocated to economic activities under the scheme. And when we say about Kudumbashree, in Kerala, Kudumbashree is the principal SHG or neighborhood group initiative, which means prosperity of the family, and is the name of the government women-oriented community-based state poverty eradication mission. The mission strives to empower women by forming SHG self-help groups and encouraging them to engage in a variety of entrepreneurial or other activities. The mission's goal is to ensure that women are no longer passive recipients of government support, but rather active in women-led development efforts. Kudumbashree began in 1998, 3 years before the government of India launched the Swayam Siddha program. The units work with the following objectives: formation of women, greater information and training, providing skill development training, flip credit activities, and 24-hour banking system. Focus on ensuring better living conditions, particularly on women, and improve infrastructure development. Assist this group through microfinance and state sustainable economic development through developing the houses of the participants. Enhance the ability of female members in the program planning, execution, and monitoring. Emerging leaders from the collected female groups. Women are being encouraged to make decisions. Women develop the family, and families develop the community. And the evolution of SIG, the evolution of Kudumbashree can be seen in this picture: 1992, 1994, 1995. These subsequent years. And the three-tier structure of Kudumbashree community based on organization is: first is neighborhood groups, NHG, 10 to 20 members, area development society, and community development society. The neighborhood groups is the cornerstone of the structure, is formed by groups in the same neighborhood, and area development society is a federation of energies in LSG ward, and community development society is a registered society under the LSG as the federation of ADS. And social development programs by Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree conducted, there are so many social development programs implemented through the Kudumbashree. The first one is Destitute Free Kerala, and it in Malayalam it is Agadi Rahita Kerala. And it's in 2003, the Kerala government launched Ashraya, a new program within the state poverty eradication mission to reach out the lowest of the poor. Ashraya, a multi-phased program, was formed in 2017 into more comprehensive one-time program called Destitute Free Kerala. This program, the criteria for identifying destitute are customized to Kerala's socio-economic structure, and the Community Development Society, CDS, the top body of the Kudumbashree, three-tier community organization, identify the beneficiaries, and the local self-government institutes ratify the decisions. The CDS and the LSD collaborate to develop a scheme for the recipient household, defining the services that each family need and allocating monies accordingly. The CDS and the LSDs collaborate to implement the project once it has been approved by the state government. And the Destitute Free Kerala differs from other poverty eradication programs in that rather than focusing on a single component of poverty, it aims to investigate all aspects of poverty. And the next one is BUDS institution. The disability mainstream program was started by Kudumbashree. The school was given in terms of BUDS to avoid the sin of labeling and stigmatizing the mentally challenged. In 2004, Kannur Panchayat established the first BUDS institution. More mentally challenged students began enroll in the government schools as a result of the policy focus on inclusive and integrated education. This has given mentally challenged children the opinion to attend school in inclusive setting where they can learn until they reach the age of 18. And the next one is Balasabha activities. It's a collaborative effort of children to ensure their involvement in the democratic sphere at the local government and community levels. The basic focal points of Balasabha include small learning groups of experimental and methodical learning, opportunities for understanding democratic process, engagement in environmental conservation, and enabling young. Yes, ma'am.
Your slide is
Yes,
not moving. Slide is not moving.
Is it moving now, ma'am?
No, it's not moving. At present, we can see the objectives and methodology slide.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, if it is not working, you please continue presentation. No problem.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am is okay, ma'am. I'll move to my presentation. We are going to the discussion and analysis part, finding part. Actually, the research table shows the block type SHG profile entry stats in Kerala. And from this table, it is very clear that there are 152 in Kerala, and all of them have SHG's entry. 245,795 Kerala as per the data, and among them one SHG have less than 5 members and 1,740 have more than 20 members. The fact is that there are both registered and unregistered self-help groups.
Adira? Adira? Hello, Adira? Anjana, whether Anjana is here? Anjana? The co-presenter Anjana, can you hear me? Okay, I think she has some connectivity issues. Adira? Adira? Okay.
Yes,
Okay, you please conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. This table shows the entire amount of linkage during this period is 20,64,826 lakh. There were only 10 neighborhood groups affiliated to banks in the early period of 1999. When it comes to 2020-21, though it is 2,50,118, the linkage amount of 1998 and
Adira? So I think she again lost her connectivity. So let me invite the next paper presenter. After all paper presentations, we can give time to Adira. Okay, the next paper presenter is Sharanya V.S., MPhil Scholar, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. She is going to present a paper on Kudumbashree, study on promoting the empowerment of self-help groups by women entrepreneurship in Kerala. Sharanya?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you please.
I am audible.
Adira? Yes, Sharanya, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, the screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible. It is visible. You start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good evening to all. My topic is Kudumbashree, study on promoting the empowerment of self-help group by ma'am, screen is visible.
No. It's not visible. Is there anybody to help Sharanya?
Now it is visible.
Now it is visible, but it is in the, we can see, now we can see. Okay. Okay. You please move on.
Okay. My topic is Kudmasri, study on promoting the empowerment of self-help group by women entrepreneurship in Kerala. Kudmasri is the poverty eradication and women empowerment program implemented by State Poverty Eradication Mission of Government of Kerala in 1998. The name Kudmasri is Malayalam language, means prosperity of family. The mission of Kudmasri is to eradicate absolute poverty in 10 years through concerted community actions under the leadership of local government by facilitating organization of poor for combining self-help with demand-led convergence of available services and resources to tackle the multiple dimensions of manifestation of poverty holistically. The understanding the structure of Kudmasri. The Kudmasri has a three-tier hierarchical system of organizations. NHs at the grassroots, ADS at the ward level, and CDS at the panchayati level. In the neighborhood group, group is the grassroots level organizations and the building block at the Kudmasri community-based organizational structure is an association of 10 to 20 women members. Each belonging to a distinct family. The membership in the neighborhood group is based on the role of one family, one member. The administrative setup of neighborhood group is there is a president, secretary, the community health volunteer, and the volunteer for income generations. The president, he has the president or the impart necessary leadership and guidance to the group members. The secretary is expected to record the proceedings of the meeting and responsible for necessary follow-up, including the motivations, the team building. Third, the community health volunteer is bonded to look after the various health-related issues of the group members, particularly among the children, women, and the aged. The volunteer for the income generations actually is entrusted with the duty of collections, consolidations, and maintenance of books, accounts, and registrations in collection with thrift mobilization. Second, the area development. The Area Development Society or ADS, the second level of the community-based organizational structure of Kudmasri. It is cluster formed by networking neighborhood groups existing at the ward level of the village panchayat or municipality. The structure of area development, there is a general body, a governing body, and advisory. In general body, it is made up to all the president and the secretaries of the NHs. The governing body designed by the president, a secretary, and committee of the 5 members. In advisory and monitoring committee, the advisory and monitoring committee is formed under the chairmanship of the local body and ward members. Third is the Community Development Society, that is CDS. CDS is the main part of organizations formed at the level of local government. This is a federation of all area development committees at the nearby registered non-governmental organization. In the structure of CDS, there is a general body, governing body, and in general body consists of the all ADS presidents and the members of the ADS governing body. In governing body is made up of the president, secretary, and 5 committee members. In the advisory and monitoring committee, the municipal president or chairman of panchayati will be chair the advisory monitoring committee, and secretary are the coordinator. What are the features of Kudmasri policies? All poor families are covered by the program. Each family is represented by the woman, a paradigm shift from the woman model poverty eradication program. In the terms of information on poverty eradication, sensibility of poverty problems, commitment to poverty alleviations, and the particular attention to gender concerns, women have provided the program with the new dimensions. The whole system is democratic and participants, a regular meeting and the rotation of volunteers every 2 years. Periodic opportunities for volunteers to hone their leadership qualities. Finally, the democratic hierarchy of organization facilitate innovations in the local governing process. The Kudubasri focuses on first one is social empowerment, second one is women empowerment, and the third one is development. For the social, the Kudubasri Balasabha project. In the women empowerment, there is learning program Nirbhaya. For economic
Charanya, we can't hear you. Charanya?
Still?
Charanya?
I am audible?
Yes, yes.
Astra project aimed at identification and rehabilitation institute families started in 2002 as the follow-up innovation to families that had been left out even from the out. The schemes requires every Gram Panchayat are integrated.
Charanya? Charanya?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you move somewhere you have connectivity? We can't hear you anything.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. You please continue.
Yes, ma'am.
You please go to your major findings and conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Next is Bala Sabha, an innovative attempt to gain the knowledge based through the evaluation, participation, and inquiry can be considered at the newest form of empowerment process. Alone, we have all states. Children's collective.
Still your voice is breaking. Charanya?
Yes. Okay.
Your voice is breaking. You please go to your major findings and conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. For the social development, the major programs initiated by the Kudumsris, they are Astraya, Bala Sabha, BUDS schools, tribal development programs. The Kudumsris act as a micro entrepreneurs. They started the rural micro entrepreneurs schemes, USD programs for youth. They also started the seasonal entrepreneurs. Now, 50,000 plus micro entrepreneurs are created by the Kudumsris. The major areas of micro enterprises are animal husbandry, proceedings, manufacturing services, responsible tourism, solid waste management, canteen and catering services, Sandvanam. To be concluded, the Kudumbashree mission has grown to become one of the best women's empowerment projects in India. This is the major anti-poverty innovative launched by Kerala government with the goal of eradication poverty and recovering the poor from the worst of extreme deprivations. The Kudumbashree model is capable of being led entirely the representative of the poor and being influenced by the non-government groups help to channel for the more resources from the both internal and external resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharanya. So let me move on to the next paper presenter.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes,
Ma'am,
yes.
Siddiq sir is not able to present his paper.
Yeah.
Instead,
I got the message. I got the message
Oh, okay.
from Dr. Christabel.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
So the next paper presenter is Srinath SV, educator, Kerala State Civil Service Academy, Trivandrum. He is going to present a paper on the idea of reversals, lessons of Indian bureaucracy to bottom-up development. Srinath.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Just share my. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Warm good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Srinath SV. I am educator for public administration with Kerala State Civil Service Academy. Thank you for giving me a platform to express my views on idea of reversal, which could be, I believe, an option for our bottom-up development plan in context.
Srinath, your voice is very low.
Am I audible now? Is it clear?
Yes. Now it is clear.
Okay. So basic this presentation would be a exploratory one, dealing with mainly a quantitative analysis of secondary data. The idea for doing this is our bottom-up development. That is the whole area of social solidarity economics. Is its future going to be a happy or projected good one for an Indian context? So in this context, I would like to draw a brief background of the current SHG, or what you call as the bottom-up development participatory governance model in India. It has got a great legacy of participatory development right from the starting of independence, which has got a Gandhian legacy of Oceanic Circle, where the village Swaraj model was actually proclaimed as a feature of India's development. But unfortunately, it took around 30-40 years post-independence to institutionalize a participatory bottom-up development model, which was in the more successful form of self-help group movement, which started with the 1990s by the institutionalized financialization. But even though we have got a great legacy, around more than 6.6 million SHGs operate in India. Not only SHGs, when we take participatory development, we have got a great legacy of joint forest management for the National Forest Policy in 1988. We are evolving a section of farmer producer organization, FPUs, traditional management of media organizations in southern India, and certain individual successful models, which we termed as a Indian model of cooperative development, like the famous Amul model of cooperative sector, and Kerala's unique financial cooperative sector. These are all definitely successful areas in our bottom-up participatory development sector. But when we do an introspection, I would say the current status of our SHGs, this broadly bottom-up development model, is not it is not going to be a complete panacea. or even now, if you consider the efficiency of normal input-output manner, the SHGs could not be considered as a feature model until and unless we are taking the feature of this particular segment. Because when we take about this participatory bottom-up development model, the segment is having a bit of a or we can say a higher publicity being given in this era of governance, especially with the foreign funding. We can say the corporate, multinational institutional funding. But when we take it to the grassroots level, we can find a lot of issues which are actually which need a greater introspection in this context, because many studies has actually pointed out the issues in the SHGs and participatory development issues. To point out some, the Jan Kalyan Samiti recently pointed out how in Jharkhand, a lot of NGOs and SHGs are actually hands on gloves with corruption at the grassroots level. And another study by Dr. Kailash Mishra pointed out how certain SHGs in Puri, Odisha, are facing a lot of issues in their conversion ratio. Like even if the effort numbers of SHGs are putting on, how it is not converting to a good product or even a longer term sustainability context. And in many contexts, what happens in India's unique socio-political economic context is the social elites, what we call as a caste hierarchy, which usually hijacks our this bottom-up participatory development model, which is a form of collective enterprise. This was actually pointed out in joint forest management in Sahyogpur, Himachal Pradesh, by a study by Kulbhushan Baluni, where he pointed how the social hierarchy actually led to marginalization of the poor segment of the lower segment of the caste hierarchy, which is actually reality in India, even though our constitution clearly bans untouchability. So, to analyze these participatory models, we can point out some unique issues. The first one would be the poor efficiency, because as I said, the cost to output, when we take an input-output cost efficiency ratio, we can clearly find the effort the individuals are putting on may not be actually commensurating. Only we hear about the certain success stories, for example, as we discussed, Kerala's Kudumbashree model, or maybe even a Pangi Hill model in Himachal Pradesh. But if you take a grand analysis of India's SHG experience, it may not be all bright in the broader level, or even, as I said, in other participated development model. Also, the corruptions and social hierarchy, which definitely affects the efficiency. Mostly, it creates a mirage effect in the mind of the perceiver by giving an optimistic social view. Also, in Indian context, SHGs or participated development model cannot be a complete success, especially due to the aspect that, as I said, there is a clear segregation. If you consider rural wise, it is very difficult to find an homogeneous group of society that is acting in tandem to get a clear outcome without state support, definitely. So in this context, I definitely believe that SSCs has got a future. Like participatory development is the future. There is no doubt in that. And these alternate development models are the crux for sustainable development in the future. But in this context, we have to integrate the role of Indian bureaucracy, which is, even though we leave it or call it in the context of colonial bureaucracy, which has got clearly many downfalls, issues, and negative sides like red tapeism or even excessive following of rules and procedures. But bureaucracy thus has got a enabling proposition in developing our future participatory bottom-up development initiatives like SHGs. In this context, I am trying to integrate the idea of development scholar Robert Chambers from UK. He was actually a he was a proponent of the concept of participatory rural appraisal, which was considered as a strong alternative development model in the 1990s, where he actually proposed that the rural society will be given a real participation, not
Srinath, can you go to your major findings and conclusion? Because we have very much limited time.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So the major idea is that this idea of reversals, this proposed by Robert Chambers, where he says that the rural section of the society could be given a a clear participation only if there is an external enabler who can actually provide some sort of reality infuse certain reality ideas into the mind of the society. But that can only happen when there is reversal in the values, preferences, and techniques these external enabler could do. And Robert Chambers was actually proposing a concept where he was not actually in support of a bureaucratic institutionalization in context of this external support, but in Indian context, I believe the legacy which our Indian bureaucracy has can be a clear support system in this external enabling coefficient. Because Indian bureaucracy is actually facing a lot of issues, as I said, and mostly in the context of administrative reforms. Because administrative reforms post-independence has taken in a very, very downtrodden manner, because even after we had more than 100 administrative reform commission, but our bureaucracy is still following the colonial legacy, as I said, especially post the second administrative reform commission in 2006, which proposed a grand narrative for administrative reforms. But if we can club both this social sector in the participatory development and a bureaucratic reforms, I think it could be a better option for developing our both segment, administrative reforms, bureaucratic reforms, and the development of the social sector, especially if you can consider certain success stories of our civil servants. Because civil service, as I said, there are many successful stories which we can take, especially the concept of joint forest management, which was initiated by an IFOS officer plus Ajit Banerjee, or maybe another story of Divya Devarajan IAS of Telangana, who actually studied the language of Gondi to help the tribal citizens. And there was a great tribal connect because the tribal understood that this person can understand our concerns and issues. So there was a directly a participatory sort of idea that evolved. So idea of reversal is such a concept where the civil servants as an enabler could actually understand what is happening in the grassroots reality and can act as an enabler for promoting the social sector, especially in the bottom-up participatory development, which is unique in context of India. So my basic findings are that this particular institutionalization of administrative reforms cannot, or bureaucratic reforms cannot be a top-down mechanism, but it should be rather a decentralized mechanism, because a decentralized bureaucratic reforms with the idea of reversals, where a natural participative resources PRI could be done in Indian context, could be a game changer in the future. Because usually our administrative reforms are concentrated on the area of structural bureaucratic reforms, like usually in this context of structural changes or institutionalized reforms, which is not a long-term sustainable manner. But if the civil servants can actually understand what they're supposed to do by promoting, acting as an enabler for this participatory bottom-up governance, they can actually imbibe the real public service value that is lost in Indian context. Because when we can tweak actually the behavioral aspect of administrator, taking from this case studies of certain civil servants, which are actually very less in number, because Indian civil service is a huge one, which has, if you consider the central and state service, our civil service is more than 5 crore, 50 million. So it is actually difficult to make a complete bureaucratic overhaul by a rather large-scale administrative reform, but we can club both the social sector, our participatory bottom-up development models like SHGs, along with our administrative reforms in a decentralized manner as specific to the state needs. Because it was actually specified by first ARC, First Administrative Reform Commission, 1966, using the concept of functional specialization. Along with,
can you please conclude, Srinath?
Yes, ma'am. So my conclusion is that rather than stressing more on the post-modernistic models like self-help movement, if you can integrate our existing bureaucratic strength by small-scale reforms, that would be much better to offer a path for our.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am very sorry to say that then I couldn't give you enough time for presentation. It was a very good paper. If you have, dear participants, if you have any questions, you please ask. Okay, I have some questions to Dr. Vidya. Dr. Vidya, are you here? Dr. Vidya? Dr. Vidya? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you please give me a quick response. So you have taken Alappuzha, Thrissur, and Wayanad. Why these 3 districts are differentiated in social capital and women's collective? Have you gone any? Have you found any social historical reason for behind that? You please give me a quick response. because our major session is going to start very soon.
Yes. Okay. The literature shows that there is deviation regarding the social capital formation, and even Kudumbasri is dividing state-wise division. Then that's why I selected Thrissur. Thrissur is selected Alappuzha from southern region. Kudumbasri was launched in 1998 after a review of neighborhood groups initiative in Kudumbasri from 1995. And the geography wise, it belongs to lowland. And there is literature shows that there is difference. Geographical difference in the social capital formation. That's why Alappuzha district selected. And the geography wise, it belongs to lowland. And from central region, Thrissur district was selected. Thrissur is one of the few districts in Kerala where the activities of Kudumbasri was widespread, and Kudumbasri has formed the highest number of CDS and also got Best CDS Award. And Thrissur belonged to the Midland, and Wayanad from northern region. Wayanad is the district with the highest ST population, and so Kudumbasri is giving special care to this district and implemented many projects like Urulsavam, Access, and e-transferring, etc. And even Wayanad belongs to the highest.
Okay. It's okay, Vidya. Thank you so much. So then next question to Dr. Parvati P. Parvati, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Social capital actually that help us to enhance our representation and participation of all stakeholders in public policy. But you have mentioned that then women, some percentage of women, I think it is 20% of women are participating in protest marches and political propaganda, and they are participating in anti-dowry campaigns like that. So how do you ensure the quality of their participation? Do their voices is considered in political propaganda? What do you think about it? You please give me a quick response. We have to wind up.
Yeah, we just try to find out whether they are actively getting engaged in issues that is relating to their local community and social issues, which will be that is so that they are not just beneficiaries of being this member of the group. They are also actively contribute something to the society by generating some awareness. That was so we could find that since they are actively, they are not just attending Gram Sabha meetings. They have said that they are trying to they are actually raising their issues there in the Gram Sabha, and that is they are also trying to address address certain issues that they are actually facing. Like for instance, some of them have faced drinking water issues in certain locality, and they were trying to address such problems as well. So they are actually effectively participating. That's what we felt.
Okay, thank you so much for your answers, and I am very sorry to Adira.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I couldn't give you much time. Anyway, once again, I appreciate Christabel PJ for organizing this seminar, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to chair the session. I thank all audience and all paper presenters here. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bushra, for being us for a very long time and for the great session you have had. Thank you. We'll meet again. Bye. See you.
Thank you,
good
ma'am.
evening, sir. Professor. And so the vote of thanks, who is going to propose vote of thanks? Anjali? Yeah, please go ahead.
Ma'am, now I invite Siddharth R of 2nd MA Economics, University of Kerala, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Anjali. It's my privilege and honor to propose a vote of thanks in this session. First, I'd like to thank the Honorable Chair, Dr. Bushra Begum, Director, Center for General Studies, and Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, for chairing and enriching the session with valuable queries and suggestions. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to thank the first paper presenters, Dr. Parvati P. and Dr. Kavita AC, Associate Professors of Government Arts and Science College, Nadapuram, and Government College, Chittoor, respectively. They presented the paper on social capital specializing in Kudumbasri mission. The paper was very enriching. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Vidya Ivy, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Sri Kerala Varma College. This paper was also based on the Kudumbasri Kudumbashree and the social capital formation through Kudumbashree. The paper had detailed statistical analysis and interesting observations. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to thank Thira VP and Anjana NC, both MPhil scholars of Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for their exhaustive coverage of self-help groups through social economic welfare and sustainable livelihood among rural community. Thank you. Next, I'd like to thank Sharanya VS, MPhil scholar, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala, for her paper on Kudumbashree, self-study on promoting the empowerment of self-help group by women and entrepreneurship in Kerala. Thank you. And next, I'd like to thank Srinath SV, educator, Kerala State Civil Service Academy, Thiruvananthapuram, for the paper, The Idea of Reversals, Lessons for Indian Bureaucracy to Bottom-up Development. The paper was a very interesting one and focused on nudging bureaucracy behavior in aiding participatory development. It focused on reversal of perception of authority among bureaucracy to integrate both participatory development activities and the bureaucracy. Thank you, sir. Last, but not the least, I'd like to thank Dr. Anita V, Head Department of Economics, and also Dr. Christopher PJ, Organizing Secretary, International. Thank you, everybody, once again.
Aishwarya. Good evening, sir. Dr. Kiran Kumar, sir. Good evening. Good afternoon, sir. So, are you fine with your laptop and other things? Okay, I think you are mute. You are mute, sir. You have to unmute. Then only we can listen to you. Yeah, now it is. So shall we start the session?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I invite Aishwarya to give an introduction on Dr. Kiran Kamal Prasad. Aishwarya, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we can start.
A warm good afternoon to all. At the onset, let me invite all those who have joined to a special session of Second International Web Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies Experience from around the world. The duty assigned to me is to deliver the welcome address. For this, we are delighted to have a great personality with us as a resource person, Dr. Kiran Kamal Prasad sir. He is the founder and coordinator of Jivika Free, an organization working for providing bonded labor. He was passionately engaged and sincerely dedicated his life for the eradication of bonded labor, lifetime slavery practiced in some place throughout Karnataka state since decades. He also promoted adult education by adopting methodologies of Paulo Freire and brought out booklets in Kannada on adult literacy in 1986. The pedagogy is still being implemented for adult literacy of illiterate women in SHGs promoted by Jivika. He had also received many prosperous awards, including Mother Teresa Award in 2019 and Liberty, Equality and Fraternity, a Human Rights Award 2020 by French Republic. He also published several articles on adult literacy, human rights issues, and issues of bonded labor. Let me take the opportunity to welcome our eminent guest on behalf of our economics family. Now I invite Dr. Kiran Kamal Prasad sir for the special session.
Thank you for this welcome and the invitation by Professor Christabel to join this conference by sharing my experience of involvement with bonded labor. I again thank everybody. I'm only sharing the experiences. It is more descriptive, not very analytical or theoretical. I begin with two case studies of two leaders in the movement. One is Muttaya. He is now about 51 years old, and he had from Mandya district in a village called Gopanalli. He was a bonded laborer since he was 12 years old and worked as a bonded laborer for 15 years. And then In 1994, he got in touch with civic activists, and then he filed his papers for liberation and rehabilitation, but he did not get any government grants. But then he continued to associate, join the various meetings, trainings, programs, protests, and eventually he became a leader in his own village, then at the taluk level, and now he's the vice president of the state level. We have a union of bonded laborers called Karnataka Jitadalu Mattu Krishi Karmikara Okkuta. And he has, now in his taluk, unfortunately, there were not many activists. And though he is almost semi-literate, with himself a bonded laborer, and when he came out on his own, he decided after the various trainings that he went through that continuing as bonded laborer is not the right thing, and somehow managed to come out of bondage, then secured some lands on mortgage, started cultivating, and now on his own, he helps freeing many bonded laborers. In 2018, he was instrumental. In 2017, he managed to get relief certificates to 36 bonded laborers in the taluk he hails from, that is Maddur. Then in 2018, there was a case of Janaki, who was a bonded labor. Now she's with her husband Chinnatambi and 2 children, 1 boy and a girl. They had migrated, I think, about 10 years back from Tamil Nadu to Maddur, Mandya. And her husband had died about 3 years back. And when they had begun bonded labor in a farm of a politician, they had taken 30,000 rupees. And the landlord, even when after working 10 years, the landlord claimed that those 30,000 are still due. And he made Chinnatami's wife Janaki to continue as bonded labor. Then sometime 2018 in August, she fell severely ill, and the landlord did not allow her to take rest. She also came in touch with Muttaya. He wanted Muttaya to get her released from bondage, and Muttaya was making plans to how to get released from the SDM, subdivisional magistrate. But meantime, when she was sick, she had gone away into a close by village of a relative. She was staying there, and the landlord, I think after a few days, came to know where she was, and he came there in the early hours of a particular day and literally dragged her from her house, took forcefully. He came along with their companion, pushed her into his car and took her away. And that was the time somehow that message got leaked. The videos were taken, and immediately Muttaya got into action, made the DM and the police to take, and then she is free now, and he managed to get a job in the social welfare hostel. Similarly, he got relief certificates to 42 bonded laborers in 2019. And there was another case of another bonded labor. He was given a house built from the government grant, but the landlord had kept the documents for himself, with himself. And again, he also had, I think, absented for a few days from the farm, and the landlord threw him out of evicted him from his house. And again, our civic activists got it. The story became public, and the officials came to the village to inquire, to make report. And Muttaya also was there, and he was really manhandled by the gundas of the landlord. And then another case, recent case, 2020, one woman, Renukamma, she was bonded labor for 35 years just for food. And she had developed some malignant tumor on her chest. And then the house lady threw her out, fearing that she may have to shell out more money to give her treatment. And again, Muttaya took her cause, took up her cause, and now she is free and is getting the rehabilitation grants. Similarly, another case I speak of, another bonded labor, that is Narsimappa from a neighboring, from Shilghata Taluk in Chikbalapura district, north of Bangalore. Now again, he was a bonded laborer. His family, his grandfathers, they were all bonded laborers. His grandfather had 4 children and all the 4 sons were bonded laborers. And his father came to a particular village as a bonded laborer, worked there as 8 years. And the landlord, I think after his diligence, seeing his diligence, made him to get married in the village, and he was settled in that village where Narsimappa is staying now. It is called Kolali. And then when he was born and he got admitted to a school, but from the almost, I think he was admitted also a little late in his age. Then from the very, though he was admitted to school, almost every alternative day, he had to absent himself, take leave to get some extra income for the family. And then he somehow managed to complete 5th standard, but at the 6th standard he was detained, saying that that he had not enough attendance. Then he repeated the following year and passed the 7th standard, but he could not get into 8th standard because of old age. Then he had to go get the DM's permission, but he was not able to do because the town was little far away, could not manage the money. And then when he was in the 9th standard, his mother fell sick. His older sister was married, and the family had to take a loan of 20,000 to give treatment to the mother. And Narsimappa had to drop out of the school and to repay the loan. And there he worked for 5-6 years, and then afterwards he got married when he was 22, and then he could not manage his family. Again, he took another loan, and then in this second loan, it was from a stone quarry, and he started learning the work of breaking stones and made good money. But for some time, he still continued as bonded labor. Then his eldest son, he had 2 sons. When he was 9 years old, he had some very severe illness, and again he had to be taken to a big hospital in Bangalore and some operation, 20,000 rupees, but he did not survive the treatment. 2011, he got in touch with our youth activists. He started attending the meetings. He was actively taking part. Then from 2012, he gave his own application for his release and rehabilitation. And from 2013, the activists again in that area were not there, but he single-handedly, as a bonded laborer who himself was eager to get his release certificate and rehabilitation grant, he helped. He identified about 140 bonded laborers in his sub-taluk, and then in a neighboring sub-taluk another 70. And but the landlords, a large number, about 700 bonded laborers that filed liberation applications for their liberation, but the landlords were up in arms. Almost all of them ganged up and made petitions to the Tahsildar saying, in none of the villages in the taluk there are bonded laborers. And then Tahsildar also yielded to their pressure. In spite of that, this Narsimappa organized a big protest, gathering together about 500 bonded laborers in front of the taluk office, Tahsildar's office, and made the SDM to address them. They stayed put there, saying that we will not move till the SDM comes and assures them, gives them release certificate. The SDM came, he assured them, he listened to their stories and agreed that they were bonded laborers and started taking action. And then because of this bonded laborers initiative, 430 bonded laborers got release certificates in 2019 February. I'm giving these two case studies. Like that, there are many other bonded labor leaders who our civic activists themselves fight for identifying and getting this release and rehabilitation grants. But along with them, the bonded laborers themselves are taking the leadership role in implementing the Bonded Labor Abolition Act of 1976. Now Jivika Jita Vimukti Karnataka, Bonded Labor Liberation Front, is a movement on bonded labor. Now, when a person takes an advance and to repay the loan, he works to the landlord for wages much below the minimum wages, and without having freedom to work for somebody else. This is bonded labor. Bonded labor is considered that it is mainly found in agriculture and also in brick kilns or stone quarries. But recently, on December 8, 2021, the National Human Rights Commission issued an advisory to all the states and union territories. I think it has come to Kerala also, that bonded labor cannot be restricted to only agriculture and brick kilns, that it is very much found in the call centers, shopping malls, massage parlors, and construction sites, which means the bonded labor so far to a great extent was addressed in the villages, in unorganized sector works, in various types of unorganized sector works. Though the Bonded Labor Act 1976 stipulates that if bonded labor conditions are found in companies, both the manager and the owner have to be punished, or actions have to be taken against them. But I don't think anywhere else so far action has been taken in bonded labor or bonded labor situations in companies or in offices. But the new advisory, I hope it is turned into an order or a much stronger instrument of compliance. I think because it is a mindset of the bureaucrats that and the politicians to a great extent that there is no bonded labor in any place, in any state. Almost all the states take this stand, except in the places where the bonded laborers or groups or organizations taking up the cause of bonded laborers, then on their pressure only they take some action. But in this context, therefore, when bonded labor is being denied, and denied even in traditional or village rural areas, now the present advisory by the NHRC, I think, is a great fillip to the work on bonded labor, because the conditions of depressed wages, I think, I don't think any sector, whether unorganized or organized sector, and now much more the what you call contracting out in various, even in established industries, the phenomena of contracting out, which, and then the migrant labor, the conditions of bonded labor are very much increasing, and especially in this context of COVID-19, where much of work is not available, that we don't have the hard statistics. We have to get the picture, ground level picture, how much COVID has impacted on the bonded labor situation. But if we go by the advisory of the NHRC, I think lot of work is there to in regarding addressing bonded labor in various sectors, in various work situations. Now, another aspect of bonded labor I would like to highlight here. In India, bonded labor is very much linked to the caste system. I have a thesis that before the British came, bonded labor was part of the caste system, where in the caste system, each caste had its own task to perform, jobs to do. And the Dalits and wherever the tribals were attached or in contact with the villages, they were made to do all sorts of labor without payment. They were looked after by the landlords, but they were not given, there were no payments, concept of payment. But with the British, when they, with their various economic policies like Land Settlement Act, the wage labor, cash transactions, and then investment in orchards and mining, this led to the freeing of labor from the caste bonds and get into sort of wage labor. They were paid and that too, earlier the wages were given in kind, and more and more the cash payments became the norm. And in terms of cash, when it is given, wages are given in kind, the needs of the person and the family are taken care of to a great extent. But when cash comes to the picture, the whole consideration is to give as least as minimum as possible, just to enable the worker to survive and continue to render his labor the following day. And therefore, when the wages, the cash is not sufficient to meet the needs of the bonded labor and his family, he would resort to advances, and the advances can't be repaid, and then the bondage for a long time, it was passed on from generation, it was intergenerational, whole families were bonded, and even, I think wherever in brick kilns and migrant labor and stone quarries, entire families also are in bondage. But in agriculture, we find more and more it is individuals who get into bondage. This is and Jivika emerged in this context, and Karnataka, it was, the Jivika was mainly my initiative. I had come in contact with the situation of bonded labor because of a strange situation. I was, after my postgraduate, I was keen to get into the lives of the Dalits in trying to bring about a change in their life. And I had come, after prolonged studies, I had come to my own understanding. I wanted to devote myself to in eradicating poverty or helping the poor. And in doing my search, I had come to conclusion or realization that in the Indian context, the Dalits and the tribals are the most poor in the Indian context, and most poor, most marginalized and vulnerable. And the best way to render social service or help to the poor is by what Paulo Freire's terms, conscientization and organization, making people aware of their own problems, and through their awareness, build up their leadership, and through their leadership to make them address their own problems and find solutions. And that way, I was finding a way to get into the lives of the Dalits, and that was in 86, I got into a village. And while that was the time when our earlier form of present Gram Panchayat Act, Karnataka had a very progressive, much more progressive than the present one. It was called Mandal Panchayat, Taluk and Singha Panchayat Nyam Mandal Act. And the elections were announced in 87. And we were going around villages, a group of Dalit youth, wage laborers, college students, high school students, going around villages giving the provisions of the Panchayat Raj Act, which has at the Gram Panchayat level, the elections are held, are apolitical. That is, no political party can contest in the elections. Therefore, we are giving knowledge to the village people, to the Dalits, about the provisions of the Panchayat Raj Act and asking them to put up their own leaders without getting into or without being afraid of anybody. And we were doing this within a few days. There was a big commotion in the village where I was, and in the early morning there was some gossips that the high castes were threatening the Dalits that I should be sent away with the village. But the Dalits stood firm. Then ultimately, that was sometime in 87, February or so. Sometime in July, there was a social boycott in the village I was staying on the Dalits. And you know, the social boycott is the ultimate weapon against the Dalits when they assert their rights or when they demand that some of the customs have to be abrogated, and the high caste people do not yield, then they impose the social boycott. Their life is made difficult. They are not allowed to access the whatever amenities from the common shops, can't draw water, can't walk on the public road or allow their cattle to graze on the open fields. This went on for a month or so. And literally one day when I was getting into the village, I was literally thrown out of the village. I was just pushed. It was a big village. And that incident was being investigated by the SP of Bangalore district. The SP was the lady Prabha Rao. When she came to the village to inquire what had happened, she didn't ask me about my work on adult education or of this Panchayat Raj Act. She straight away asked me how many bonded laborers are there. And when I said I am not aware of the evil in the village, but I said I'll let her know as early as possible. And in the following week, when I gave her a list of 40 bonded laborers, she remarked, her spontaneous remark was, "Now I know why they are against you." And that remark started making me think, and I said, let me find out the ground reality. And I also came to know that the Karnataka government officials were declaring that there is no bonded labor, that they have wiped out the system. So I went around the entire taluk and got the data about 700 bonded laborers. And in 1990, the data was presented to the Legislative Assembly to a member of Legislative Council, who was a great Dalit leader, was the founder of Dalit Sangharsha Samiti, the Dalit movement in Karnataka. And when the question was raised, the minister concerned immediately acknowledged that the government aware that there was bonded labor still alive, and it was determined to do what was to be done under the law. And the things started moving, and we started organizing the bonded laborers whom we had identified, the 700 of them, into groups, into union groups, and we developed a number of activities to address the bonded labor, because it was a big task to make the bureaucrats come away from the mindset that there was no bonded labor. It took about 10 years. In 2000, that too, in 2000, there was a case of 5 bonded laborers were chained on their ankles with 15 kg weight chains, iron chains, and they were working on a stone quarry, breaking stones, and the stone quarry belonged to a corporator of Mysore. And they were made to work like this for about 3.5 years. And this situation came to light sometime in June in 2000. And when this news was published, the government was shaken, and government took a stand for the stump. For the first time, government started recognizing our work, and then we, the giving activists, quite a few of the bonded labor leaders have been part of the team in giving trainings to the top level bureaucrats, the DMs, SDMs, Tahsildars, and various, even at the lower level, and a number of trainings in all the present 30 districts at the district level and at the taluk level. Trainings were given, the investigating teams were formed, and Right now, because of the effort of both the Jewish activists and the union, little over 6,000 bonded laborers have been released and rehabilitated, and about 25,000 bonded laborers have come out out of their own initiative and living as independent workers. Now we, in the movement, we follow certain, our main concern in our work is to build up the agency of the bonded laborers. As I already gave the example of the two bonded labor leaders, quite a few of the bonded laborers themselves take up the cause of identifying, bringing to the notice of the government and get them released. We mainly follow a human rights approach. One is human rights. We address the human rights of, or the rights of whatever rights related to bonded laborers, beginning with the fundamental right. Our constitution has a provision under the under part 3 of fundamental rights, article 23, which forbids human trafficking, begar, and other similar forms of bonded labor. And the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act was enacted in 1976. But before that, for 6 months, the ordinance came in force in October 25, 1975, and the Act stipulates that the Act is in existence from October 25, 1975. But it took about 25 years to give effect to a fundamental right, which it should not have been. Now, why this delay? I think if not for that was the period when emergency period was there, and it was also it was a part of the program of action of the party in power then, and I think because of that, ultimately the Bonded Labor Act came in existence. If not for this circumstance, which may have curtailed the rights of the political parties or political leaders, but for the poor, number of beneficial legislations emerged during this period, and one of them was bonded labor. And therefore, I think, in spite of, and at the time, that particular period, I think from 1976 to 80, a large number of bonded laborers were identified and released and rehabilitated all over India, but mainly in 12 or 13 states out of the 28 states now, and 7 union territories. Now, this fact itself, I think, why bonded labor is not considered an issue, because I think mainly the politicians and the bureaucrats, and I would call it is a caste class combined, both the bureaucrats from higher caste, and I think unconsciously they think acting or enacting bonded labor, it would be going against their own class interests or interests of their families. Because we, along with the bonded labor, the rights of bonded labor and the statutory rights, we address the other issues related to that, the minimum and equal wages, the right to work, getting work under NREGA, right to food, right to housing, right to water, right to education, right to health, right against atrocities against the Dalits and SCs, STs, and women, right to get elected to the Gram Panchayat. We work on these in a significant way, and also we try to promote alternative economic structures by building up self-help groups. Most of the bonded labor in the villages are men and boys, and we build up self-help groups in the family, women in the families of bonded laborers. Just before the COVID, we had about 1,500 self-help groups in 10-15 taluks. Now, 40K of them are not functioning. We have to revive them. We and we are deliberating on promoting, making these self-help groups into cooperatives and make not only vulnerable and all the vulnerable, the poor agriculture workers get into cooperative activities so that on equal terms they produce and share the wealth they create. I think I'll stop with this regarding my work, my experience in building up this movement of modern labor in Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your great presentation. There are some questions in the chat box. Shall I read it out or?
Yeah.
Or,
yes.
Okay. Okay. Miss Mahalakshmi, would you like to ask the questions or something like that? Okay, so I'll. Yeah.
Thank
Would
you
you like
so
to
much.
ask? Yes.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to ask a question to our esteemed speaker. Sir, you have really touched all our hearts, and we are all, I can tell by the sentiments that are being expressed in the chat, that we are all overwhelmed with utmost gratitude to you for being such an inspiring leader and for dedicating your life to this cause of working with people who are oppressed multiply and are just in bondage. I have a few questions for you. One question is, what are the sense that I get is this happens with many social problems. So there is denial. So, for example, I'm aware that with the poverty line, at one time, India dramatically decreased the number of people below the poverty line by changing the standards. You lower the standards, so then there are more people above the poverty line. So like that, a lot of these denial-based thinking, so one question is, how do you deal with that denial? Because that is very hard to break. Because when society enters denial about an issue, then people get angry when you try to go against that wall of denial. That's one question. The second question is that I wonder if your life has been threatened, if you have been in any way, if you are in danger because of the work that you do. That's the second question. Thank you.
Should I answer now or?
Shall we collect some more questions, sir? Some questions
Yes,
are there in the chat box that also I will share it with you. So anybody else, would you like to ask questions directly to Dr. Kiran? Umalakshmi, would you like to ask?
Oh, one more question you mean? Or I already asked.
Oh, you can ask the question. Yeah, that chat
Okay.
box. Yeah, sure. Umalakshmi. I think there is another confusion. There is another person called Umalakshmi.
Oh, not
Uma.
me. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm confusing you.
No, apologies. Yeah, apologies.
It's okay, no issues. So many Lakshmis are here. Uma, would you like to ask it directly? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, it was indeed a privilege to. Sir, it was really indeed a privilege to listen to you, sir. Thank you so much for this inspiring talk. Sir, could you please share some of those lessons that you have unlearned during your journey of social service?
Ma'am, I also have a question.
Sure, Adul. Please, you introduce yourself.
Sir, myself, Adul Joseph. I am a first-year PG student at the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. And sir, my question was regarding the bonded labor in the white-collar jobs. because most often when we address the problem of bonded labor, we are addressing the underclass. But there is a form of bonded labor existing in white collar jobs as well. We know in Japan, there is a term itself for people dying due to overwork. It's called karoshi. So with increasing corporatization of jobs in India, is India also moving towards such a karoshi death situation? I just want to cite few examples from Kerala itself. A few months ago, there was a bank employee who suicided because of the targets that she had to meet. And it's a bonded labor in the sense that it's bonded due to the contracts that they enter into prior to the entering work. And we all know about the this bonded labor situation in the IT sector as well. And even in the academic sector, the academic scholars and the faculty, they also face, I don't know whether academicians here would agree, but in the introductory section, we had talks about how they were pressurized by the frequent requirement for publication of papers, and how that often leads to poor quality papers being published. And there are many white collar jobs in which the people are facing a similar situation to bonded labor, not just the underclass. So is this situation really being addressed as a bonded labor scenario itself, or when such cases arise, do people generally tend to view them as a single separate cases and not having a sense of the bigger picture? Thank you, sir.
Anyone else is there? Anyone wants to ask a question? So let me ask one question, sir. I hope you listen to yesterday's lecture by Professor Kunyaman. May not. In that lecture, he was talking about the underclass. That he was defining underclass in such a manner that underclass.
Yes, good.
Yeah, underclass can be observed in across the society. It can be in caste, it can be in gender, it can be in economic situation and other things. So connecting that lecture with your experience sharing session, what he was trying to say is that it is the education. If you want to empower the underclass, he was arguing for very good quality education must be given to the people who are suffering. So that is the one and only solution he was suggesting in order to empower that whatever class, it need not be the caste-based discrimination, or it can be gender-based discrimination, that kind of whatever cutting across the society, something like that. And do you agree with that, with your experiences? That is, the education, can education empower the people, especially those who are from the socially disadvantaged situation? And in the case of India, we have, as Atul was trying to say, we can see the bondage and denial of rights to the laborers in different sectors of the society, or the sectors of the economy, and the manifestations of exploiting labor is going high and high in terms of contractualization, in terms of informalization. So we are seeing different dimensions of what exploiting the labor, or keeping the labor in the bondage or the slavery in different forms, in different sectors, especially in the informal sector. Not in the may not be that much prevalent in the formal sector, like we people are working in the formal sector, but in India about 93% of the people are working in the informal sector. So different dimensions of this kind of bondage is could be seen in the real world, in the contemporary India. So how can we wipe out these kind of inequalities, these kind of bondages? Can education be a solution? Or from your experience, can you say something more or something else can emancipate this kind of people? Thank you so much.
Anyone?
Shall I begin then?
Anybody wants to ask questions? Or Dr. Kiran can respond. I think you can respond now. If any other questions are there, I'll share. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the first, I think I'll go by the order by which the questions emerged. And the first question was about the denial. And also, you also have raised that it is also dealing with some other questions also. I think the denial factor is very much present, and how do we deal? And the only way to deal with any problem of denial, and especially in the Indian context, is to make the voice of the affected people heard, or make the voice powerful. One is to get out that voice, first of all. And I think that is all our effort in trying to build up this movement of bonded laborers. It is not from top trying to reach down or trying to liberate them, as many of the groups working on bonded labor, we have to go and liberate, free them, bring them out from the clutches. And in this context, we have used this Bonded Labor Act also to a maximum to an extent. The Bonded Labor Act is a very unique act in comparison to any other social legislation in India. And it's a very small act, very powerful act, I could say, and it has some very unique features. Now, bonded labor is not a criminal act as such. It is not like IPC provisions, for one thing. It is a welfare legislation. Welfare legislation in the class of labor legislation. Now, every labor legislation has a criminal provision, but because of the establishment of the tripartite board in dealing with labor problems, the employers, employees, and the government three coming together, and mostly because of the ILO structure also, the laborers don't ask for punishing them. Maybe in extreme situations of violation of human rights, they would do. But in any tripartite board, they are not asking for punishment of the masters and jailing them and closing the companies, but they are asking for betterment of the conditions of work, or increase of wages, increase of salaries, increase of the conditions of work, more holidays or remunerations, bonus, various things. And they will fight for that, and not as the first step to go and jail the owner or close the factory. And close the factory, what will happen? All the workers will lose the work unless the workers take control of. In very, very few situations it has happened in India, where when the employers said they can't run, and I think there are just one or two cases where the employees have got together to run the factory. Now, but most of the people working on bonded labor want to go take criminal action, make the landlord get into jail or punish him with, or take the case to court. But the Bonded Labor Act gives all the powers, including the judicial powers. I think the bureaucrats have quasi-judicial powers because of especially the quasi-administration that developed in London and then America, and also now promoted in India, all the social welfare economy states, very much quasi-judicial powers are given to the bureaucrats, to the administrators. But Bonded Labor Act gives judicial powers under the Criminal Procedure Act. 100% judicial powers could be given to the DMs and the SDMs. And the Karnataka government, I think most of the states have given the judicial powers. The DM and all the other powers. We call the various works to be done under bonded labor: identification, then the release and rehabilitate. And the fourth power is prosecute. And prosecution is by the DM, by the executive officer, not by the court. And I think that is, and that too through summary trial, not through an elaborate procedure of adversarial trial, which is there in India, developed from England. Ultimately, justice is delayed, and very few cases conviction happens, and when it is delayed, justice delayed is justice denied. Therefore, in the interest of bonded labor, the Bonded Labor Act gives all the powers to the DM. But again, because of this denial mode, one is the DMs and SPMs refuse to take cognizance of bonded labor. They have to identify, they are mandated. And the most comprehensive Supreme Court judgment, I think it was the 2012, which said every 3 years, every state and union territory, every district, the DM has to do a survey every 3 years. They have to, and the Panchayat Raj institution should be involved in identifying bonded labor. These are the directions given by a Supreme Court judgment in 2012. Then after that, there are only some minor judgments. Now, how do we, again, the question is, how do we deal with the denial? But the fact is, we have to acknowledge that is denial. Maybe few people concerned with social issues are bothered about, and not bothered about how do we deal that the denial is there very much. It is part of our, I think, the entire system, bureaucracy, especially denial in the case of the underdogs or underclass. Somebody spoke about the underclass, US. And in the terms of, in Indian context, just like the blacks in America, in the Indian context, the Dalits, the tribals, and the Muslims, they are anything to do with their rights and maybe to women. It is not really acknowledged. Everybody wonders, is this so? Can it be there? Domestic violence against women. People are shocked when the studies reveal so many facts. And I think this is the life of Dalits in terms of Dalits. Their situation is totally a situation of denial of rights to Dalits and tribals in India even now to a great extent. And the only way is to organize or get their voice heard. And like one of the suggestions in terms of education, getting them the high quality education. I'll come to that later. Now, and a question on life being threatened. Yes, in many cases, many of our activists have faced life threats. I, in the beginning, faced, when I was in the village, I faced, like in the very first, when I myself was going around taking the identifying bonded laborers with a survey form, and I had precaution. I had given a precaution to the youth who were taking me around the villages, not to sit in a public place or a common place, that we should inquire the bonded laborers in a very remote part of the village where we can't be noticed. But that village, particular village, the youth were with me, the youth, they were very, no, nothing will happen. We are in good terms with all the landlords and all the high caste people. They will not do anything. And I was making an inquiry. Then somebody came and said, immediately said, you get out of this village. But if something happened, I don't know what, something like this. And after that, I have not directly faced like that, but all the activists, because all our activists, because we could build up this movement, because we have all our activists are from Dalit and Mulwasi tribal communities, and they are based in their villages. We do not recruit based on qualifications and post them into different places. The youth from the villages, from the communities, or from the families of bonded laborers are chosen because of their own talent, their leadership qualities, and their own minimum qualification, and they are built up. Therefore, yes, I think, and that's why bonded labor is an issue which is not addressed by many NGOs. There are a number of NGOs on environment, on women, on child rights, on any issue, but not on bonded labor. In India, you can just count on fingertips the type of the groups that are working full time on bonded labor. In Tamil Nadu, there will be a number of groups. If there are big projects offered by somebody, that the number of groups and networks emerge I find that in Tamil Nadu very much on any issue. But I think, and that is because if you are addressing bonded labor, your life is threatened by the vested interests there. And the bonded laborers themselves, see this another case, the bonded laborers themselves are not ready to acknowledge or come out and claim their rights under the Bonded Labor Act or under the fundamental rights. They are very much afraid because this is another question why we don't very much insist on criminalization as the first step. Like quite a few other groups will say, first let us jail the culprit and then rescue and release the bonded labor. Now, in the villages, the bonded laborers are in close proximity with the families of the landlord, or in the same village or neighboring village, and whatever landlord he has a clout all over the place, entire taluk or maybe the district. Therefore, even if one succeeds in jailing the landlord, I don't think the bonded labor family can survive there the very next moment. Even if the landlord is behind the bars, his family or he has power to deal with and liquidate the bonded laborers. And bonded laborers themselves for a long time, whenever I started, no, we should take action against prosecution, action against them. Then they will learn. The bonded laborers are not ready to, because it is like what you call antagonizing the landlord is a life-threatening situation for them day in and day out, and not only for activists. Then the question of, I think these lessons unlearned I'll ask later. I think from your remark, I find that it is Atul or bonded labor in white-collar jobs and various sectors, IT sector, bank employees, academics, and also the workers overseas, especially Middle East and even European countries or America. I think the Indian highly qualified persons in that context, they would be really working as bonded laborers. Now, I have not addressed this phenomena because the bonded labor comparatively, the bonded labor in the villages, bonded labor of the Dalits, and bonded labor in the agriculture it should have gone long back. In terms of, I think, the priorities, we have to address this. Now, in this context, what I spoke in the beginning, the advisory of the NHRC, I said it is a great fillip. It is I think whether that will help in addressing the denial mode of the bureaucrats, of the politician, of the judiciary even, I do not know. I think it should help. When the NHRC has come out, sent an advisory to all the states and international, bond labor is there in shopping malls and call centers, massage parlors, construction sites. It is not just, these are informal. I think that should lead to what Atul has pointed out in all these emerging or what you call high-end sectors, the white-collar jobs, or especially in the informal jobs and contractualized workers, migrant labor. It is very much clear that bonded labor. But I think it is high time that especially the elite, the people in power, the politicians recognize the condition of bondage, as somebody spoke, the first questioner. You reduce the criteria of poverty and then bring the people large number above poverty line. Therefore, I think we require to address this. I think bondage labor, bondage situation is very much prevalent, and not just the stark reality of bondage labor in the villages of that is bonded labor. I think the society can recognize this, the entire society, and to that the Supreme Court and NHRC and the courts and also the bureaucrats take up the struggle. It will be a great thing. And the question of education. Yes, I think education, high quality education, is the only answer to the agriculture workers who are illiterate, or especially the Dalits and the tribals. And I don't think education in itself, and I would like to question education plus wealth. See, no doubt, education in the right sense, not only quality education, or what they call conscientization, critical awareness. I think that type of education, our education institutions should inculcate in whatever course, or it should not be just accumulating knowledge, but critically understanding the society, the problems of the society, the structures of the society. That sort of education, together with whatever technical knowledge has to be accumulated, this critical awareness is necessary. I said, apart from education, sharing of wealth itself will see, because why the people are not illiterate. Now, I give that example of both the bonded labor leaders. They were illiterate, and the second boy, he was, I think, talented person. Just because of the poverty, and he's coming from his grandfathers, his uncles, and his own brothers were bonded laborers, and he wanted to educate, but he was not able to. He had to drop out from 9th standard. But if he had money, little bit of money, and if he had enough money, I think he would have got educated. And he's educating his son to compete for the administrative or competitive exams. He's just doing his graduation, and he's a bright boy, his son also. I think the sharing of resources has to be addressed by the society, because education itself, given our present setup, very unequal society, you get educated, the lament by Ambedkar, that he promoted so many people through his efforts to come up in life, and none of them are working for the downtrodden among the Dalits. I think, therefore, education in the present setup, you educate, you get better jobs, and you think about yourself and not the society in general. Therefore, the critical awareness, critical understanding of society, and promoting, I think, in terms of the theme of the conference, solidarity economies. Solidarity economies not just for the marginalized or excluded groups. It should be part of, I think, the entire society, entire economic structure. I think the present economic, especially in spite of COVID, the wealth is appropriated by the top one class, and that one class, the 1% class, has not suffered even during COVID. They have amassed wealth much more, and I think that unless that issue is addressed, just education itself will not lead to eradication of poverty or eradication of bonded labor. People getting education will get better jobs and get better placed and think about themselves, and that is also because of the caste system. I think with that, in terms of lessons unlearned, it is a big challenge to me to answer that. Therefore, I took some time. Yes, I think I have been trying to promote, the whole concept of equality, the constitutional values of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. And I try to personally, and in our organizational structure, it is everything is open. Everything is known to everybody, and decisions are taken together. But I find that somehow the equality doesn't happen very easily. It is they put certain appropriate structures, and I know it is a big dilemma or issue I'm dealing with. The bonded laborers, most of our activists, the union, all of them are from bonded labor families, bonded laborers. But the values of hierarchical values are very much imbibed or very much part of our life. It's very difficult to take them out. Yeah, I think I may not have answered that last question too.
And you learned a lot by
Yes.
this. That is, I think, that may be the right answer, rather than learning it.
Yes, you learned a lot.
You learned a lot, and you were experimenting and experiencing a lot of things over the years, because it is not a short period. You were working in the field of social work for a very long period, for decades together. Only Dr. Kiran Kamal was there. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wants to ask any other questions, any responses? So thank you so much for your patient listening. Amal, can you propose the vote of thanks?
Ma'am, now I would like to invite Amal from First Step Economics to propose the vote of thanks.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Amal will propose a official formal vote of thanks. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good evening, one and all. We have reached the end of the first special address given as part of Cmase 2.0. It was indeed a thought-provoking and illuminating session, and we are lucky enough to have Dr. Kiran Kamal Prasad with us. The duty bestowed upon me is to convey the vote of thanks. First, let me express the gratitude on behalf of the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to Dr. Kiran Kamal Prasad, Overall Coordinator, GVK Bengaluru, for giving an excellent coverage on the topic bonded laborers leading their liberation. Let me also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Christabel PJ, who is the organizing secretary of this international seminar, and also the associate professor at the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. I also express my gratitude to Aishwarya BS, first MA Economics student of the department, for delivering the welcome address. Finally, it is most right to thank all of the academic and non-academic friends who have joined us online for this lecture. A big thank you to each and every one of you.
Thank you, Amal.
Oh, thank you.
So much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us for a long time. Thank you. We'll meet again, and we will deliberate more on bonded labor and your experiences in the days to come. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we are continuing our session because we had a small technical issue in the morning where Professor Sharon D. Austin's presentation, it's a recorded presentation. We tried to run it, but there was some technical issue. So we are doing it again, or a repeat telecast of the recording now. And we are going to run it for the time being. Thank you for being with us. You can stay back and listen to the recording of Dr. Sharon Austin, and it is really interesting. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Austin, and it gives me great pleasure today to give this presentation. I'm currently participating in another conference, so this is a pre-recorded presentation that I want to give to you about African-American women and cooperatives. So I want to go ahead and share my screen to give you an idea of what I'll be talking about. I'm assuming you can see that. This is the title of my presentation. Let me just move this out of the way. The Solidarity Economic Efforts of African-American Women in the United States. And again, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you virtually today. My name is Dr. Sharon Austin, and I'm Professor of Political Science at the University of Florida. This tells you a little bit about me, about my background. I'm originally from the city of Memphis, Tennessee. I graduated with a doctorate in political science from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and I've been a professor at the University of Florida since 2001. These are some of the forthcoming books that I have coming out within the next probably 3 years or so. The first book is entitled Beyond Racial Capitalism, Cooperatives in the African Diaspora, that I'm editing along with Caroline Hossain of the University of Toronto and Mr. Kevin Edmonds, also the University of Toronto. The other book is African Diaspora Economics, and I'm co-authoring with several people. And finally, I have another book that I've been working on for that will be in our edited book that talks about women in New York and also in Washington, D.C., and the way that these say Good morning. My name is Sharon Austin, and it gives me great pleasure today to give this presentation. I'm currently participating in another conference, so this is a pre-recorded presentation that I want to give to you about African-American women and cooperatives. So I want to go ahead and share my screen to give you an idea of what I'll be talking about. I'm assuming you can see that. This is the title of my presentation. Let me just move this out of the way. The Solidarity Economic Efforts of African-American Women in the United States. And again, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you virtually today. My name is Dr. Sharon Austin, and I'm Professor of Political Science at the University of Florida. This tells you a little bit about me, about my background. I'm originally from the city of Memphis, Tennessee. I graduated with a doctorate in political science from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and I've been a professor at the University of Florida since 2001. These are some of the forthcoming books that I have coming out within the next probably 3 years or so. The first book is entitled Beyond Racial Capitalism, Cooperatives in the African Diaspora, that I'm editing along with Caroline Hossain of the University of Toronto and Mr. Kevin Edmonds, also the University of Toronto. The other book is African Diaspora Economics, and I'm co-authoring with several people. And finally, I have another book that I've been working on for a few years, Political Black Girl Magic, The Elections and Governance of Black Female Mayors, that should be published, if not next year, then the year after. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the theme of Black women and the reasons why Black women engage in solidarity economic efforts or cooperative economic efforts. And the reason is because Black women have been victims of discrimination, just like Black men in America, and that has prohibited them from getting loans from American financial institutions in the past. That discrimination continues in present day. I want to talk about the Freedom Farm Collective, which took place or was founded in the 1960s, and a very dynamic woman by the name of Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, who founded the Freedom Farm Collective. And then I want to end by talking about just some of the recent efforts based on a chapter that I wrote with one of my colleagues, whose name is Dr. Tatiana Benjamin. She's at James Madison University. We recently wrote a book, a chapter that will be in our edited book that talks about women in New York and also in Washington, D.C., and the way that these savings efforts are not just for women who are poor. They now have become efforts that are now for women of all classes, including wealthier women. So what exactly is solidarity economics? And when I say that Black women participate in solidarity economic efforts, what am I talking about? The definition pretty much is the same as the title. It's when people are working together in solidarity with each other to profit each other financially, and also they work together in communities where they sometimes have been deprived of various political and economic rights. Men and women engage in these solidarity efforts, but today I want to talk mostly about African-American women, because we hear a lot about women in other countries, women of color, but we don't really hear very much about women in America and the way that they work together to save money and to enhance themselves financially. And also, this is a way that women, as I'll say today, are fighting against something called racial capitalism, which was written about in a book entitled Black Marxism, The Making of the Black Radical Tradition by the late Cedric Robinson. This was a groundbreaking book in 1983 in which he defined racial capitalism as the capitalist system in America and the racist aspects of it. The fact that in America, because of capitalism, many whites have profited, especially wealthier whites, but they profited from the exploitation of Black labor. So when women work together to save money, to pool their resources, to enhance themselves financially, they're fighting against racial capitalism, or they're fighting against the exploitation of Black labor, which I'll talk a little bit about in a minute. So racial capitalism pretty much has always placed Black people at the bottom of the economic ladder. And the reason has been because of the racism that existed in this country. And even after a lot of those racist barriers were removed and those racist laws were changed, nevertheless, African Americans still were disadvantaged economically and have had a difficult time in building wealth in America. And a lot of that is because of the capitalist system. So there have been blatant efforts that existed throughout our nation's ugly history, beginning with slavery and continuing in the years afterwards. But even in recent years, there have been more hidden efforts to try to discriminate against Black women, to make it harder for Black women to get loans and to amass financial resources. I want to talk a little bit about something else called fringe banking. This is a banking system that is a process of borrowing that charges high interest rates and leaves the borrowers in a cycle that they can never get out of debt. They can never pay off their loans because of the interest that's so high. And so especially a lot of people from lower incomes tend to be most exploited by fringe banking systems, because these are people who are in desperate need of money for something like, let's say if a health crisis happened, or if you lose your job and you really are in desperate need to get money, even if it means you know that you're being charged a high interest rate. Those are the people who are exploited with fringe banking system. And so usually it's a case in which you can never really pay off the debt. And then also they only give you a small loan for a short period of time. And that means that you sometimes have to borrow yet another loan, which puts you even further in debt. Banking deserts is another form of discrimination against men and women in America that disproportionately impacts Black men and women. And that means basically that there is a desert in poor Black communities, in the sense that there are very few banks there. Banks are more likely to close at much higher rates in majority minority neighborhoods, majority Black and majority Hispanic neighborhoods. That should say between 2009 and 2014, communities of color in America lost half of their banking branches. This is something that's important simply because there are very few banks in Black communities. And so that means that if you want to go to a bank to try to to get some kind of loan, that means usually that you have to travel quite, I guess, a far distance. And so that also is something that puts people of color, especially poor people, at a disadvantage, because there are so few banks there that they end up having to engage in fringe banking and go and get payday loans and other types of things in order to try to meet their financial needs. I now want to talk a little bit about the exploitation of Black women's labor, and just over then why I'm focusing on Black women specifically, because Black women and men have been disadvantaged, but Black women have had their labor exploited, and little is known about that. Black women tend to lead all women in labor force participation. So in other words, Black women work at higher rates or in higher percentages than women of other races. Yet a quarter of Black women in America live in poverty, live at or below the poverty line. Even though Black women are becoming increasingly college educated, there are probably more college educated Black women than Black men. Nevertheless, they tend to earn the lowest pay. So even when a Black woman has an advanced degree, she tends to earn less money than people from other racial and ethnic groups, and men and women from other racial and ethnic groups. Last year, due to COVID-19, the unemployment rate for Black women rose from 5.4% to 12.7%. And that's higher than all other racial and ethnic women. So Black women work, but unemployment was a big problem beginning with the COVID crisis. And as I already have mentioned, Black women now are the lowest paid workers in America. If you look at just the average pay that a Black woman receives, she usually is paid much less than Black men and than men and women of other races. But there are other issues as well that affect Black women financially. And one issue is with the health disparities that plague Black women. They're 4 times more likely to die from childbirth than white women. Black women are more likely to have high blood pressure, and they're also more likely to live in places that have inadequate maternity wards and inadequate health facilities. That affects them financially as well, because that means that sometimes that if their health isn't good, they can't work. And then also that means that at times that they might have medical bills that they can't pay, and they might be desperate to get money and engage in fringe banking so that they can get the kind of loans that they need. So why does solidarity economics matter? In other words, why is it important for Black women to work together to enhance themselves financially? One reason is because this is a way for them to rebel against discrimination. In countries around the world, Black men and women have sort of pooled their financial resources, have worked together in money pools and other solidarity economic efforts, sort of to enhance their economic gain. And then even more importantly than that, it's a way to address the discrimination that I've mentioned in the banking industry, the inability to get loans, the lack of banks in Black neighborhoods. This is a way of them to sort of use, I guess, a self-help type of strategy to help themselves rather than relying on a financial industry that oftentimes discriminates against them. So by engaging in efforts like ROSCAs, which stands for Rotating Savings and Credit Associations, and money pools, by pooling their money together, Black women and men as well gain a sense of self-determination and self-pride. It shows them that despite the discrimination that they have to sometimes deal with, this is an option for them to be able to get to use the people in their communities and work with those people to enhance their resources. So why else does solidarity economics matter? Because it gives them a sense of independence. And that's something that's very important for women, regardless of whether they're wealthier or poor. Many of these women reside in communities where they have to deal with discrimination on the basis of their race, but also on the basis of their gender as well. And so as a result of a combination of racism and sexism, they're doubly disadvantaged. So because so many Black women heavily rely on their male family members, especially their husbands, their boyfriends, their fathers, they need to find ways to have independent sources of money so that they won't have to be so dependent on the men in their families. And so these solidarity efforts provide them with opportunities to have their own money without having to go to someone else to get the money that they need to take care of themselves and their families. They also benefit from initiatives to help them in particular to take care of their children, because this especially is something that's helpful for women who are single mothers. Many Black women, I would say probably the majority of Black women in America, are lead female-headed households. They head their households. So basically it's just them and their children. So this provides them with independence, and it provides them with the money that they need to take care of their children. So by pooling their money and by engaging in solidarity economic efforts, they're able to bypass these banks and these financial industries that traditionally has refused to lend money to them for various reasons. I now want to talk about a woman that I admire very much. Her name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, and I'm sure after I show you this brief video, you will admire her just as much as I do. She is a woman who was one of the, I guess, the unsung, one of the heroes of the civil rights movement that we know very little about, especially in the state of Mississippi, where my parents are from. She was an activist, but she was an activist not just there, but around the country. But she began her activism in the state of Mississippi, and she influenced her community to pool their resources together while at the same time fighting for voting rights, other types of political rights, citizenship rights. She went through a lot of abuse, as I'll show you in a clip in a minute. And she wanted, in particular, Black men and women to have their own economic capital, to have their own money, because she lived in what was called the most racist state in America because of the poverty of most of the Black people who lived there, and also because of the environment of terror, the way that she was treated throughout her life. She was born in 1917 in a small community in Mississippi. She lived in poverty all her life. She died at the age of 59 in 1977, but she developed a Freedom Farm Collective in 1969 that I'll talk about. But first I want to show you a clip that's approximately 12 minutes that talks about Mrs. Hamer. That's a biography that talks about her life and just the tragic life that she lived, but just the fact that she was quite a fighter.
Fannie Lou Hamer. These beatings and even forced sterilization.
All right, I want to stop and make sure that you can hear this, because I always forget to share the sound. And I think I probably forgot, but now I'll start it over. Well, I'll go ahead and continue. You should be able to hear it if you couldn't hear it before.
Life story of Fannie Lou Hamer. Born on October 6, 1917 in Montgomery County, Mississippi, Fannie Lou was the 20th and youngest child of Lou Ella and James Townsend. Both Lou Ella and James worked as sharecroppers their entire lives. When Fannie Lou was just 6 years old, she joined them despite having endured a bout of polio just a year earlier. Hamer was 8 years old in 1925 when she saw Joe Pullum, a local sharecropper, lynched. In an interview with Jack Odell in 1965, she said, "I remember that until this day, and I won't forget it." Poverty forced Hamer to drop out of school at the age of 12, and by the age of 13, she was picking as much as 400 pounds of cotton in a day and receiving $1 for her work. Since Hamer had learned how to read and write during her brief time in school, she also worked as a record keeper on the plantation and soon discovered just how the owners would cook the books to cheat the poor sharecroppers out of their fair wages. To offset this, Hamer began secretly tilting the scales to ensure people weren't cheated. She later recalled, "I didn't know what to do, and all I could do was rebel in the only way I could rebel." In 1944, Fannie Lou married Perry Pap Hamer, a tractor driver on a local plantation. 17 years later, in 1961, she underwent surgery to remove a small cyst in her stomach. When she woke, she discovered that she'd also been given a hysterectomy without her consent. According to PBS, this type of forced sterilization was so common at the time that it became referred to as a Mississippi appendectomy, a term coined by Hamer herself. On June 8, 1964, Hamer testified before a panel in Washington, D.C. that at the North Sunflower County Hospital, 6 out of the 10 Negro women that go to the hospital are sterilized with the tubes tied. Forced sterilizations have a dark history and an equally dark present in the United States. Indiana passed the first forced sterilization law in 1907, And while they hit their peak in the 1930s and 1940s, targeting those deemed to be criminals or unfit by the 1950s, sterilization laws started targeting welfare recipients as well. Forced sterilizations were frequently racially motivated. This became abundantly clear when Mississippi proposed a bill that would make it a felony for a parent on welfare to have more than one child. Jail time could be avoided if the parent consented to sterilization. Ultimately, sterilization was removed from that bill, but untold women like Hamer still were sterilized without their consent. On August
Outdoorsy is a service that connects RV owners with RV renters like us. Once you put that key in the ignition,
August 31st, 1962, Hamer and 17 others went to the courthouse in Indianola, Mississippi to register to vote. According to PBS, most of the group was blocked from even attempting to register. Only Hamer and one other man were allowed to fill out an application and take a literacy test. At the time, literacy tests were purposefully designed to keep Black people from voting. And when Hamer was asked to explain de facto laws, she later recalled that, "I knowed as much about de facto law as a horse knows about Christmas Day." After failing the literacy test, the group was denied the right to register to vote. On the way home, their bus was stopped by police and fined $100 for being too yellow. Then the persecution got worse. The owner of the plantation where Hamer worked and lived demanded that she withdraw her application to vote.
Mr. Marlowe told me that I would have to go down and withdraw my registration or leave because they wasn't ready for that in Mississippi.
Hamer refused and was immediately thrown off the plantation where she had lived and worked for 18 years. She temporarily stayed with a friend before finding a new home, and just narrowly missed being murdered by those who were trying to suppress the Black vote.
They shot in the house 15 times thinking that I was there.
On January 10, 1963, Hamer was finally able to pass the literacy test. According to The Nation, after her second attempt on December 4th, she told the registrar, quote, "You'll see me every 30 days till I pass." A month later, she passed. But despite now being registered to vote, she discovered that she still wasn't allowed to vote because she didn't have any poll tax receipts. In some parts of the United States, people were required to pay a tax in order to vote. A tax put in place to ensure that the poorest people, who were often people of color, didn't get a voice in the government. And they weren't subtle about this fact either. For instance, in 1939, Alabama's Tuscaloosa News published an editorial that read in part, "This newspaper believes in white supremacy, and it believes that the poll tax is one of the essentials for the preservation of white supremacy." In 1962, the United States passed the 24th Amendment, which outlawed poll taxes for federal elections. Despite this, Hamer was still denied the right to vote a year later because it wasn't really enforced until 1965. And to this day, 8 states, including Mississippi, still haven't ratified the amendment. While PAP worked to pay off their sharecropping debt at the plantation, Hamer continued working toward voter registration and desegregation. On June 9, 1963, Hamer and 9 other activists were returning on a bus from a voter registration and civic education training session in Charleston, South Carolina. The activists had tried to integrate lunch counters at the various bus stations along their way home, and their protests had enraged their bus driver. According to Fannie Lou Hamer, America's Freedom-Fighting Woman by Megan Parker Brooks, the driver began using the phone at every stop, reporting their location to Mississippi police. In Winona, Mississippi, police arrested at least 6 of the activists, even those who'd remain on the bus, and took them to jail. Hamer and her fellow activists weren't released from jail until June 12th. And in those 3 days, Hamer sustained such severe and prolonged beatings that she suffered from lifelong damage to her kidneys, eyes, and legs. In addition to beating the activists themselves, police also forced the other Black people who were also imprisoned in the jail at the time to beat the activists as well. While there was later a brief trial, the police were cleared for their actions. After several failed attempts to work with the all-white pro-segregation Mississippi Democratic Party, Hamer co-founded the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and in 1964, she went to the Democratic National Convention in an attempt to get representation. As a result, she received death threats. When she reported them to the police, they told her, quote, "Don't look to us for help." On August 22, 1964, Hamer testified before the Credentials Committee at the Democratic National Convention. She started by stating her full name and home address, defiantly signaling her fearlessness to every white supremacist. According to the Washington Post, President Johnson was terrified that her testimony at the convention would break up the coalition of white Southern delegates he needed to get elected. He tried to convince her not to speak, but when she did anyway, he abruptly called a pointless live press conference so the TV broadcast would have to cut away from Hamer's testimony. It backfired, bringing more media attention to Hamer's testimony than it otherwise might have gotten, with many evening news programs giving full coverage of the speech that Johnson had interrupted.
Because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America.
As a result of pressure from President Johnson and vice presidential candidate Hubert Humphrey, the convention refused to accept Hamer as an official delegate. Instead, officials offered a farcical compromise to the MFDP. They'd be allowed 2 delegates, but they could neither sit in the Mississippi section, nor would they be able to cast votes. Oh, and neither one of those seats were allowed to go to Hamer. Why? According to Humphrey, the president has said he will not let that illiterate woman speak on the floor of the Democratic Convention. The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party voted unanimously to reject the administration's compromise. In Hamer's words, quote, "We didn't come all this way for no 2 seats." They returned to Mississippi, shut out once again by a process meant to empower them. In 1964, Hamer also ran unsuccessfully for Congress. According to an interview with Jack Odell, Hamer recalled that it was harder for her to pass the literacy test in order to register to vote than it was for her to qualify to run for Congress. And despite being barred from the official ballot, the MFDP gave out freedom ballots that included candidates of all races. According to Smithsonian Magazine, after her first bid was unsuccessful, Hamer ran for office 2 more times in 1967 and 1971. Unfortunately, her 1967 run was disqualified on a technicality, and she lost to the incumbent in 1971. She did have one moment of triumph, though. In 1968, the Democratic Party began requiring equal representation for state delegations, and she finally was recognized as an official delegate from Mississippi at the National Democratic Party Convention. She used her platform to protest the ongoing war in Vietnam. Seeing that not much progress was being made on the political front, Fannie Lou Hamer turned most of her attention toward economic justice as a way to fight for racial equality. In 1969, Hamer founded the Freedom Farm Cooperative in order to provide Black people with land that they could own and farm collectively. With the help of donors such as the Measure for Measure organization and Harry Belafonte, by 1970, the co-op had amassed 680 acres for cultivation. Membership for the co-op was $1 a month, and even though only 30 families could afford the dues, those who couldn't pay weren't excluded. Roughly an additional 1,500 families were also part of the Freedom Farm Cooperative in name. In 1970, the collective also started a pig bank for impoverished families. With help from the National Council of Negro Women, the collective purchased 5 male pigs and 35 female pigs. And over the next 3 years, thousands of pigs made their way to Black families. Hamer especially loved the pig bank, stating that, quote, "I wouldn't take nothing for our golden pigs." Unfortunately, without institutional backing or resources, the Freedom Farm Collective only lasted a handful of years. But at its height, it was one of the largest employers in Sunflower County, Mississippi. According
Okay.
I just love
Me. Okay, I think my screen sharing is paused. At least that's what it says. So I'll go ahead and stop there, but I wanted you to hear about the Freedom Farm Collective. So I'll go ahead and continue with my presentation. All right, so that gives you an idea. And if you would like to get a copy of this presentation, please email me and let me know. In Mississippi, land was very important because land was equated with wealth. And the more land you own, the greater the probability that you would live and be wealthy. And so for many years in the state's history, African Americans were prohibited from owning land. And there were written laws that kept African Americans from owning land. So Mrs. Hamer started the Freedom Farm Collective in 1969. She purchased 40 acres of land in a small town called Rouville, Mississippi, and she received a donation from a group that was a charitable organization that was helping them. And eventually they had a total of 640 acres of land. And so this was really important because so few African Americans owned land in 1969 because for so many years they weren't allowed to own land. And so they were able to use this land to farm and to not only to farm things that they could use to gain some wealth, but also they were able to use it to farm vegetables and other things that they could use to try to help other members of the community. So when she first founded the Freedom Farm Collective in 1969, she said the time has come now when we are going to have to get what we need ourselves. We may get a little help here and there, but in the main, we're going to have to do it ourselves. And that was what the purpose of the Freedom Farm Collective was. But even more importantly, this was one of the first efforts by a Black woman to engage in a solidarity economic effort that she used to enhance her community. So as the film showed, and I hope you could hear it, the cost of membership was $1, but they didn't exclude people who couldn't afford to pay it. Eventually, 1,500 families belonged to the Freedom Farm, and they were able to take advantage of the crops and also the money that they were able to make. Although it wasn't a whole lot, they were able to have cash crops like soybeans and cotton, and they used that to pay their taxes and also to pay their staff. But mostly they grew a lot of vegetables, and they wanted to make sure that people who lived in poverty had healthy food to eat. So that was something that was very important about the collective. But even more important is that it was committed to having people participate, grassroots participation. So this is a quote from Mrs. Hamer: all the qualifications that you have to become part of the only qualification, I guess, that you have to become part of the co-op is that you have to be poor. This is the first kind of program that has ever been sponsored in the country in letting local people do their thing themselves. So it was designed to empower poor people. Also, the video talked briefly about a pig bank, and they had pigs that they would use because a lot of people who lived in rural poverty in Mississippi didn't have access to meat. So they were able to do that to enhance their diet as well. So for more information on Mrs. Hamer, there are several books that have been written in recent years. And also the link at the top has a summary of different articles that have been written about this extraordinary woman. A book that I'm using in my class was just published a few months ago in 2021 by Professor Keisha Blaine of the University of Pittsburgh, Until I Am Free. Fannie Lou Hamer's Enduring Message to America was published by Beacon Press recently, and these are other titles. I also want to talk about African American banker ladies for the remaining few minutes that I have. This presentation is about 40 minutes. I think I've been talking for about 30 minutes, so I only have like maybe about 10 minutes left. So what exactly is a banker lady? This is a strategy that a lot of women in Canada and other countries have used to assist their communities. These are women who especially assist women who are immigrants, who are new to a country, who need to get grounded, who are not familiar with a new country, who have no credit history, who find it even harder to get any kind of assistance from banks. Also, these tend to be women of color, and also these tend to be women who tend to be poor. So a banker lady assists these women in getting settled and getting a credit history and getting money. It's sort of like them setting up their own banks and running their own banks. I've already given the definition of ROSCAs, rotating savings and credit associations. These also empower women financially. They're similar to banks in the sense that they allow people to be able to save, allow people to be able to have a sense of credit. They allow women to enhance their economic capital and their social capital as well, which I'll define in a minute. At times in communities where they sometimes lack political rights, many times they're not citizens, but even if they are citizens, they sometimes are disadvantaged politically. So how have Black women in American cities used these Rosca-like strategies to their benefit? That's a question that I discuss in a chapter in a book that I'll tell you about in a minute, that I mentioned even at the beginning of the presentation, that will be published by Oxford University Press, entitled Beyond Racial Capitalism. And so we look at this question, and I want to talk a little bit about a woman named Marie Claire, who is a Haitian immigrant. She is known as Brooklyn's reigning queen of susus. It's mostly consisting of women who are African and Caribbean, and is based in Brooklyn, New York. And she is someone who is a trusted member of the community. In 2011, she had two different funds. One had $20,000, the other had $10,000 that people were able to contribute to. And after they contributed a certain amount of money, as it explains here, each person would put in a certain amount of money during a certain time. And then after they amassed a certain amount of money, each participant in this group would get a savings and would get the pooled money together. This is designed to empower women in many ways, especially financially, so that they can get money, but in other ways as well. Many of these women at times are in abusive relationships, exploited by the men in their lives or the people in their lives, and it gives them the money to get out of those types of situations. These are women who are less likely to be able to get approved for credit or approved for a loan from a bank or from another financial institution. And this allows them to avoid being humiliated by being denied, because they can go to a place with someone that they trust and they can get the resources that they need. So that is one example of something that I wrote about in my upcoming book. But another example is a woman named Fonta Gilliam, and she also has a group in Washington, D.C. that's a Solidarity Economic, a savings group, but it's more sophisticated. So typically when we think of these savings efforts, we tend to think of women who are poor, but she founded something in 2015, and she now is the CEO of an organization that has banks in both Washington, D.C. and also in New York City. And this is a way of having a sort of a more modernized susu. And so, as she has said, this isn't a module that we invented. This is a model that 80% of the world uses. What we're doing is modernizing it and scaling it. It's one of the few things that's proven to work regardless of country. The idea of using village savings and loan models and using peer accountability encourages people to save. So in other words, it uses, as she says here, peer accountability to get people to pay into the circle. We track the positive credit they're building from the loan to the credit rating agencies to help them build their credit. So they're able to pool their money together. They're able to, I guess, improve their credit score, and they're able to use that credit score. And this company helps them to give that credit score to a credit agency, and that helps them to build their credit. It's been used in both Tanzania and also in the United States. It's designed to help people who have poor credit histories or people who have difficulty in getting loans so that they can borrow the money that they need. And it also allows them to get a credit line with a legitimate bank. It's mostly for women, but men are allowed to participate as well. But women have mostly, African-American women or women of African descent have mostly participated in this effort. And they also have an app that allows them to use banks after they build their credit score. They then find a bank that's in the app that assists them. Some women have been able to start their own businesses by participating in this. And so they've received a number of different benefits. But the question is, how do you avoid corruption and fraud? And this is the last thing that I want to talk about. There are different pyramid schemes in America that, I guess, sort of try to fool people into thinking that they're legitimate, and they solicit donations and they want people to pool their money. But really, it's nothing more than just a scam. People will invest their money in it. And, it's based on just trying to get people to invest money. And after a certain number of people have invested their money, the pyramid collapses. And so the people who begin at the very beginning of the pyramid tend to get some money, but the people who come in later tend to get nothing. So it's a way for you, it's very fraudulent. It's a way for people to pretty much lose their money. So you have to have a sense of trust in a community in order to participate in the efforts that I've been talking about today. You have to have a sense of social capital, is a term that we use here in America, a sense of community, a sense of trust, a sense of solidarity. the people who are running these money pools and these roscas have to be people that are trusted in the community, and they have to build a sense of solidarity in the community to avoid the fraud. And so usually the women who have, I guess, who are well known, who are trusted in the communities, tend to be in charge of these, and that's how they avoid corruption and fraud. So if you'd like to receive more information about Mississippi and some of the things with Mrs. Hamer, I wrote a book in 2006 entitled The Transformation of Plantation Politics, Concentrated Poverty, Black Politics, and Social Capital in the Mississippi Delta. And these are some other books that talk just in general about collective efforts, about women. In particular, my good friend Caroline Hossein has done a lot of research on this topic. So I just want to thank you and just end with a quote from Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer when she said, guess what? We can't win the political struggle until we have economic independence. And how can we have economic independence? We have to own our own land, control our own food production, and we have to do it through co-ops. So that pretty much explains in a nutshell why cooperatives are so important. If you have any questions or if you'd like to see a copy of this presentation, please contact me. My email address is listed here, polssdw@ufl.edu. And I'm Sharon Austin, Professor of Political Science at the University of Florida, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to speak with you today. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Thank you so much for being with us the whole day. Some technical glitches were there, but we could do the second day successfully. Thank you for being with us and joining for the different sessions of today. Tomorrow morning, we will start by 8:30, and we expect you all to be with us from 8:30 onwards. It will go up to 4 o'clock without any break. See you tomorrow. Thank you.